It all blew up the moment Kensha Amada finally finished the game he'd been stuck on for 3 straight years. Way too fast, way too easy for him. So he went hunting for something that would actually last at least 10 years, and one quick internet search led him to an endless sword and magic world. The moment he saw it, he dove for the hellish game modes without even blinking, then topped it off by picking the summoner class, and the second character creation ended. The monitor yanked him straight into the game world like a punch to the chest. The world blinked, and just like that, one soul was gone. 5 years had already smoldered since Amada's rebirth inside a brand new gaming world, where real-life memories clung to him like distant echoes. A 35-year-old employee had started life again as a tiny baby, no past, no answers, just a blank slate. And now he wasn't a baby anymore. He had grown into the Batrikov family's 5-year-old son. Life was simple for him. Grow up as a laborer, grind in the village, and never escape. Even in that hellish heat, the reborn hero turns to his mother and asks if she needs help. She shakes her head and shoos him to go play, then calls her son Alan, her good boy, and tells him that's his true name in this digital fantasy world. The moment he understands he's trapped in a tiny kid's body, the voice of the youngest Batrikov child booms from behind the girl. He lunges for Alan, but when he tries to say brother, the only thing he can spit out is A. Staring at the picture, the hero snaps to the truth. He refuses to tell anyone he's been reborn, and he won't let his family worry. He steps away from his mother and little brother. Then Alan yanks out his spellbook and dives in. His eyes lock onto the insect-making spells by Atrang, because a summoner is a class built to cast magic that crafts card summons of monsters. The hero shouts for a grasshopper named Denki, and right away, a huge grasshopper leaps straight in front of him. Olin feels like he still can't stand up to the monsters of this world, and it haunts him. He dreams of getting strong enough to fight back, but for now all he can do is take the blessings the summoned beings hand down. Now those books blast out 20 cards packed with wild animal powers, and their blessings turbocharge the hero's stats until his strength hits the level of an adult human. He's convinced that if he sharpens his skills enough, he'll seize control of the whole game. But right now, he can't quite get moving yet, and the instant his thoughts start to chime like a bell, it's already half past. A sharp little cry goes off by the hero for a second, like someone's begging, "Let's play knights." But the girl isn't paying attention and stomps the summoned grasshopper into nothing, and she just stands there, baffled, wondering where it vanished. The hero greets Kayerna, his sparring partner, and right then and there he agrees to her proposal. And Kayerna, she's so obsessed with becoming monstrous that she makes it clear she wants the same transformation too. Monsters are here, then boom, the kids snap into full night mode. The girl steps up, dares Alan to a duel, and he grins like he's been waiting for it. The call hits because for this hero, the fight is a total disgrace. He's actually a 35-year-old man. Still, this isn't some game you can coast through, no time to breathe. Kayerna rockets forward in a blur, lining up to land the very first strike, and Alan's jaw drops at just how fast his opponent is. The hero can do nothing but brace himself and survive wave after wave of the girl's attacks. Even with the speed and power ramped up, the boy's body still can't keep up. So in a brutal horizontal strike, he makes up his mind to finish this fight. That little girl snapped Mekalan's sword like it was nothing, 10 blades down already. And she even remarks that battling him is way more fun than fighting her own father. The hero begs her not to tell Uncle Guild, because it drives him nuts, especially since all that 5 years of training still can't win her in duels. But Kuriana just doesn't get it at all. After the fight, Alan's father burst in and snapped him out of that slump, telling him straight up that the girl standing there is still a master with the blade, and that her fate is to serve. Kayerna shoves her own talents away, and when Alla brings up her father, she claims the hero must have got something written down, something special. Her mother fires the question at the father, and he nods like it's true, but when they try, none of them can read, and the lighting just confirms it. He isn't missing a single talent. The boy desperately wants to answer his father, but he swallows the words because he understands every detail too well. Still, Alan's talent is obvious, and yet some nonsense gets scribbled in the middle. The brothers' heroes crowd him and demand what went wrong, and Yamada snaps that the god of this world must have hit the wrong buttons. From that moment on, Alan can't reveal his class to anyone for a long time. Then the hero's father steps in and tells the older brother, "You'll make us proud even if you think you have no talent." While the head of the family reassures him too, he'll grow up strong and sharp. And right then, the hero finally realizes it. He's actually grateful he got reborn into this family. Family, yeah, they're so broke they can't even buy a bath, but the hero still grins like it doesn't matter. Today, a bunch of knights are riding in to test the little girl's skills, and she practically bursts with excitement as she tells her father, "I'm gonna be a knight when I grow up." And he just plays it cool, acts shocked, and laughs, while the hero jokes that Chiron's dad is built like a gorilla. A little later, Ball Master Curran, Alan, and their fathers rush toward the knights' arrival point. While back in the village, people who weren't laborers whispered that the track's barrel couldn't possibly be the real Ball Master, and a brutal caste divide snapped the two groups apart, leaving Alan utterly baffled because they were all just. A voice from the crowd snapped a question at a dark-haired girl, asking if he was only here to watch or if he had some other reason. Then Alan immediately clocked it was aimed at him, spotting that same boy from the ceremony who burst out that people without talent had no right to be here. Irona kicked into defense against Grubian's assault, insisting the hero was unbelievably strong, until the boy shot back that it wasn't true, that he was just a laborer, and that his own kids would turn out the same. Right when Master Misha lunged to pounce on Grubian, her father yanked her back. Alan had already sprinted to his dad, demanding if everything was okay, and the hero calmed him down, saying the boy's words wouldn't hurt. But Grubian felt every word like a punch. Then the village elders burst in and roared that the Ritzers had arrived, ordering everyone to clear the way. The moment the guests showed up, every kid's eyes lit up, and right away the Knights commander strode up to the little girl and demanded, "So you're good with a sword?" She smiled and said yes, then introduced herself. That calm, unshakable guy declares that losing talent is a sin that kills the soul. And to prove it, a duel is going down right now between the girls. The news floors everyone. Helda, Kyrana's father, snaps that the inspection already happened. The captain snarls back, refuse a recheck, and he'll have him and the girls executed. Alla cedes at this brutal madness, as does the father, but Kyrana steadies the little one, telling her everything's okay and that she did everything right. The girl grips her giant sword, declares herself the Knight of Kyrana, and calls for an honorable duel. Then her opponent, the knight, steps in, introduces Refront, and lets the fight begin. The fight kicks off. Geldu is already trying to shut it down, but the soldiers won't let him. Then the little girl launches forward and lands the first strike, flicking the ball with her mouth even though it's twice her size. Alla isn't even shocked. This girl has been training for it since she was 3. The hero could never pull it off, even without choosing that hellish game mode. The knight can only block her non-stop onslaught until one brutal kick to the chest finally cuts the barrage short. Those hits land, Kyrna gets slammed into the wall, and a nasty dent blooms there. The people of Ioland shriek in panic over the baby's fate, scrambling to reach her, but she snaps into action and lays the baby down on the ground. Earth, the fear of Zakyern, crushes Alla at first, but the soldiers she's fighting alongside protect her family's honor, and after a whole year, a friend finally sees her stand back up again. The air crackles hotter as a sudden jump yanks the little girl into hearing whispers of a special skill. Kyrna lands, starts spinning midair, and rockets straight toward the enemy. One blast and the king's smoke slams shut like a wall. The second strike detonates a storm of slashes from every angle, and the third vertical strike decides the whole battle in one brutal swing. The little girl finally slashed through the opponent's ball, and the knight captain declared the battle over, snapping the glory straight into Karina's veins and pulling her out of combat mode. Stunned by how it all ended, she hurried over, thanked her opponent, then looked up at the grandfather and praised him as incredibly strong. The beaten knight refuses to admit he's a grandfather, then collapses shamefully to his knees before the winner, only to reveal he's 24. The whole village erupts with joy, cheering that they've truly raised a swordmaster, and at last Gelda reaches his daughter, rushing to ask what's wrong with her. The girls lived on edge, fighting off ticklish laughter, and Aelin was stunned. No scratches, not even a mark, while his wife's strength hit like a truck. Now he finally understood why, after every game, he always stumbled back with bruises. The captain's convinced the king will be over the moon when he hears about this fight, kiddo. Kira, tell me straight, is she really going to become a knight? The captain shuts it down fast, saying she has to wait 12 long years to even get into the academy for Darren Jenniff, and only then can she become a knight. The hero is totally stunned that an academy like that even exists here, and Jelja cuts in with a loud shout. The freckled boy blurts out if he can enroll in that academy, and the knight captain doesn't bat an eye. He just roars for the guys to train even harder, because he'll send an instructor to put them through the entrance exam. The hero sized up the crowd and locked in. Kyrna was the strongest standing there. The freckled one could only manage 1 star. The Gupitan knights brought 2 stars for their spearmen, but Kyrna blew them all away with 3 stars as a master swordsman. He's convinced this world is built for everyone, except him. because the difficulty feels like straight-up hell, and every single effort he throws in hits like 100 times harder than normal mode. If 3 stars can hit this hard, then how close are we really to the goal? I checked the status, and over 5 long years its level hasn't budged one bit. No progress, just the same nothing. This kid's story is just kicking off. He's a summoner with 8 blazing stars. After the Sword Master's win, the village proudly took the name Kuriana, and now Alen's autumn has rolled in, he's still stuck on the first level. After 200,000 throws, the hero finally hammers their throwing skill up to level 3. But reaching hell mode means another few grueling years. Night drapes over the house, and the whole family keeps waiting for the breadwinner. Only he's late again, and that delay really starts to gnaw at Alla and her mother. When winter and autumn roll in, the hero's father snaps into action and becomes the hunting party leader, while the workers scramble for any job that pays. And yeah, he's itching to hunt too. Then after a bit, wandering lights start creeping toward the house. Mom, then it hit him fast. The hunters weren't taking anyone away. They were hauling his father back home. Back at the house, the family's blood-soaked father lay strapped on a stretcher, gaping wounds on his abdomen and right arm, and the sight shattered everyone into hysterics as they rushed straight to him. Kyrna's father leans in and finally soothes the mother, telling her there's no point panicking now, it's already too late. As they step inside, Kyrna's mind snaps straight to one thing, where they'll find money for the medicine. Then Geld steps in and says he already tracked down a murasa flower in the forest, and the knight paid him for it. Alla couldn't figure out what went wrong on that hunt, because his dear person was barely holding it together, and his father could wipe out a monster over 3 meters tall without breaking a sweat. He battled dozens every single year, so why did today feel different? Today he pushed up to Uncle Geld and told him the twist. Staroshin had just dropped a new decree, saying the waves could join the hunt now. They laughed it off as an easy job, until the moment that mattered most, panic hit like a storm. And right then, Father Alla was the one protecting us. At dawn, the whole family came alive as she broadcasted the signal, and the head of the clan snapped awake. Then Rizzy blurted Rodden's name and raced straight into them, clinging in a tight embrace. The youngest child sobbed with pure joy sprawled on his father's lap, while that sweet photo of the hugging parents with the brother beside them hit the hero like a punch. He's probably the oldest here, but somehow it feels like there's an invisible family binding them together. That wall just slammed the mood, right when the hero could have used a win. Gelt already wanted to shoulder everything, even their unborn third child, but he steps in anyway. The hero shoots back, "I've got the work," and promises his family will be untouchable, because nobody dares to lay a hand on them. He finally snaps out of acting like a kid, and the next morning, after he's greeted everyone with a cheerful good morning, he starts harvesting, and right then, the gel realizes he's dead serious. Because of the track's rules, we're forced to hand over 60% of the harvest to the landowner. So Alla's family can survive the winter, we have to cram in every last bit we can. In just 2 days, he hauled in the exact amount, and Uncle Gilda couldn't believe it. Then the moment he caught his breath, he went hunting for even more meat. To snag it, he hauls in as much bait as he can, and he handles it without breaking a sweat. Once he clears one zone, he explodes with joy at mastering the new card upgrade that powers up creatures, and sure enough, he adds a bunch of fresh creature cards to his deck. This day is pure jackpot for him. As he slices through the amphibian linkages, his provocation skill snaps into view. With this frog helping him, Alan sets out to snatch about 50 birds to survive the winter. But he's already called in 3 frogs, and not a single bird has even taken a bite. So Alan's mind is spinning. Then wham, an enormous shadow swallows the sun, and right before his eyes, birds the size of monsters crash into view. Albahirui. Kieron, his name meant soaring like a bird through the sky, and his father gave it to him. It showed up for a reason tied to the Albahiron. And when that giant, over 2 meters tall, bird stared him down, fear hit hard in the hero's chest, but he refused to let such prey escape. I couldn't back out. The moment the demonic beast hunt kicked off, the battle hit with a brutal sweeping strike aimed straight at the birds' heads. The hero's throwing science is insanely on point. He just slings everything with precision. The jab and that vicious vertical strike to the neck only made the enemy explode with rage. And he realizes, one clean strike can still beat that bird, because around the hero, a whole storm of perfect moments suddenly swarms into place. The dog lands the long one with a sharp tap on the bird, then, right away, goes into action for you. The open spaces of Albahiron were crawling with dogs, yet that never stopped him. He launched the attack anyway. I'll hurl a few small dogs at myself, and the bird's claw whips toward Alan in a flash. He grits his teeth, thinking, am I still too weak to face something like this? And just how many dogs do I need to take down a beast from the abyss? Right then, the albihiron's paw slammed into the boy, knocked him flat, and pinned him there. So much force crushed the breath out of him as he realized, with terror, he could die like this. The monster's jaws hovered inches from the hero, and in a rush of panic, he shouted for the worm and his friend. Their special move is blood-sucking. Then the themes latch onto the monster's mind like a curse. Strom, that call was the right one. Albihiron ripped apart his own hut, because a bloodsucker was the smarter weapon in this fight. The hero rolled out 10 dogs and 3 bugs, and that's exactly why his bonus stats got worse. We shoved it back, tore through its control, and somehow got out, like we finally found the crack in the monster's grip. At that exact moment, the hero's sword is already streaking straight through the air, and the impact is so sharp our eyes are slicing right through it. Albihiron got wrecked, but when the dust settled, he'd leveled up like crazy. Because this time he didn't rely on luck or help, he won it with his own 2 hands. That win hits the hero like pure fireworks, way better than he ever dreamed. Kira hauled her prey back with the whole pack in tow, and the entire family went wide-eyed at how the hunt turned out. Kira was already grinning like crazy for her friend. Right then, Uncle Geld finally decided to step up and grant the hero exactly what he asked for. In his old age, the man shoved Savar aside and told Allah, if that hero keeps slaughtering albihirons, he can hoard everything for himself. Then the hero realized the taunt didn't just hit humans, it worked on demons too, so he figured out he could wipe out albihirons once every 3 days. But if 2 of them show up, then that one won't sting. On the latest hunt, Alan's level finally shot up. After 6 long years of hellish mode, what else were we supposed to expect? Strength and magic have surged the most, and the hero already knew they'd grow, he just never guessed how wildly. As he studies his own stats, the boy remembers his father's been in treatment for about a month, and that means he's got something to confess. Alan hustled back home and demanded a real talk from his parents, starting with the bombshell that, when he was just 1, Elena, the ruler of the world, had foretold his future hardships, saying even hundreds of people wouldn't survive them, so that's why he's so sharp, and he can't stop staring, terrified of how his parents will react. Atsaja's mother is reeling in disbelief, unable to wrap her head around what's been done to her own child. And Atsaja can't believe the kid even managed to talk down the mistress of the world. Rodden snaps back that even from birth he's been nothing like the rest of the family, not just the hair color. His father never bought into the ceremony's results at all. He fully trusts Alun. The boy insists he didn't want to keep this secret, and Rodden cuts straight to the point. He just asks whether his first trial is already over. Alan's jaw drops when his dad nails it, so he blurts, "How did you know?" His father just points to the scar and says, "I guessed it from that." And right there, Alan realizes, once he levels up, the whole body fully heals. The body, yep, that's the key. Means the father can be healed early just by leveling up, but with all the traps ahead, Rodden begs him not to lose sight of family. He promises they'll always back him up and step in whenever trouble hits, and the hero thanks them for that. Vova's family asks if Uncle Geld knows anything about it, but Rodden gets his own question. He tells them he's just curious, because Kairana's father never shuts up about his daughter, and now Rodden finally gets to hit back. In December, Jelte Allen heads out for firewood and coal. Then, mid-journey, the main character corners Kairana's father and asks how a tractor can ever become free. He also begs them to keep this from his parents, and Uncle Geld coldly says it'll cost 10 coins, pay up, and Fiatl signs a freedom document so the right person can be freed. The boy finally gets it. Back home, when someone sings, they sing to the baby still in the womb, and that's why it costs 50 coins. The hero chooses to rescue his family first, then, once they're safe, he's leaving the village behind. After roaming the market, the hero finally clocked the truth. To reach his 50-coin dream, he'd have to slaughter 500 albihirons, and that grind would take years. He's chasing a weapon, and an iron whip could take down 2 demonic birds in one swing, but it means pinching every coin just to survive. Food first, then everything else. Alan's about to examine the weapon when a familiar rude boy interrupts him, barking about what Alan forgot at his father's store. Alan doesn't like it one bit, until he learns the truth. He's the gunsmith's son. Grubian hates the stare burning in Batrak's son's eyes, like the kid's about to bolt. Then the bully smirks and tells Alan, "Take a couple hits and I'll let you go." Strikes, strikes, strikes. Those words get under the hero's skin because this is just another empty fight that won't earn him a shred of experience. While Alan shoves the bag of firewood away, the guy taunts him, asking if he's planning to bolt that fast. Alan snaps into action when they call his name, ready to square up, promising to crush every threat in his path. And if Droga, the axe warrior, won't back down, then they're going in for the attack. These words lit a fuse in the architect. He lunged at the hero, hurling insults and unleashing the first vertical strike, and Allah rushed in too. But the hero shut it down in a blink, because he figured the other one nearby wasn't even worth spending Chiron's star arrows on. In just a couple of seconds, the opponents drop to the floor, gasping for air, and then he leans in and asks, "So, you want to keep fighting?" He swears he'll finish him off next time. Then Allah remembers her bag of firewood, turns to go, and promises she'll stop by the gunsmith next. But Drogo takes those words the wrong way. 9 long months slam by, and Allah's family is finally expecting, and then, boom, a baby girl arrives. They name her Mura. Irina claps a new name on her too, Milashka, and tells everyone the girl has a fit. The youngest kid in the family has grown big enough to already play knight, swinging his sword skills with confidence. Right then, a fight broke out nearby between Alan and Drog. The hero barked orders at the bully, but the bully just screamed that he knew it all. Then fights erupted, and Siki Rana infected Masha, while little brother Allah stared at the game like it was the most amazing thing ever. And recently, he started training Drog and Masha, who's already 3 because in just 2 years, he's counting down to his test. And just like that, the family's head drags Uncle Hild back home. Teresia is left absolutely stunned by the shock of it. Ushchina breathes out and says, "We just got back from the elder. The village chief has bumped the boar quota from 10 up to 15, so from now on we'll be hauling in 5 times the catch. And this hunt. Even more free hunters are jumping in." The moment Teresia hears the latest news, she crumples into instant tears. Rodden tries to calm her down, saying they were ready to object, but then drops the truth. It was Lord's order. Uncle just dropped the bomb. Next year the boar conscription could jump to 20, and there's nothing anyone can do. Then those words froze Rezi on the spot while he stared off, realizing the Lord's hunting for even more monsters, and the worst part is they can't refuse the order. To steady the moment, the present hero shoots back that the mistress has already handed him key knowledge, so trust him and he'll have a plan ready. "October," he says. Then the hunters erupt in cheers as they welcome their main rodent, thrilled that their leader is standing again, and even happier to learn his father has finally made a full recovery. Right before the clash, the father snaps at his son to stay back, because he's only there to watch. Then the son promises he's got the instructions. Just as they're locked in, a medium-height boy steps up and tells the father and son that if anything goes wrong, don't come charging in to save him. Rodden cuts in immediately, shutting that down and telling him not to even think like that. The chief hunter slams the announcement and kicks off the hunt, and Alan frowns because the prey's grown. So the hunter count has to rise too, and everyone better watch those new arrivals like hawks. In the Batrac family, the 7-year-old hero had never left the village, until now, because the road ahead unfurled gorgeous sights with knights riding toward their home. Siri, his father, doesn't waste time, double-checks the details with his son, then demands he veer right. Beyond the hunting grounds of those massive boars, Mount Hakuya rises, shrouded in shadow with the boars fleeing into its cover. Because everyone knows a white dragon rules its peak, and one day that dragon won't just watch, it'll be hunted. At that exact moment, the hunting companion screams that the beast is closing in. That mixed monster, an enormous boar, looks terrifyingly more powerful than anything else. Only the hero's external appearance made him freeze, but the hunters wouldn't back down for a second. In the very next heartbeat, stabbing strikes came raining down. After the monster's rampage finally died down, the hunters charged back in and unleashed their attacks, now right at the boar. Rodden's move was simple: lure them in, trap them down, then hit the weak spots. Every fighter used it for 10 straight years, even the talentless. Now the boy whips around to the free guys nearby and tells them, "Your turn," and even though they're hesitant, they nod and agree. Last year, under the Elder's order, even ordinary free people were dragged into the hunt. But with no real experience or strength, everything spiraled into chaos fast. And because of that decree, Alan's father got badly injured. Now the main characters are convinced it was a brutal mistake to send them back to the front lines. Better to vanish and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Right at the last second, Alan yells for his grasshopper, Denki. Then the hunters smash the boar and take down a huge one. Wow, this hits the hero hard because he's blown away by his father's move. The newcomers suddenly felt their power surge, and one of them swore it was a God-given test, so he started thanking them right on the spot. Alan's plan hit perfectly. Those newcomers crushed it and piled up real battlefield experience fast, and if they keep pushing like this, they'll seize the lead in no time. Now that they've survived a true fight, taking down 15 boars feels way less terrifying, and Alan's eyes widened as he felt it too. His own level up followed right along with them. The hero set out to hunt boars and albaherons, gunning for 50 coins to trigger his level up, and when that happens, his whole life flips. 5 months later, June's daily grind of summoning creatures finally pays off, and after a year and 9 months, he storms his way to the 4th level of summoning, now fully able to command E-rank animals. And there's a skill called inventory, one that lets you stash an unlimited number of items inside a tiny square that measures 30 square centimeters. Of course, the hero couldn't ignore the creatures of Irang. He had to farm them the proper special stones, the ones that only drop from animals of the right rank. He even remembers those horned rabbits, the ones said to belong to Irang, but when he killed them, no stones ever came out. The stones of Yarang are basically worthless. You'll find piles of them in the forest, no joke. For Alla, it's still a pain to hunt them down, but once she pulls out the inventory, it'll be way easier. 3 months later, the hero finally cracked it. He could command animals now and even climb the ranks. Then it clicked for Alla. She understood the whole summoner game system. The creator built something painfully intricate, but now the hero could fully cash in on every single class advantage. Every summoned creature brings its own weapon to the fight. Bugs inject poison, beasts smash with raw damage, and birds scout the area and spill the intel. Plants step in to heal, stones lock down with solid protection, and that's the true power of the summoner. Call's eyes sparked with what's coming, leading armies, building something that can smash anything, like the future is calling his name. But nobody knows a hero like that, and nobody can see what's ahead. Then autumn hits, and the hunting season starts. This year, the Lord demands they bag 20 wild boars, and Tarasto hammers Alu with a warning. Mess this up and you're done, because it's the first time the Lord is setting foot in the village. Baron Granbury himself strides in front of the townspeople. He showed up for one purpose, watch those wild boar hunters, but he didn't come alone. He brought a whole squad of knights with him. The Lord bows and thanks the elder for meeting with him, and the elder snaps back that they should be grateful he even bothered to come. Then the Baron rants about the quota, but there's nothing he can do, because it's the king's order and that's the final word. This news hits the elder like a punch. Alum realizes the whole world is way more exciting than he ever thought, and when Granville spots the hero nearby, he blurts out, "So you're the elder's son?" The village chief shakes his head hard. No, he's Rodden's boy, the hunter. Then Granville learns the truth that matters. Alum is the one who will ride out with the Lord on the hunt. Right behind him, a little girl's voice cuts in, sneering that he's just a laborer's kid, and that insults the defender so badly his temper erupts. But she shuts the girl down fast, snapping that they're still his people, and they're not going to tolerate that kind of talk anymore. That little girl slips back, apologizes to her father, and then whips her eyes to Alan. Only now the hero gets it. She's nursing a grudge, so he should stop expecting anything good from her. The Baron orders little Rodden to lead the way, and his warriors swear to help carry out the king's command. Then Allah finally clicks, and everything makes perfect sense. The hero leans into a respected official and insists that if the Katav and the 20 boars among Cyrene's people team up, they can pull this off. Then he makes sure his message lands through his son to the whole family. They manage to throw the Lord off for a moment, but before he could even finish, the hunters thundered back into the village. They went right back to bigger prizes, tracking wild boars and bringing home the hunt. In total shock, Baron Granville couldn't wrap his head around it. How on earth did they manage to drop 3 boars in one single hunt? Captain Knights clocks the hunter's armor and asks what's going on. Alan admits it's stitched from the boar skins the Lord handed them last year, and they even trained over 20 hunters for this round. Granville is thrilled, but Captain Knights crunches the numbers and snaps that they've got 17 boars left to take down. Alan shuts that down fast, saying it's only 10 left. Those words finally cut down Lord for good. He can't even wrap his head around it, since it's only been half a month since it started. The hero fires back that they've got more than enough people to wipe out a mountain of boars in a single hunt, and this year the villages of Kurem plan to take the obligation on themselves. Then Baron Granville clocks that there's nothing to fear, and practically starts ending the conversation with the boy. He pauses, then leans in and asks the Baron if they can keep the skins and the boar for themselves, because future hunters will need them, and the Baron nods and agrees. Captain Knights didn't buy Alan's story at all and pushed for proof, but the Lord shut him down cold, because Alan's no liar, and that's exactly what the main character believes, and it makes him feel damn good. Now in Elder Roden's house, Gelt and Alan sit across from Baron Granville. The Lord kicks off his speech by saying land cultivation has been going for a brutal 15 years, and while countless villages couldn't keep up, Only a certain Ren held the line. Renaz steps up to the hunters of the SIR and hails them, because those earnings have kept the village thriving for more than 10 years. So he rewards them with freedom, right here, right now. Because from this moment on, those cousin guilds become free, ordinary people. He grabs their attention and demands they keep carrying out their duties. That kind of gratitude hits the hunters like a punch. Rodden's guilt bursts into pure, overflowing thanks for Lord Alingerat, and not a second earlier. The moment he heard the hunt for Kabanov was ordered by the Lord himself, he'd been dreaming about a reward. All that time he only scraped together 5 measly gold coins, and it crushed him. But now he can hunt anywhere his heart goes. He's finally free. Allah's first target is the White Dragon. No doubt about it. While the Lord keeps promising that seasoned hunters with over 10 years under their belts will get paid too, and then lays down the rule. Pay taxes like everyone else or stay a serf, with the choice ultimately in their hands. Baron Granville corners the Nageld family and demands to know why they launched the hunt for monster Frangosi. Then he leans in like he can't wait to hear every last detail. Alum realizes he's never heard it, because his father never once told him. His dad's expression cracks, but Gelda steps in and decides to spill the story. 13 years ago, they kicked off the whole process, starting these lands from the ground up. In the fall, a brutal swarm of wild boars crashed the scene, tore through their food stores, and left them staring at empty hands. Until someone screamed, "Kill one, we eat tonight." They were thrilled to drop even one, but they still ended up losing to me. Many times, Geld begged Rodden to stop blaming himself for what he'd done. Hearing it all, Lord just shrugs and calls it an accident, trusting Geld's word. Because as a lord, he has to reward hard work, and since Rodden was a fearless baron once, he lets Rodden ask for anything he wants. Those words hit Tizalona like a second punch, hard. While the hunter leader can't decide what to ask, the boy leans in and whispers about the drink. Beer. Rodden finally thinks it over and tells Granville that his son should start working at his house, swearing Alan is sharp and will be a real help, unlike Rodden. The Baron presses for more, so the father even begs to at least take Alan on as an errand boy. Meanwhile, Alan is wrestling with how to refuse because all he can think about is hunting monsters. Then, quiet as a shadow, she slips away. The Lord flat-out claims he won't be taking Alan as a boy, not as some drinking buddy. Those words hook the hero for a second. Then his hope drops like a stone. Baron Granville instantly names him an official servant of the Granville household, and the hero can't even wrap his head around the difference from an errand boy, so he scrambles up another excuse to refuse. The Lord's words hit the father so hard he breaks into tears, straight up. Seeing that, the hero can't turn down the offer. He bows to the Baron and says it's an honor to stand before him. So Alan got drafted as the Lord's servant, and he's got to vanish from the villages within days, leaving Karina and the younger Alan family crushed and disappointed. Nero grins, gives the green light, and suggests they hit the rice together. The girl nods and agrees. Teresa begs her son not to get dirty, calls it a goodbye game for the relatives, and swears it'll be good for the kids. Knight Kairana, the Treviza's master Misha, talks about being battle-ready. Then Baron Granville Alan's 8-zo summoner servant calls Misha straight to the front and orders him to attack. Kyrn snaps in with a lightning lunge, but it doesn't land, so the hero twists out of it and deflects the strike. So he strikes right away, and the burst of attacks shocks everyone because the kid suddenly slips past the sword master, who just days ago cut down an adult knight. The Tsar, Alan, smirks like it's already over, because his power has skyrocketed and victory feels locked in. 1 second, the sword hero is suddenly inches from the girl's face, and the whole fight is jaw-dropping, while Ren starts to feel like the loser until he shoots back. It's a draw. The hero shrugs it off, tells them he's not done yet, and vows, "Let's clash next time." They nod, lock in the plan, and swear they'll win the next fight. In battle, the Reborn realizes her moves were nothing like the ones she used against the deputy commander of the Knights. And soon, Karina's headed to the academy to serve the royal family, which means the odds of ever seeing her again are painfully slim. Even though Alan burned through almost all his magical stones to win this fight, he's grinning ear to ear when he finally sees the girl's smile. Teresa crushes her son into a tight hug, and he fights back the tears, furious that the older brother would even set an example like that. Then the hero tells Masha to grow strong and guard their little sister, Myra, and the middle brother immediately nods along, ready to carry it out. Right as the father and son rode out of the village, they ran into a friend, and the dude straight up handed Allah a knife pulled from his father's shop. But before the question could hang in the air, Droga, our hero, cut him off with a final goodbye and stormed out. Back off, Aloe snaps because yeah, calling him good, he's totally with that. The moment he steps into that carriage, his whole life flips upside down. But before he reaches that point, Rodden leans in and tells his son, your life won't stop at being a servant. Then he pushes him to seize the chance right now. With those words, the entire village lifted a trembling goodbye to Kira, the village child. Here, the hero vows he'll do everything he can, no limits, no excuses. Then Alandy grabs his chance, bolts from the village, and starts fresh in Baron Granville's house, wondering what kind of wild life is waiting for him. In Granville's grand mansion gardens, Sissel is perched on Alla's shoulders, stretching to grab an apple jammed on the top branch of the tree. She snaps, furious and dissatisfied, and orders him to straighten up, because he's required to obey her like a servant. Alla strains under his weight, trying to haul him higher, and a wicked thought flashes through her head. Maybe dropping him would be worth it. Then he leaves Cyrene and reaches the Baron's house, ready to work as an SSI servant. After Sisley hands over the apple and takes a bite, her face twists, too sour. She snaps at the hero to run to the market and grab a papaya, anything to wipe that taste out of her mouth. Taste, the hero snaps, forcing a smile while irritation simmers under his skin. Yesterday, he chased every whim and got mocked by that girl, so now success feels about as likely as a miracle. A shadow drops over them from the sky, a dirigible, and it looms like a whole floating city. Alan's jaw drops in pure awe, but Cecile snaps that his wonder is ridiculous. It's just magical transport. Her brother is supposed to come back from the academy in the fall, so they leave, and Alan sulks, convinced Cecile is the stupidest. Night falls, and the hero hauls himself back to the attic of the mansion where I'm living. Then morning comes, and right beside his bed sits a disgusting, stinking plant. At the station, that mouth-watering aroma hits you, and just by breathing it in, you refill your energy for the next 5 to 6 hours. This place isn't an internet cafe at all, but since nobody lives here, he's got free rein to grind his skills all he wants. Then the hero straps on his uniform and heads straight for the kitchen. In the kitchen, Mr. Riskel greets him with a sharp smile, asks whether the hero's happy with the service, and you can practically feel pity hanging in the air for him. Inside the estate, you've got 30 servants in total, excluding all those courtyards full of workers. And the ones living here don't get labeled servants just because they're new. Then a girl bursts into the room, bright-eyed, healthy, and somehow still holding her ground. With her, yeah, right now he's got 2 jobs on his plate. Keep the girl safe and serve the table. That table's the whole thing, and yeah, the service is pretty simple, even if all 7 barons do it the same way just to look humble. Lady Granville catches the moment Alan's already buried in his work, and one look at him makes it clear he isn't some lowly truck at all. The Baron blurts out that he's got no talent, and he's stunned, because deep down he knows it's just the feudal's duty to make him say it. Cicely cackles because she's a sorceress, and her older brother, Mikkel the swordsmith, watches the whole thing unfold. Alan stands there, awestruck as he admires the sorceress. She's got 2 stars, and the Baron seethes at how recklessly Cicely blurts it out. He corners Thomas, breaks down in sobs, and admits it. He's got 0 talent, but he still refuses to give up on studying at the academy with everyone. Talents often spark in kids from lowly families or serfs. 2 out of 3 with rare gifts immediately realize how uncommon they are, and that's a worry Alan never even clocked. So the barons of Lady Granville step in, telling Thomas, "Don't fear it. House of Lords is waiting, and there you'll meet all kinds of wonderful people, even ones like us who never had talent." Sissel's all in on the same dream, but Thomas grins and shuts it down. Academy or balls aren't exactly on her roadmap. The lights flare. When the girls hit 12, she'll head to the academy with Kyrna and Draga, and he's convinced they'll slip through without getting caught. When Alan gets a break, he slips into the city to hunt intel. Rumors run wild with 0 limits, just make sure you're back by morning, and the market sits up north. From the central square, it takes about 2 hours on foot, but from the southern gates you're looking at roughly 4 hours. Alona is nothing like this place. Then he spots the adventurers Guild Risky promised him about. The monster hunter pulls in cash by taking out monsters, and Alan is itching to jump into the hunt too, so he can earn money and level up fast with real experience. And just like that, they shut him down. He's only 8. They won't even let him get interested until he's 12. Still, he's furious because he did what his father asked and found time to be a servant, but he can't stop hunting. He strides up to the bulletin board packed with rewards for those toothy monsters, and right there. Yet somehow, nowhere does it say where they're hiding. They ask, then one of the wankers, glaring at the kid being here, strides up and demands, right then, that they point him to where the monsters are, and only after he gets the info will he walk away. Most people can't even reach those local habitats, so no one talks about them. But the nearer you get to the white dragon's sorrow, the nastier the monsters become. The hero knows huge boars have been slaughtered there, and though he's never gone himself, he's heard the trip takes 7 long days. Alan asks which roads will get him there, but Winteriza snaps that Alla is just mocking her, until the hero spots a notice on the board about Mardo Garcia, right down to the fact he's living in the Ramba forest, and that's when the father's warning about what Masha named after that monster finally hits. This is brutal even by adventurer standards. This guy's already waving the white flag and handing it to the knights. He's begging them to take down the white dragon, but nobody knows where it actually lives, so there's no way to storm the mountain. Not even 1,000 gold coins can buy safety from that kind of danger. Then 2 girls stride up to Raven, all set to celebrate, only to spot Alan and Gawk, shocked that a guild kid has hair as rare and jet black as that. Alan was thankful to Trayvon, then he turned to leave, because in the end, he finally got the answer he was hunting for. November 11 is here. Cold creeping in, snow's about to slam down, and he sprints straight to the northern gates, flashing the guard Herplord. He's stunned to realize he's from the House of the Lord, and he lets Alan through, like it's suddenly clear this power is even better than he ever imagined, because he's been grinding for this exact moment for ages, boosting his stats like crazy. He storms out of the city limits still stunned. His father witnessed the exact moment when he left the village. Alan finally gets the whole day to hunt, so he bolts ahead, totally ignoring the guard's shout about needing protection, because he refuses to cross paths with the high-ranking monsters in the E-rank district, where an E and D duo, plus C and D monsters that take 3 days to reach and C to B that can drag on for 7, are the last thing he wants to meet. So the whole game for the Rango Die monsters is this. If they match Albahiron, then Alan won't drop a single loss. He slams the brakes in the forest after sprinting 10 kilometers, then yanks out a map like it's his next move, pizza in hand, Rango ready to play. Hawk steps in front of him, and he instantly tests whether he's still following orders, because now he's gotten way sharper. He orders him to whip out science and hunt the monster with his eyes. Far from the city, they hunted and still didn't spot a single monster. An hour dragged by while Alan waited for Alba Chirona. And yeah, finding one is apparently super rare out here. Then Alan pulled a dagger from the book and thanked the dragon like he meant it. Hawk snaps back and beckons Alan to follow, because he knows he can't mess this up, not when he doesn't even know what rank the monster is. He pushes deeper into the forest. Then bam, he trips over the goblin sty, and before the heroes can react, the goblins howl with laughter and surge straight at them. 5 of them stand there, and he snaps into action, summoning tigers on the spot. The goblins immediately freeze, terror-struck, because the monster Orang is coming for them. The All-Angels surge in for an all-out assault, hemming in the terrified goblins on every side. And he can unleash monsters within a 50-meter radius, cutting off their escape route, because right then, the hero's first battle detonates. Tigers crash into goblins, and for the death of one hero, a whopping 200 points get handed out. So he grins, totally convinced he can win. Another goblin winds up and slashes the tiger clean in one brutal swing. And you realize this won't be a walk in the park. He names the butterfly Ageha, and once it flaps, bullets burst from its wings, hammering the goblins in the water, their condition looking just like. Now it's time to wipe them out, whether they're up and living or knocked out in sleep. Alan hurls a stone at the goblin, whooshes toward a tree, and still it won't drop, alive like those albahirons. Same rank, same rules, and they're still impossible to kill. Alan snaps, end it, right now. Every goblin Alan cut down paid him 200 EXP, and in just 2 hours he'd already racked up 1,000. Because when you hunt, efficiency is king, and right now goblins are his best EXP payday. He stares at the corpse, sees it's eerily human-shaped, then drives a dagger in and yanks a tiny cross out of its chest. Even though it's downright gross, he has to scrape up magical stones, because they're the whole reason summoning is even possible. Hawk tells him there are 5 more goblins lurking within a 3-kilometer radius, and by evening, the hero has racked up 16,050 experience points, crushing 80 goblins and 5 horned rabbits, then leveling up twice in just 1 weekend, jumping from level 7 to level 9. Now Alan finally understands how the Agheha skill works, and Max's move is brutal. There's an 80% chance it'll knock the opponent out cold, plus each summoned Agheha can fire it at multiple targets at once. But if the monster's higher ranked, Alan needs to summon a whole crew to pull off the sleep, so grabbing those E-rank stones to summon Tama is totally worth it. Then night starts creeping in, and Alan orders Hoku to guide him to the next target. The whales stay perched on the branch and he can't wrap his head around it. Are they really too tired to move? No, he thinks it's worse. They can't see a thing in the dark. Struck by that summoned monster's chicken-level blindness, Alan can't remember which way the city even is. So yeah, his perfect day off is ruined, and he has to deal with it. A month later, every 6 days he goes hunting, and that means he's already been out 4 times. He hit level 12, and once it finally clicked, he couldn't stop himself. He wanted to hunt even more often. But nope, he still hasn't bought a single weapon or piece of armor, even though hunting, making money, and upgrading gear is ridiculously easy. The real snag: he's a high servant, so his paycheck is a measly 50 coins a month. Then the chief steward calls him to the Baron's side, where the Baron heaps praise on him for all his hard work. They catch him slipping out of the mansion before sunset, straight for the Baron, and wonder what he even does on weekends, but he doesn't dodge the truth. He admits he hunts monsters. The Baron's shocked when he hears the truth. This kid is a hunter's son, bred in a line of boar killers, and he lives by the same hunting code as his father. He's convinced everything will sound perfectly natural, and Baron won't catch a thing. So is his rebirth right beside his father just luck or something bigger? Baron understands Alan's with Injera. Doretsky snaps, asking what he's doing with those horned rabbits, and apparently they've decided he's out there killing the monsters of Orang. If he sells their meat, he'd better tie it all together, so no nasty rumors get traction, and Lord's family can snag it for a single silver coin each. And he's ecstatic. This move pays him and saves him time at the same time, turning all that useless meat into straight-up cash. 6 days later, it's finally off-day time. Alan sits under a quiet tree, the forest soft and still around him, and he's got one job: wipe out 100 goblins, but he only needs 5 rabbits to make it happen. That arriving hawk keeps cooing and tugging him along, but he's still trying to finish his food, only for Hawk to lose all patience. He rockets ahead, and the hero slams into a desperate sprint right after him. Behind him, Hawk rockets through the sky, way too fast, even though he was ordered to hunt just 3 kilometers away. And on the road they're cutting toward, the air is filled with cries as someone begs Milsha to run, but she refuses to ditch her comrades, because a full-blown battle is raging ahead. A brawl erupts, right in front of a pack of goblins, where 2 girls and 1 guy stand their ground, and these are the very adventurers Alan just met at the guild. He yanks 3 custom-made steel balls from the book, then hurls the first one at the goblin, wham, cracking its head to pieces. The head drops the whole moment, and the girls gasp. Then the hero bursts right in front of them, shouting that he'll help. Maybe it fires off 2 extra balls at the goblins. One smashes clean into a head, and the other snaps an arm right in 2. Even with a steel ball in hand, it still wouldn't go down. Allah refuses to deal with the summons while the adventurers are still on the horizon. He drops a handless goblin with one of the girls, then charges straight into the fight with a dagger gripped tight. He dodged their blade before, but now he can't keep running. But he wouldn't risk staining his clothes, so he slits a goblin's throat and barrels straight for the next blood-soaked faces. The girl bashes the one-armed goblin, then barrels straight to the Milsa, clutching Ravon, barely alive in her arms. Her mana is gone, she can't heal him, and she begs Ravon to hang on, and he doesn't die. To die, Alan barrels in after wiping out the goblins, but Ravon's wounds won't let him reach the city. So Alan produces healing herbs and offers to try, while the girls swear they'll pay him anything he wants, as long as he saves their friend. With his hand tucked behind his back, the hero snatches the herb of life from the book. Just like the title claims, it should heal, but he's going to test it and find out for sure. He shoves the grass against Raven's chest. Boom, a blinding flash tears through the air, and then Raven snaps his eyes open. He thinks she healed the wound alone, but the girl snaps that they did it together. Then the hero grins because the herb actually worked, and he jumps in to help treat his injured arm too. They spot the Muraza flower in the medicine and go pale, because Allah has 2 of them. The hero remembers what happened before. His father didn't bounce back nearly this fast. The Muraza flower is a healing plant that pulls you back to your strongest, right from the grass of life itself. So what's going on with the Muraza? Raven finally meets Valon, a kid from the guild, and the moment Valon sees his talent, he's blown away. Then he realizes Alana isn't with him. Raven tries to thank him for saving his life, but Valon grabs him and says, "Don't tell anyone." He wants to keep hunting, swears he'll stay quiet, and still offers to help. He offers to swap every magical stone with the goblins, plus another 100 stones pulled from Yaranga, and they jump on it. Then he leans in and asks, "You're really going to reach the city, right?" and reassures him everything's set before they part ways. Right before the hunt even starts, the hero has to get one crucial lesson, so he calls upon who? Hawk Alan snaps at him for disobedience, barking that he told him never to go near people. Hawk drops his gaze with guilty eyes because you can tell he only wanted to help. Alan is left stunned, like he can't believe he's feeling compassion too. The Ridzwen monster is supposed to obey Alan in everything, since it's nothing more than its own traits, yet it ignores his command and lashes out on its own. Well, can't control him. Turns out Hauko has a mind of his own. Alan gently strokes Hauko's head, letting him know he isn't blamed, and vows that next time he'll think hard about what commands to give if Hauko spots people who need help. Chevukratos shouts, and days have already blurred since Alan met Raven's crew, because now he's learned a terrifying truth. Once a being is recognized, it doesn't just exist, it can think. Then he not only learned what he needed, he also snagged 100 Ranki magic stones from them, and that's when it hit him. If you want to climb the summoner's path, hunting is pure gold. In early December, he slams into a nightly bow as he greets the commander like it's a royal audience. He realizes he looks a lot better, and yeah, sometimes he shows up to report to the Baron. The knight's job is to guard his lord, hunt down bandits, and smash monsters, not march off to fight other kingdoms. Luckily, this country doesn't even know what war feels like. Everyone just sits at the table. Then the commander grins like crazy, impressed that Alan caught the rabbits they're eating right now. He tells everyone how Kyrna's village nailed the order and brought in 20 boars, and Sicilian Thomas practically beams. He's thrilled to see his father's work paid off. Thomas can't wrap his head around why they didn't end up serving wild boar meat back then, and that missing piece still bugs him. The Baron snaps at his son. Alan can't shake the thought that the meat should have just been shipped straight to the capital. Thomas complains, and Alan softens because raising kids is a nightmare, he tells himself. Then Thomas grins and says next time he'll ask the hero to hunt a white deer for them. And Sicel explodes, furious that she's bossing his servant without even asking permission. As New Year guests start to loom in the air, Thomas whispers about who's coming, and Sicel shoots back. Fine, she agrees. Alan steps up to the job, and the defense's wife snaps at Thomas, begging him not to push the hero too hard. To the hero's watch out. The white deer monster Tsaranga, even the great boar, Commander Czar used to hunt them, and now Alan's itching to try too. The wind screams through the snowy forest as the white deer bolts toward the croaking frogs, then drops like a trap snapped shut, falling straight into an uncovered pit. At the edge, Alan flashes a confident smirk, while the real summoner beside him unleashes the summons, powers hand in hand, fully involved in every move. The lazy one lets out a furious roar, straining to rip his bonds apart as he swings a dagger up over him. Dagger, this white deer's tooth is worth 2,500 EXP. The hero lets out a heavy sigh because he's been grinding all day, when he could have mowed down 100 goblins for 20,000 points. Now he's just hoping someone, anyone, finally gives him the gratitude he deserves. As the monster closes in, the whole place erupts in chaos, and the gathering kicks off in pure panic. Alan drops into the square carrying the carcass of a dead deer, because Thomas asked for it. The kid who burst out of the house is grinning, because now they're about to feast like never before on the best New Year's spread, and everyone is cheering and praising him as the hero. The Baron can't shake the feeling that he's not truly talentless at all. He went solo and wiped out a C-rank monster, so now he's gotta be tested the right way. To believe, because of Alan's win, those 7 barons were suddenly swimming in meat, and now he could stalk his prey for an extra whole day. His job? Hunt monsters, gather food, and rush in to help anyone in trouble. But somehow he got a reward too, even though Serebriakov was still hoping for more, like the harvest just hit one nasty financial snag. And Yura, he's relieved he can hunt 2 days a week now, but let's be real, that's only 2 days. One March morning, the carriage screeches to a halt, and out slips the drowsy Sicilian Alan, baffled as hell, still clueless why she dragged him all the way to meet his brother. Today, the defense family's older son, training at the academy in the capital, is finally coming to meet them, and Sisley is rushing after him, praying her brother won't end up like her. She watches as airships thunder down onto the platform. Alan's jaw drops in pure wonder, because sure, the airship runs on magical stones, but seeing that kind of flying technology in the Middle Ages still feels unreal. And yeah, there are clocks all around here running on a 12-hour system, and everyone's way more grown-up than you'd expect. The passengers spill off the airship, and Mihai is already smearing Sissel. She barrels into him and locks him in a tight hug. Then Mihai spots Alan. Alan steps up, introduces himself, and tells him he's been a servant since last spring. Sissel laughs and brags that her servant's a hunter, and Mihai can't believe she's gotten personal help this fast, so he mutters that Alan better not disappoint her. Alan refuses to bite back. Mihai then slides Sissel a gift, a gorgeous butterfly he even calls a capital. And for a noble family, they're way too close for comfort, while Alan can't stop wondering how Mash and Maya are doing right now. Mura day one of Alan's hunt. The moment the Heya showed up, Settle leaned in and warned him, don't come back empty-handed or they'd drag him into a feast again. Alan burst in with the spoils, big toed legs, a hulking muscular chicken, and 5 horned rabbits. Alan's storage is bottomless, but he can't figure out how to cram it all through that tiny hole. So in the city, everything he's got keeps drawing eyes like a beacon. The hero marches up, the gate swings open, and once he steps inside the mansion grounds, Mikkel is out there training his blade in fencing with the commander. Alan's jaw drops as he finally witnesses the commander yank his sword out for the very first time. He raves about the young gentleman's improved skills, until Mikkel blurts, "Don't call me that, I'm already 13. Then Settle steps in to inspect Alan's training, right as their cook is about to arrive. Mekhaj didn't expect Alan to be that strong, so he steps up and offers a fight, and when the hero hears it, he's left stunned. The barons trade sharp nods with the commander, and the commander reaches out his hand to Alan. He lifts the mithril blade and practically buzzes with excitement, then shows off its deadly traits, still officially hunting, but he's done playing around and he wants a real fight. Cecily can't believe Leland can actually swing a blade like that, but Thomas is all in. After all, he's already taken down the white stag of Tsarang. Alan and Mikkel are gearing up for a sparring showdown, an 8-star summoner versus a 1-star marked warrior, when the commander finally throws the signal. Alan rockets toward Mikkel, and the only rule burned into everyone's mind is, "Don't hurt him." Their blades crash together. Everyone gasps as Mikkel snaps back with a brutal counterattack. Did he just hit too lightly the first time? Mikkel lunges in from above, then wham, he strikes. And even with the jump attack bearing down, Mikkel just swats the blow aside with one hand. The Baron's wife watches the clash, nerves on fire, and the commander quickly tells her, "Mikkel God trained at the academy, he won't fall." Then Mikkel whips Alan's sword aside, slides his own blade to Alan's throat, and declares the duel over. Mikkel has won. Mikkel, he praises Alan like he's setting a spark, and you can feel the reason behind it. Alan was shoved into servitude at such a young age for his father's deeds. Alan's breathing ragged. Cecilia Thomas comes barreling in and screams that Mikkel just won. Then Mikkel drops the bomb. This summer he'll be fighting in the dungeons, and the whole thing is so shocking it sounds unreal. There they'll battle monsters, and the weak get thrown out. Cecile's furious he won't be home this summer, while Mikkel only laughs, saying, sure, it'll be brutal, but the holy sword brought him to this shore, so he'll make it work, because the hero has already heard that name. Even without the academy, the dungeon, or the holy ball, he still has a garden swing that marks him as talented on normal difficulty too. So Mikkel's coming home next spring, and the hero is already begging to clash with him again the moment he returns. He nods and tells him to treat Sissel right, skipping the handshake altogether. Alan snaps to attention, horrified at how much he's starting to look like a real slave, wanting to hunt every day, yet stuck with the humiliating service to Cecile and terrified he'll disgrace his father if he quits. A few days later, Mikkel comes back to the academy, and there are Kyrna and Draga, with Cecile looming too. Alan gets buried under non-stop dread, even as he burns to hit the dungeon. Then, at the start of April, the Baron welcomes Viscount Cornel, and Alan finally gets to breathe for a couple evenings in quiet glade. They chuckle in an awkward haze, because this count outranks even a Baron, and the servant slips in with their food like it's a serious event. I'm heading out. Icon's eyes widen when he spots the dark-haired servant, and then he notices the meat on the table. It has to be the legendary boar meat they hid so well. The Baron swears they're not hiding him, and Alan instantly realizes, no, it's a rabbit, and everything clicks. We're looking at Cornel, the very one who ratted out the queen for the Baron's unfair hunting, and that's why they got taxed. Granville and Cornel sit side by side, split by the roaring natural wall of the White Dragon, and across the mountains run mithril veins. Yet since the White Dragon lives in Granville, the mithril gets mined only in Cornel's territory. 100 years back, though, the dragon was roaming Vekonto instead, so the whole setup flipped. These two lands have been butting heads ever since, White Dragon or mithril, because when it comes down to it, blaming the king over boars was just plain disgusting. Marin shot Cornel a question. Why did he show up? His daughter had just wrapped up the assessment ceremonies, and Cornel couldn't wait to spill the results. His daughter has to be the same age as the kid you keep earning with that spear-throwing talent. And good news, because she's totally clueless. Viscount burst into laughter, and he couldn't believe it, because he never wanted to crush the Baron's feelings, especially since the man already had 2 children with real talent. Still, rage boiled over as the Baron slammed his fists on the table, vowing that one day Viscount would have a talented child too, and then he'd have to step up and carry his noble duty. Orm stands motionless by the door, baffled by the way nobility treats talent like it's some kind of curse, while everyone acts like they'll soar higher than their own limits for it. Then he slips away for ages, still lost in that endless courtyard, chewing on the truth. If talent was never allowed to flourish, neither Kyrna nor the dragons ever could have risen. Come fall, it'll be a full year since he started working for the Granville family. He's only 9, and the wrens are already deep in the woods where boar hunting season has kicked off. There in Allah's dead dust breath, he fights to hold it together, even as pain and damage try to hit back, and bit by bit he drags out his gear until his level climbs to 24. Alan can't stop staring at his status screen, grinning like it's proof he's unstoppable. His progress is real. He's wiped out 10,000 goblins to level up, and you just know that across all goblin land, that haul has to be worth it. Today, he's gearing up to clash with high-ranking monsters, so he fires off a crew of scouts first, hunting intel before the battle explodes. Racing through the forest, he finally finds the monster Raven warned him about, and there's no C rank at Rovbra. The hero stares in awe. This insect is a whopping 3 meters tall. Then he shouts for Tama. A tiger springs up, closes in on the ant, and coils to strike, but somehow the attack just doesn't land. The ant snaps one tiger in its mandibles, scattering the rest, and as the moon watches, it realizes it has to switch tactics, calling for the Agheha to use. 2 butterflies fling pollen to the wind, and the ants swarm and flip onto their backs. Then he grins because it worked. That C-rank monster can be put to sleep just like the last goblin, even if the effect isn't a perfect one. That's how you can go after those rare white deer too. He lunges onto the ant's belly and shouts that we've got to finish him before he wakes up. No attack marks are left anywhere on the ant's shell. Alan's attack power hits 438, but when he drives a dagger toward him, the blade can't bite through his armor. So now he needs a much better dagger and fast. The ants start to squirm awake as our hero jabs the window with a dagger like it's nothing. Then the victory notification hits, and half of it shows up. With all that power locked in, 3,000 points, our hero exhales and thinks, "Great, I grab the magical stone and get out." The dagger can't do a thing, his armor only clinks as he moves, but he can't reach the stone. Rage sparks in him and he snaps, "Fine, I'm hunting down where this orc is." Hop drags him right up to the orc, and the creature pokes out from behind a tree, sizing up the massive guy. This orc has a waist around 2 meters. Saranga's been sleeping under a rock. Alan never runs out of steam, unlike those monsters, and right now is the perfect moment to strike. He yells for Tama, and a pack of tigers barrels into the beer joint, savaging the thug and biting him down hard. The orc snaps awake, whips his axe in a single motion, and obliterates 3 tigers on the spot. Alamuritz roars for them to slash with their claws, but they can only rip away a small piece before they stop. After his kill, he earns 1,500 points. Now Alan is stepping in to wipe out the orc. And somehow he even carved the magical stone, staring right out of it. The hero boasts about wiping out a monster at that level, even with 0 bugs to help him. Still, Alana got crushed by a 15-year-old from the academy. So yeah, he's basically a dog now. While academy grads like the Knight Commander and his deputy tower over Mikkel, even though the deputy was taken down by 5-year-olds earlier. These academy elites are insanely rare, just 1% of the population, and Alana has to grind hard for real experience from the static. Now he's hunting 2 orcs at once, scanning for the perfect spot, and that means he won't bump into all 15 in a single day. Instead, after he goes after goblins, Alan racked up 25,000 experience points in one day, and if he can crush 40 orcs next, he'll stack it to a total of 60,000. Early November rolled in, and Cecil leaned in to remind Aluna, "Don't be disrespectful to your teacher." Then he dropped the real treat. Aluna got to sit in on classes with him today, a reward for a whole year of loyal, hard work. The teacher pushes Alun to fire off wild questions, and that's when the hero's curiosity kicks in. He wants to know exactly what conditions let magic get used. He's a summoner by talent, and he's already got a theory brewing. His summoner rank is currently set to C, but as his level climbs, learning gets easier. So now he's wondering, does magic study actually demand intelligence? Cecil can't wrap his head around why he has to learn this. No talent, no magic, and the teacher nods, saying it's simple. Magic only works when you've got a mage or a sage behind it, or else no spell will ever fire. The hero's like, "So that's useless for me." And then the teacher drops the real bomb. Cecil can't use magic yet either, and she erupts in outrage. And he still can't figure out what kind of magician she really is. The crystal ball won't work unless she gets a proper teacher. The ball rolls right into her grip. Then her hand starts moving like it's casting a spell, and boom, magic, proven. Alan's itching to try too, and the teacher lets him. And he demands to know how the summoner is friends with magic. He grabs the orb, but it stays totally silent, like nothing going to happen. The teacher bluntly tells Alan that magic just won't touch him. No spells, no lucky waves, and it shatters him with despair. So what's the point of my intelligence? He wonders, and his hope crumbles as the plan gets totally shot down. Then in December, Alan strides through the market with supplies Sissel sent him. Right there on the street, an old man snaps up to greet him and blurts out that Alan saved him from a monster ring, then admits it was all because he followed his master's orders. And just like that, another guy spots Alan and goes, "Wait, you're Simigrin the hunter." A full year has blasted by since Alun finally got the green light to hunt monsters, and somehow he's already racked up a whole crew of friends across the city. A weird noise suddenly blasts down the street. Everyone jerks back, and a line rockets past a group of Raven. She sprints after them to find out exactly what's happening. Reivan bursts in with shocking news. A massive evil sea monster has surfaced right next to the southern thieves. Allow won't buy it. They're not about to face him. Rita and Raven snap back in perfect unison, flat out denying it. Only the mightiest man in their whole realm, the commander of the Knights, could take on that monster, but his deputy isn't here, so Ravans and the crew can only scramble to evacuate people, and he knows this is bad news. Most of the city has no talents at all, so they can't stand a chance against something like this. As a Granville hunter, it's his family's job to fight monsters, and the Baron has to swallow his pride if the Crimson gets in the way. With faith blazing in his chest, he's ready to tackle the Rangabe monster, and he charges in to see what's going on. The square is roaring with chaos, and the guards are shouting orders as they force a path for the wounded to get through. "We can't let that monster slip into the city. Slam the gates shut." Ushana shouts for them to wait because his carriage is still sitting outside. A monstrous Moragur's giant surges up from the depths, death gripping a dead horse in its jaws. Then it just freezes the moment it sees him, and the Moragur's towers about 4, maybe even 5 meters tall as terror hits. He snatches the carriage like a claw, and a woman holding her child lets out a terror-filled scream as she fights to save her family. Om bursts out of the gates, ripping steel steps straight from the book like it's a weapon. He whips the ball forward, but the monster slams into his head. Then the blow lands right on his eye. He flinches, blood spills, and that instantly grabs his attention. The hero screams that he'll kill him, then whips around the snowdrift while yanking the Moragurs behind his every step, making the guards' faces go white as they shriek at him to stop toying with the monster. And Raven can't stop thinking that Alan is already dead, not. The monster roars like a nightmare and charges straight at the hero, hooked by the provocation he threw. He realizes he's trapped, no mana left in him at all, because he burned every last drop training just a few hours ago. The claws whip through the air and slam into the ground right beside the salon. He tumbles and the Ravans shriek as they scatter. Then the hero rolls over, all stiff and frozen, and Mordegarsh doesn't pounce again. Mordegarsh slams his paws into the dirt beside him, snarling and whining like he's mocking Alan to his face. Suddenly, Alan remembers. His brother Masha was named after this monster. What a curse of a name. Mordegarsh grins like he's having the time of his life, and that grin ignites fury in Alan. He cranks his mana up, ready to strike, and he drinks in the power of Ajihia and Uhoka, boosting his defense and agility so he can dodge right here. And he bolts. Mordegarsh rockets after him without hesitation. Behind him, the guards are frozen in a daze. Alan steps in front and uses himself as bait. Alu drags him out of the city and into the forest, shouting at the Jehu to sing so the monsters fall into a deep, helpless sleep. 3 butterflies flutter in, and the Mordegarsh snaps them all away in a single swipe of its paw, while the moon, caught off guard, surges forward even more frantically. He ducks behind the trees, pants hard to steady himself, and then it hits. He's already lost. Even after creating it, the monster can't use it. It doesn't have a clue how to beat what's coming. He decides to go train like crazy, and one day come back for revenge on the fallen Ajeha, because the Mordegarsh has finally left the city. A crackle snaps behind him. He whips around and a monster looms inches away, roots yanking up the nearest trees, so Yuri bolts again, slamming into an orc mid-run. Then he watches helplessly as the monsters rip it apart. 3 days later, the guard finally spotted the figure from the earlier road, and relief hit him hard. Mud-caked Alan staggers in, relief flooding him as he finally makes it. Then he face plants, Jolting the guard, who darts over, hauls him up and yells to the Baron only to realize Alan's out cold, asleep on the spot. Cicely bursts into the room and barks, "Doctor!" Because the hero finally wakes up, he's been out for 2 straight days. She's practically vibrating with joy, but the moment he opens his eyes, he realizes he's in a guest room with the Baron's family all around. Cicely starts fretting that he might need something, while the hero just loosens his breath and finally lets it hit him. He's still alive, and it's nothing short of a miracle. Thomas lets out a breath of relief. He's okay. Then the butler tells Alan to show up at the Baron's later with a report, and the hero's whole body tightens because he's sure the Baron is going to be furious over his clumsy interference. Ron snaps, "What were you thinking?" as the butler's commanders loom behind him. He bows, begging forgiveness for what he did, but the Baron cuts him off. Protection is the knight's job. The commander steps in and thanks him for covering for them because the hero hadn't done anything wrong. It's only thanks to him that the city stayed safe. He took the deal. "Allah's the real reward," they said, "but you'll still pocket 10 coins plus 10 more for saving all 7 Chukurits." The hero's eyes blazed with excitement, and he practically bolted toward the armorer to snatch brand new weapons. Then the thief warned him not to roam too far outside the city, and Allah promised to keep things on lock, so he grinned like, "Of course, this went perfectly." The commander studies him with a stone-cold, unreadable stare. Alan slices the armadillo monster's leg off with 0 effort. Exactly what his brand-new mithril weapon, the ball he snagged for 25 coins, promised. And now monster armor doesn't stand a chance against him. Then he makes a wild discovery. Summoned monsters remember everything from their past lives. Haub still can't forget that battle as he keeps watch over Mordorgarsh, because the summoner just walks his summon into disaster like it's some ancestral script, refusing to learn from the damage he caused. Out there, giant birds and the vile-rang sea nightmares roam, monsters nobody can take down alone. And at last, Mordorgarsh, the real monster of Barang, proves too powerful for this world to survive. But Alam won't stop. He's charging forward into the rematch of Granville's eldest son, fresh in spring. Across from him, Mikai clamps his sword tight, locked in. Last time, Alam jumped from level 20 to 28, but Mikai still spikes 100 times faster every step. The commander throws the signal. Every defense family member locks in and watches in silence. Then steel erupts as the swords slam together with a brutal clang. Mihai shoves Alan aside with full force, and even Cecile can't believe how Alan seems to blend into both sides. Then Mihai flashes in and knocks the sword clean out of his hand. The sword drops, and he finally admits he's beaten. No matter how hard he trained or how much stronger he'd gotten since last year, he can't win. Then Micaiah storms in and takes everyone down, and the real shock hits him. Allah is way stronger than he ever imagined. They shake hands, and the heroes still have a lot to level up. But Mikkel stays stone calm, because Sissel has a servant like that, and the whispers I hear say he's got to train even more in ichthyology. At the table, Mikkel's jaw drops when he finally hears how Alan fought Mordorgarsh. Because Alan vanished for 3 days while he was running around the poles, and when he came back, he crashed and slept for 2 straight days like he was dead. Thomas is already pulling everyone into the mystery. So can Mikkel truly take down Mordorgashi, even as he admits he can't face the Baranga monster alone yet? The Baron snarls that he needs to work harder, and he agrees. Then Niam explodes out of his grasp, and the knight rushes in to report that the white dragon has vanished to a new place. So it's not a Baron, this can't be. He's been obsessed with the white dragon of Oranga, a monster that's haunted those mountains for centuries. Then those terrorists caught wind of it, and watched as it decided to soar over Cornell, while Moron can't stop shaking, because it's taken forever and his wife is terrified by how bad he looks. We've got to move fast. Right now the Baron is ordering his men to check the Mithril Springs, but the commander pushes back, saying we should hunt down a fresh dragon's lair first, then circle back to inspect the springs. Up in the mountain forests, the high-level goblin orcs are lurking, and this expedition is going to burn through months, while the Baron's pinning everything on his people. Thomas and Sissel are thrilled, Mikkel's smiling too, but he can't shake the fear the dragon could come back next year, so the commander snaps the children's mouths shut and tells them to keep it secret. Then trouble hits Alan because with the knights busy handling settlements and monsters, that's the only grind they'll get, and Alan knows he has to rush. By early July, he's cranked up tons of skills, and now that he's sure the white dragon has finally flown off, Cornel has to check the stats. His demand for a raise went up by 1, and even then it dragged on for a full 2 years. Years, hey, but tell me, what rank can he summon now? He can't help himself, so he starts with a trade. He fires the ability at the Withers, and his shock hits instantly because it lets him see side by side, through your eyes and through the wither's eyes at the exact same time. Birds burst into the sky, and the hero can't look away. Every sound hits like electricity. The two of them hear it the same way, and it feels like he's being yanked through the air on a hook. Alan can even tap into an eagle-eye skill, spotting everything for miles. So far he can watch from several kilometers out. The hawk's flight zone reaches 50 kilometers, but once it slips outside Alan's influence, it can't receive his orders. And honestly, that power is just unreal. You're not just puppeting one character. You're juggling multiple at once, forcing that summoned creature's intelligence to hit over 100, and letting it link up with several beings simultaneously. To summon each one, Alan needs 200 intelligence points. So with 1,200, he can unleash 6 creatures in one go. Next, he's chasing fresh summons, and right now he's got 10,000 magical stones burning in his pocket. The red beings blow his mind. Stone, armor, fish, chorus, plants, potato, bird, choir, animal, and bear. Everyone's smarter than the potato, and that's why he can trade and exchange with everyone else. They trade gear, and yeah, it stings that he's not summoning Tamu anymore, but then they hit a wild moment. They can talk like Hulk. Alla suddenly gets it. These exchanges actually understand commands, so now they can run hunts on their own. He orders the crew to fire the web at the armadillo ant, and then Misha goes for the chicken. Soon enough, the web is left with nothing but the dead body of the anteater, Nino's, and that's when he's blown away, because his creation didn't need help to crush them. Next, he builds a fully autonomous crew of summoned monsters, while Horo and Hawk hunt down their enemies. And when Harami's power spikes, it supercharges the team's evasion so they stay one step ahead of every hit. Without the hull, that creature won't regenerate, so the group has to watch those buffs like a hawk. Because if the bears flip from attack to defense, they won't fall behind. Alan's team is unstoppable. If they try to stop this, they'll lose because even while he sleeps, the exchange keeps running, and now he's got an entire squad farming for him every single day. He orders reality to pull people toward him, then he vanishes, no lingering, no waiting around. Even though he's staring through the eyes of 8 creatures at once, it never makes him wince. He loves this power, and now he's ready to unleash it in a whole bunch of new ways. The hook rockets over the forest, mountains rise ahead, and that's probably where the white dragon's lurking, because he just found yet another way to use the exchange. In the streets of Cyrene, Cock lounges on a branch, eyes locked on a couple of figures, while Cyrene clenches his sword and dares Draga to duel. Draga answers, and their blades clash as Mash rushes in, screaming that it's his turn now. The crowd queues up and they start laughing together. Then Hog rockets into the sky and flies farther and farther, while in the field, Alon's father keeps working. As the passing who echoes, it feels way too familiar to them. Then birds flutter up and peek through the cabin window, where their mother calmly braids her hair and pins it into a bun. A dropped gold coin clatters and their focus snaps to the sound. Hawk bolts away. Alan's going to slip in and reach them like this every single month, and the moment it hits, a tight squeeze grips his chest. By October, Alan turns 10, and he's already been working for 2 full years. The Baron demands news on his mithril mines, and the commander bluntly tells him there's been nobody there for ages. Now it's crawling with monsters. They don't just need 4 mines. They also have to reclaim the villages where top-notch mithril was once processed. First, they'll have to clear the whole area, hire workers, and set up transport routes to restart operations. And that's just to get 1 mine running. It'll still take around 3. Rome is in full shock. He's panicking and yelling at them to hurry up right now. Even in Cornell's lands, things get wild. While the Count keeps draining mithril from the earth, the dragon's fury starts to boil over. So yeah, he's relieved he didn't try to spy on the dragon through those birds. Now he's got to watch the Viscount's moves, and for the moment, stay locked on his own plan. Meanwhile, Lons is breathing, because right now the monsters are about to get slaughtered. He gets a notification about the slain orcs, and inspiration hits hard. Surely he'll have 6 months to gear up. By the time he turns 12, he'll have to leave because of the anti-risk fills, but he's only got 2 years to go, and he needs to repay the Baron's kindness by helping him unleash those abominations. You can't dump all that monster-fighting experience onto just one night, and he's not going to sit around waiting a second longer. Down at the mountain's base, orc and goblin villages sprawl everywhere, while the ant nests are buried farther down the slope, tucked away from the mountain tunnels and rocky ground. Plus, right there in the goblin village lives the goblin king, Tsira. In the orcs' village, Barank ruled as king. While Barank the queen ruled the ants' nest, Alan crouched in the bushes, ready to hit the goblin village before the night arrived in a few days. with the cats scouting as the goblins ringed everything with a fence, guards, and even stick-armed kids. And through the birds, view Alan saw human bones everywhere, meaning these monsters ate people and wore their victims' weapons. So he had planned to let them multiply slowly for experience. But with knights on his tail, he'd have to wipe them out because bears surged up behind him. And the hero summoned Harami in a splash, cranked up the bears and spiders' evasion, then yelled for the bears to smash the goblins, tearing monsters apart like paper, until a scout from the tower spotted them and slammed the gong. The bear hearing it and hunting the source, only for the scout to lock onto Alan's side and instantly get pinned and tied up by a duck while Alan realized, shocked, there were archers too. So the hero ordered Hawk to stay on them and had the owl knock arrows out of the air. And the kill count exploded as he raked in 200 points per monster, with the spider finishing off the tied-up goblin while the bears tore into the rest. Alan sprinted toward the gates, and they were a mountain of them, as armed goblins burst from their houses into total chaos, arrows whistling through the air, while Alan guessed there were about 200 or 300 monsters, because his team couldn't survive that horde without him. So he summoned more bears and ordered them to kill everyone, no mercy, until the field turned into a graveyard of bloody corpses. Raggy only managed to reach the exit before the hero slammed the blockade shut, and at every wall exit the bears charged and shredded the remaining monsters. Victory was theirs, and Alan finally understood why he'd been weak before. Because back then he didn't have 20 bears, but now they could tear anyone apart in no time. A scream tears through the air, and the goblins snapped their heads around, right as Goblin King C-Rank strides onto the field. The hero grins like he just got a miracle and quips that the king nearly slept through his own funeral. The boy's creatures have slaughtered thousands of other C-Ranks, but this monster, not even close. The king steps in front of the swarm and mumbles a command, then it's over fast. A few bites, a few strikes, and the Goblin King drops dead. Loot 4,200 experience points. Then he orders the creatures to finish every last goblin and haul the corpses straight to the heart of the village, and the beasts obey, stacking experience with every kill. Alan crawls over the goblin corpses, grabs every magical stone he can, and drags the last of the bodies away like it's work that has to get done. Because if they're left here, they'll stink up the whole village. He hunts for a torch, yanks one from his inventory, and the moment he sets it to the boards, the tables flare up and the cleansing is finished. The bear handles the gore delicately, and Alan and Hog move on to the human bones. He still doesn't know how to bury them, so he leaves it to the knights. The cat tilts its head. Alan presses his palms together and bows. May you find a better world. Then the system rewards him, 48,000 experience points, worth the lives of 223 goblins, women and children included. After months of roaming, Alan levels up and gets restless. He's done with goblins. Time to check on the orcs. March, then the Duresha land, fresh from the academy. Cecile sprints to meet her brother, Mihai, and he graduates, meaning they'll finally be together again. The elder quietly takes her hands, and Alan carries the suitcases, only to notice the blonde boy's mood is darker than usual. Mihai glances at him, strokes Cecile's head, and asks her age. 10. Cecile shoots Alan a look, then turns back and without wasting breath, demands a fight. Not some joke duel, serious, full strength. Alan doesn't know why it matters, but he agrees anyway. If that's his wish, he'll hit with everything. The whole family and the Knight Commander come out to watch. Thomas spots something off about their brother. Cecile admits she's never seen Mihai like this. Their mother and father stay silent, just watching. Alan checks his stats, creature count is capped, and his condition is perfect. He tightens his fist. This year I win. Mihai calls Alan over and thanks him. The arena is set. Mihai is a 1-star swordsman. Alan is an 8-star summoner. The commander raises his hand. Begin. Alan explodes from his spot, the kind of speed that hits like a punch, 1,500, almost double last year. Victory is suddenly in reach. Mihai's eyes widen, but he lifts his sword in time. He blocks. Alan attacks and lands parries like he's reading the future. He pushes faster and faster, and Mihai, even while getting pressured, keeps reacting, because he knows Alan's faster and he can feel where the next strike will land. Swords crash, the duel refuses to stop. Then crack, a blade launches upward and bites into the ground. Mihai halts, the sharp tip pressed against Alan's neck. The fight is over. Alan lost again, his body trembling, because even with his agility boost, he couldn't land a single hit. Skills, stats, all of it, does it really mean nothing? He needs more agility. No, because if he increases it too much, his attacks will drop. He can't ignore that. Mihai sheathes his sword and says, calm as ever, that he surprised him even more, just like the hunter Granvili. Alan thanks him for it. The kindness does nothing to soothe Alan. Mihai walks past with dignity, then comes to his father, no handshake this time. His father tells him 3 years in the academy paid off. He's sharper, more experienced now. Mihai thanks him and Alan just watches. So this duel was Mihai's request, and that's all he needed. Cecil called to the hero, grinned, and said he'd gotten strong, just not as strong as his brother, Mihai. She pushed the idea that he learned fencing from Mihai, and the hero nodded along, but Thomas chimed in too, wanting in. Mihai turned to Cecil and Thomas, drew a breath, and told them the truth. For the next 3 years he'd serve the kingdom, so he wouldn't be able to come home. Cecil and Thomas froze, stunned, while Mihai apologized for the shock. The younger one tried to pin down what serving even meant, but Mihai only shook his head and couldn't explain. "When does it start?" they asked. "Tomorrow." Cecil's face drained as she turned and shouted for their father, only for her parents to fall silent. She was crushed because she'd been so sure she'd see her brother again soon. Mihai pulled her into his hands, promised he knew how she felt, told her not to worry, and swore he'd write whenever he could and come back in 3 years, right when tears blurred her eyes. 3 years, then 3 years of waiting. Alla watched as Mihai soothed her, and the worst part hit. The moment he graduated from the academy, they took him into service. So what did the Viscount say? Gulliver remembered Baron Scarnelli's bragging at lunch, how he claimed his youngest daughter was born talentless, and how Baron Granville blew up. Scarnelli went on that once he'd run out of options, a talented child would be born, and that someone like Nina's duty would fall to that child. Ever since, the Baron's been on edge. The hero couldn't shake the bad feeling, because at the estate, every servant lined up and whispered like something terrible was already coming. Alan leaned in and asked Rickley if she knew this was a ceremony meant to serve the kingdom, only for the answer to be blank, like nothing special had even happened. After 12 years in the mansion, it was still the same story. Alan knew nothing, and that fact felt downright eerie. Then Mikkel thundered down the stairs, decked in armor. Thomas stopped, placed a hand on Sisley's back, and begged her to speak up instead of freezing, tell her brother goodbye. Sisley slowly descended, tears pouring as she clung to him, swearing she'd wait for his return. Mikkel hugged her tight, ruffled her head, and promised they'd see each other again. Their mother snapped into duty mode and told him to do what he must and come home fast. The steward saluted and wished Lord Mikkel safe travel. Mikkel strode to the hero and wrapped him in a fierce embrace, then demanded one thing: protect Sisley, keep her safe. The hero agreed, but Alan couldn't shake the feeling. Was Mikkel shaking, or was he imagining it? Mikkel reached the carriage and declared he'd do his duty as a proud Granville son. Sisley waved until her arm hurt, telling him she'd be waiting. The whole family was sending him off, meaning Alan was out of the mansion, and Sisley was stepping into the academy. Sisley turned away, and Alan was left staring down the promise he couldn't afford to break. 2 months later, goblin blood still stained Alan's progress like victory smoke. Ever since October, he'd been wiping out goblin villages, arriving before the knights could even show up. 52 villages, 10,000 goblins smashed to dust. Even the White Dragon's Ridge was finally clean. He leveled up again and again, from level 30 to level 35. The knights could be trusted here too, so Alan had to move fast. He pushed through the forest toward the next nightmare. A village ruled by a battle monster he hadn't killed yet, the Orc King. His reconnaissance scouts swept overhead, but from that bird's-eye view, the orcs were impossible to count. So the plan stayed the same. The hero would wait until his creatures were in position, then spring the trap, wipe them out, no mercy. This time, he'd bring Braun to shield him from enemy archers and the Orc King, and he even boosted his dodge chance. Alan called forth every creature from the last fight and slammed the hunt into motion. Orc village open. His army surged toward the gates. The orcs noticed immediately and snapped into formation. Bears charged first, charging like they already knew the rhythm, easy targets, they thought. Orc archers raised their bows and a roar of arrows cut through the air. Alan shouted for Braun to take defense. One knight threw himself in front of the boy and arrows bounced off him like they'd hit stone. Then too many arrows. One bear dropped right beside Alan and the impact nearly swallowed him, but the bear didn't stay down. It sprang up and barreled straight into the enemy, taking hits as it fought back. The problem? Alan couldn't see how much life was left in his creatures. Up until now, they fought like they were fueled by endless stamina, but if they took too much damage, they'd finally break. So Alan answered with action. He summoned spiders and ordered them to disable the archers before the next volley could land. The Spider Freak boss dropped onto the orcs like a falling trap, webbing them in seconds, and the little spider practically buzzed the hero like, "I'm ready, amazing, right?" Alan barked, "Push in." And they stormed straight through the gates under the bell's protection, until he halted and stared ahead at an ocean of orcs. How many? 100? 200? How much EXP am I about to farm? Then the boy released the bears, snap, tear, massacre, ripping enemies apart while the creature pounced too, and the whole thing was going smoothly, except the cleanup dragged on longer than it ever did back in the goblin village. Alan had already dropped 100 orcs, but the king still wasn't anywhere in sight. So yeah, no shortcuts. They had to burn through the whole village, slaughter everyone. A battle pulse flared, and the hero's senses screamed. He shouted for his armor to defend, then a fireball slammed toward it. Magic! Before the smoke even cleared, 3 silhouettes stepped out. Was that the Orc King? But no, there were 3, and above their heads swelled a glowing mass of spellite. The hero finally saw enemy magic up close. All right, how do I kill this? Over the Orc village, birds circled while knights formed up and protected Alan. Were they guarding him or aiming at Bronn? They didn't waste time. They launched another blazing fireball. Alan ordered Bronn to take it, and boom, heat washed over him, but the attack got deflected. This time, 3 fireballs shot up like comets. Then the orc mages split them off and rained destruction onto Alan's other creatures, like they were picking targets one by one. Was the armor really done for? The hero snapped, grabbed a ball from his inventory, and hurled it at the nearest mage like it was a death wish. It hit the mage dead on, then punched straight through. 1 orc mage dropped, plus 2,000 EXP. The rank-worthy mage was gone, and Alan proved he could wipe them out with a throw. He still had 2 iron balls left. He swung again, only to find the mages vanished. 2 more fireballs streaked back down and slammed the boy's creatures again, mages striking from cover, draining his army's power with every hit. When the dust finally settled, the field was a graveyard of orcs, but the hero stared out like water over a battlefield, because there were still hundreds left. Rastak refuses to defend, and instead goes full assault. Alu's so wrecked he summons 20,000 bears, the potato skill kicking in to heal 1,000 mana, letting him keep using 100 magical fruits and spawning fresh bears until every last mana drops. Right in front of the hero, a wall of bears explodes into existence as the fight rages on. Then the bear Dira Torkov snaps its focus toward odd noises. The thunder of Kairev rolls in, and he shows up at the same rank as Mordargarsh. Birang, the Orc King, roaring so hard the pawns suddenly looked tiny. Could the king really be 4 meters tall? The hero led the charge and cracked creatures in one brutal blow, but his gut clenched. He was trying to summon new ones while everything spiraled out of control, because the bears were getting slaughtered faster than he could replace them. Still, the king's attack reach was huge, so the bears couldn't even get close. A fireball ripped through the sky and smashed his armor, dropping the golem in ruin. Then another fireball came sailing in. Bears, protect me. The hero barked, and they threw themselves in front of him to shield the hit. Boom! He slammed into a wall as the creatures dissolved into nothing. Then Boy, the Bear King, rose up and pumped new mana with special potatoes, and the hero just stood there on the field swallowing hard, panicking about what to do next. Wait for the mages to run out, or wait until the king got tired. He couldn't stop frowning. Was this really it? A man's voice cut through the chaos, calling out that the hero was having a rough time, and the hero's eyes went wide. It was the knight's captain, the one he'd assumed would arrive tomorrow. The captain spotted the smoke, stepped in, and asked the boy what he was doing. Boy answered that he'd decided to pay a visit to the Cork, because of course he did, and the captain sprinted straight into the mess. He took in the battlefield, asked what was going on, and when the hero explained, the orcs were still clueless about where the enemies went, while the captain said nothing at all. Then he strode onto the field, drew his sword, and ignored the beasts like they were background noise. No hesitation, straight for the Orc King. If Alan remembered right, this guy could handle himself from Mordargarsh, the strongest Night House Granville ever had. The captain declared he'd cut down the Orc King and left the rest to Vice Captain Ray Front. And Alan could only think, we haven't seen each other in ages, and even Kyrna's here to fight. Ray Front looked at Alan. The hero grumbled about losing practice time in his head, but this was a real chance to watch pros work. The captain and the swordsman had 2 stars, the vice captain only 1, and still, the captain stepped right up to the king like it was nothing. The king raised his axe, smash, yet the captain deflected it with calm precision, stunning the beast. Alan went to work, Ray Front smiled, and the demon of war, Zenov, knight's captain, showed what incredible strength really looked like. The fight with the orcs didn't stop. Blades met in direct eye-to-eye clashes as the captains and the king traded blows like thunder. The king kept swinging, the captain kept locking the hits. Clang, clang, no damage, just pressure. Then Alan snapped to action. 3 fireballs arced overhead from the orc mages, and Ray Front judged it instantly. He launched onto an orc's head, leaped deeper into the crowd, and carved through a whole row, straight for the mage. The fireballs nearly reached him, but he sliced through them with his spear, and the flames spread into the orcs. They charged. then got pulverized by blow after blow, blood flying everywhere, while Alan stared in shock at the vice captain cutting through them like they were butter. The Orc King roared and slammed back, crash making the boy flinch, but the captain was already above the battlefield, returning for the finishing strike. One slash, he cleaved the king clean in two. Blood gushed, Alan froze at the sheer power. No Orc King could match him, and his assistant was terrifyingly strong too. Was that Kyrna's tested special skill? Alan couldn't help wondering how much talent really mattered, and what about him? The captain walked up, sheathed his sword, asked Boy's name, and demanded help getting to the city. Alan agreed, but he felt uneasy that the captain never asked him anything. The knight just started piling corpses into a heap. "Can I take the stones?" Alan asked. The captain didn't forbid it, left it to his discretion. Alan climbed onto the Orc King and began carving, poking at the stone with a finger, then glancing at the captain. The captain nodded, silent approval. Afterward, Alan looked at the gates as the elder warned that if they left things as is, more orcs would pour into the village. Boy's eyes sharpened at the idea of what acting correctly meant, and the captain shut it down. The rest would be handled by the order of knights. Sun sinking, nightfall, so the man told Alan he could sleep in their camp, and then they'd escort him to the Baron. That night, knights handed out supplies, and Alan sat by the captain's fire watching him roast a bird on a skewer while the captain grilled him. "You cleared the goblin villages?" Alan confirmed *52. The captain agreed like he expected it, then he explained everything. 4 years ago, Kyrna's village started supplying Albahiron carcasses in bulk. Wild boar hunting jumped 2, tax went from 10 a year. Alan's merit earned him service in Granville Estates, and soon after Alan appeared, monster carcasses with carved magical stones began turning up near the city, until every goblin village in the area vanished, stones carved out, settlements burned. The captain even added that Alan hunted at night and exterminated monsters in Rangat solo, and then he pointed out the duel with Mikkel, where Alan made him sweat. Alan's stomach churned. They already figured me out. But the twist hit harder. Priests kept saying he had no talent. Still, Alan remembered the past. 5 years ago, the bright light that dazzled everyone, the dark-eyed boy with black stripes touching the sphere, and the symbols on talent that nobody could read. His magical power level was low, so they declared him talentless. Yet the captain insisted Alan did have talent because of the animals he fought alongside. Alan nodded, and neither of them spoke again. The interrogation was over. The captain admitted truthfully that the Baron had long suspected Alan's talent too, and Alan nearly choked. The Baron noticed how much Alan loved to hunt, and that's why he appointed him, letting him do what he wanted. So why was the Baron going so far? The captain answered. The Baron knew Alan would tire of the interest sooner or later, but he couldn't tell him anything. "Ask him personally," the captain suggested. Alan snorted. What a weird way to put it. The Baron said he'd keep everything secret if Alan told him how he killed all those monsters, because yes, they were on the same side. The captain looked at Alan and agreed. He felt guilty even bringing it up. A knight arrived with the hot water, and Alan stood up too, still ashamed, and asked permission to wipe the captain's back as a thanks. Alan carried the basin in, paused at the doorway, and froze in shock at the mutilated wound across the captain's back. Like a miracle, he was alive. The captain asked what was wrong. Alan asked if it hurt. He offered restorative magic. Captain refused, saying he was fine. So Alan soaked a towel and wiped his back. But today's hunt wasn't successful by his standards. He'd cut down plenty of orcs, but he still hadn't managed to beat their king alone next time. Then the captain asked if Alan liked hunting, blowing him away. Could he read minds? Alan answered honestly. It was fun. He loved conquering the goddesses' challenges again and again. And as he wiped, Alan remembered something terrifyingly convenient. When leveling up, all wounds vanish. Back when the captain came to the village, his scars looked exactly the same. Was it really that hard to level up? The captain thought it over and said it was worth staying awake and keeping watch at night. Alan slept and accidentally nudged the vice-captain. In the morning, the Order of Knights reported they'd cleared monster-held areas. Cecily Thomas wrote to Kaluna. Kaluna grabbed him by the neck and said she was worried about him. Thomas told her to stop. Then Alan went to the Baron. The Baron said he was glad Alan was okay. Even though Alan had run away without warning, nobody condemned him. But what would he do next? 2 weeks later, the Orc village attack roared again. This time, an army of bears charged the Orc king. The boss was crushed and fell dead. 25,000 experience points. Alan erupted with joy because this time everything went perfectly. 40 bears attacked from all 4 sides, chopping off every escape route, letting Alan hunt down the mages fast. Even when bears went down in battle, he simply summoned more. then ground the king into defeat. He fought like a true general, watching from the back, and racked up 335,000 experience points, 7 times what he earned in the Goblin Village. He'd lost the first time, but he came back for revenge, because that's what gamers do. Alan climbed down from the tree, praised the bears, and announced it was time to collect stones. He jumped onto the king's corpse, bigger than it looked, pulled out the stone, and got his first rank B this time. He spent 120 rank D stones. From now on, Alan would save. In the 10th month, he turned 11, and since May he'd cleared about 20 goblin villages, reporting every last detail to the Knight Captain. Mithril mines were planned to open in 3 years, but with Alan's help, the timetable got smashed down to 2, meaning spring next year. Things were going exactly to plan. He'd wipe out every orc village, and if he could, the ant nest too. Then, as soon as he turned 12, he'd join the guild for real adventures. Rickel informed Alan they'd arrived, royal envoys of the king. The 3 maids bowed, and the lead one told the Baron he'd found an ideal estate. Alan wondered if they came just to flatter him. Lords sat at the table. The Baron welcomed the guests and asked what business they had. The envoy said the Baron had served faithfully since inheriting the title, and the king wanted to express gratitude. The Baron played modest, but the hero thought it was rare to even get praise in this world. Then the envoy said he'd come personally with one thing, and another envoy handed over a box to the steward. It was a letter from Mikkel Granville. Lady Granville's hand moved to the Baron like she was bracing for impact. Thomas whispered that Mikkel had written, but she waved it off, saying there'd been no news for 6 months. Her brother told her to stop. He knew how happy she was. Alan stared at the Baron. Something was wrong. His hands trembled. "It can't be." The envoy replied the letter was written 3 months ago. Everyone panicked. Lady Granville begged to read it, and when she did, horror crawled across her face. The envoy finally dropped the bomb. Their son had died while fulfilling his duty as a nobleman. Shock hit the room like a slap. The Baron jumped up and demanded proof. How could it happen 6 months after graduation? The envoy stared back and pointed at the guests like it was all their fault. Did they send him to a dangerous place just because Granville wasn't aristocrats? The Baron froze. Lady Granville was crying, trembling, mumbling that it couldn't be. The maid and Thomas rushed to her. Then the envoy stood and declared the visit was over. He had other lands to deliver the news to. They left. Alan couldn't breathe. Mikkel was dead. He remembered Mikkel asking him to protect Cecily. Did he know this would happen? Cecily asked what it meant. Her brother's letter, and her father confirmed it. He told her to let them be alone, even with Thomas present, and the boy led the servant away as Thomas resisted, demanding to know too. Yuri thought the Baron would tell Cecily and only Cecily. But instead he leaned close, whispered something, and the door closed behind them. Servants scrub the house and weep from envy, and Alla can't stop staring at the exact face of Father Mihai's mother the second she spots that letter. Could this really be his will? A message slams into Alexei Sila. Mihai already knows he's walking straight into death, and the Baron snaps back that this is a duty they have to carry out. Sisley's fuming at every obligation, screaming, "Do we really exist just to die, just because the king claims we're his subjects?" The door slams. The Baron lunges to stop her, but Sisley races past the hero to the 2nd floor, and the Baron storms after her, calling for his daughter. The hero glares hard. "Why are you sending 15-year-old kids to die?" The Baron drops his hand over his face, helpless. The boy remembers it all, lunches with the Viscount, Mihai's duel, the cruel send-off for service. Yeah, the Baron can't change a thing, he only obeys the order. The butler knocks, dinner arrives, and the elder demands she just taste a little. Then the Baron tells her, "I'll talk to you tomorrow, you need to be alone." The boy adds that the lady is already asleep because he's been kept in the dark too. The Baron answers that everything will be revealed once he becomes the next head of Granville. Alan glances at the doors. Sisley is crying behind them. Morning comes, and Reiklu wonders if Sisley will even agree to breakfast. Alan says he doesn't know. Reiklu then admits he's heard what happened to Granville before he ever started working there. The same fate crushed Mr. Granville's parents and brothers, and still, to die at 15, just 15. Alan spits the truth. Mihai always tried to help him, and being born aristocracy is the worst curse a person can get. Then a servant bursts in and shouts. Gornichna reports Sisley isn't in her room. Lady Granville panics. The Baron fires off the servants to search, and then it gets worse. She's not on the 3rd floor, not on the 1st. Everyone spills into the street. The hero's mind races. Did Sisley slip out through the 3rd floor window? He whips to the butler and asks to search the city, and someone agrees. Already, several birds have vanished in different directions. If Sissel slipped out through the main gate, the guards would have sniffed out every secret, so we'd better not waste time and check the back. Maybe she's tucked away in some building. A bird cuts across the city sky. The girl dives into an alley, drops onto a stone, and for a moment she can't run anymore. She pulls out her butterfly and relives how her brother gave it to her. "I miss you," she whispers, burying her face in her hands. Then someone closes in from behind. She spins and demands if he came to turn her in. The hero refuses. "I'm here to follow you." After all, he's her personal servant. What else could she possibly say? Sissel assumes she's useless to anyone but him, so she sends the boy back. Her stomach growls like a threat. Sissel swallows a sigh and admits she can't do anything. She hasn't eaten since yesterday. The hero lays a hand on her back, pulls food from his inventory like it's magic and pushes it into her hands. He apologizes, saying it's all he has. Sissel's eyes widen. Which pocket did you pull that from? She starts eating and the hero sits right beside her. Then tears break loose. She thinks of her brother's promise to come back and asks if he was strong. The girl insists he'd never been defeated. Still crying, Sissel says she'll surely die, and the hero just doesn't get it. This country hasn't seen real fighting in a long time. She won't be able to raise worthy soldiers, so someone has to shape the fate of this place. Alun. He turns to her and asks if she wants to leave the city with him. Sissel's confused. Alun's idea is simple: forget everything and travel together. He even has savings. "Who do you think you are?" she snaps. It sounds impossible. Alun explains he planned to wait until he turns 12, join the guild, and chase adventures. Sissel can't believe it. She's going to study at the academy. Alun asks bluntly if she even has to enroll. What matters is what she chooses, how she wants to live her life. She stares at the butterfly and makes up her mind. The lady is tired, carry her. He obeys, hoists her onto his back, and she thanks him. He thanks her right back. Meanwhile, barons collide. Her father hugs her tight, and she sobs out apologies. He's just relieved she's safe. Her mother joins them, too. The baron apologizes for everything he said and promises she won't need to worry. They're about to restart the mining of mithril, and once it's moving again, they'll pay off her noble debt. Alun finally understands why the baron was rushing so hard. If the hero had joined the Order of Knights from the start, maybe Makeba would have survived. Sissel says the baron talked about grief, and she answers like a vow. She'll fulfill her noble duty the way Mika would. No hiding like a runaway. Her mother pulls her clothes. 6 months have passed since Mika's death. Life in the Grinville household is normal again. The Order of Knights wiped out the orc villages, but the truth? That was all Alun. Villagers are rebuilding around the mithril mines. Mining is expected to start at the end of summer, so the baron has nothing to fear. Still, he wonders what Carnal will do now that mithril income is gone. The knight Grinville says he's probably a total mess. The baron tells him to be careful, and the captain agrees. Alun climbs the mountain. Getting here was no walk in the park. He remembers how Sissel wanted to hunt monsters and realizes she never would have made it this far. He knows she wants to get stronger, but the baron would never allow it. Still, help from the sorceress Alu can't hurt right now. He's here. Monsters are choking the mithril mining, and they're a perfect source of experience. Rank C's everywhere, and bearers and non-carriers, over 1,000 of them spread out laying eggs, flooding the colony with fresh ants. Then there's the Rank B boss, the queen ant. That intel is outdated now. Alun knows far less about the enemy than before, but 1,000 monsters sounds terrifying. From the sky you can't see the exact number, but it looks like the nest only has one way out, and it's enormous. Still, if he pushes inside, he'll have the advantage, so first, he needs to thin their ranks. He starts summoning beasts. Bears spill out from the Hara, just like the plan back in the orc village. Alun uses a special Hara skill that cranks the bears, evasion odds. So now those ant swarms are about to find out what not so easy really means. The hero swore this brutal world forged his fighting power. Then time snapped forward and he drove them straight into battle. Ants snapped their mandibles and the whole nest vomited out waves of insect bodies. He counted it in his head. Over 1,000, and the stream just kept pouring. The boy called in more bears and they slammed into the ants while the spider flung its web. Experience started raining down. With that much skill, the hero knew exactly where to hit, but the insects drowned them in raw numbers. Alan even lined up 3 bears against every one ant to cut losses, but the bears were too dim to think ahead. They blundered again and again. Alan finally took control, steering a bear's back so it crushed the beast's head, and for a moment it clicked. Perfect symbiosis. Now the fight sped up, until Alan summoned even more creatures and the chaos stretched on. A month passed and the nest still wasn't cleared. Twice a week he was dropping 200 at a time, so why wasn't it over already with those numbers? If their claims were true, he should have wiped the lair long ago. Then the strangest part hit. After he slaughtered them, their corpses vanished days later, like they were never there. Were the queens just churning out replacements? And the experience kept stacking up anyway, but the ants slipped out one by one, so he couldn't even harvest their stones. So Alan had to switch tactics. In May, he got permission to change his schedule, and he fought 2 days straight, finally pushing to clear the lair. 2 more months went by, 5,000 killed, and he didn't even waste the return trip, mowing down about 300 a day. Then the bear roared, the battlefield fell silent. He'd won. But the real question stayed hanging in the air: was the lair truly cleared? There's a bear on the floor, and right on the table sits a whole passageway made of stacked logs. He couldn't shake the thought that they might have been terrified back there, because now he was stuck having to deal with them. He refused to clear out the lair, because the queen is still alive. So the heroes geared up for a bird recon and called one in. He flipped the exchanges on and shot them straight to the lair, through a maze of tunnels, until they finally landed in a tiny little room. The owl stumbled on the ants and couldn't get away. Then it got killed, and now someone has to summon another one. He shuts down the ambassador exchanges at the door and starts hunting revenge for the owl chick, but the dark blinds them, until the eyes of the choir let everything move under control. Now the hero can see. He scans the nursery and spots the eggs. Alan blasts through 8 passages at once. He shoots bears down one route and choirs down the other, and if they get wiped out, he just summons fresh ones. So tell me, who's sending that biting brigade to the target? Korosnov got nabbed, and Alana yanked him back with a call. Meanwhile, the boy's head was already reeling from that labyrinth. Evening crept in fast, and the hero had to get back to the mansion. But no way was he walking away from this kind of opening. Chance hits, and everyone bolts down the corridors because there's no guessing this time. It's the Queen of Ants. Alan's been hunting her for ages, and he can't help believing this is the one he's been waiting for, the opponent of Rangabe. With that kind of brain, he can only pull off the exchange with those 8 beings, then realizes the royal rest is a brutal 5 kilometers from the exit, guarded by 10 ants, and once again he has to switch his whole strategy. He demanded the chorus on the double and ordered them to march him in. They heard the heavy thud, then a whole army of bears burst into the passage, and he went hunting for the lamp like every 2 months had paid off. Queen Ant Frank B is a whopping 3 times bigger than a normal ant, but somehow her head stays nearly the same size. Alan used the old tactic and barked, "Bear, tear into the queen's minions." The beasts snapped their teeth into their enemies, and the screams followed. The boy watched his creatures vanish one by one, wiped out the minions, and then, right when it felt hopeless, he summoned a fresh creature. The queen of the table unleashes her fury and charges the bears. Several bears slammed into the walls, and she yanked another one up by its limbs. The price was brutal, but some still lived. Yet she won't be done with them that easily. The boy snapped that the bears weren't agile, then urged them to aim straight for the vein. The beasts have chewed through the queen's body, and it looks like they've finally won. The queen screamed in panic, then crumpled straight onto her back. The ant queen is dead, boom, and Alam just rips in 45,000 experience points, all while only shelling out 20 essences to finish her, unlike the orc king who always chews through at least 100. Looks like they'll shut the gates on him, so he's stuck here for the night, praying nobody rips into him. This time, the head of the order won't back him up, so he has to bring proof he's won. He strode up to Tusha Korolva, and the stench hit so hard he lunged at her. Then it took him a brutal 2 months to build that one nest. Right then, he slaughtered 5,000 ants, and suddenly she had only laid 4,000 eggs, so no wonder she was staggering weak. Even a monster has to eat to power up and build strength. Were they really banking on winning just by drowning everyone in numbers? He snapped in fury, then scoured the dark and scooped up magical stones. Something rustled right nearby. The mind heaved the stone up, buzzing with one wild question. Was this really it or just the start? The very next day, the Baron is seething at Alan. This is the 2nd time he's missed his return, and he was so fed up he was ready to send people after him. If Alan's got a defense, then talk now. He threw out an apology and told them the truth. He'd been holding off the ants on White Dragon Ridge, and after days of fighting, he finally crushed the Ant Queen just yesterday, all for Demil Granville's future. Then silence hit like a wall. Sissel snapped that this made it worse, that he'd been desperate to ask Iljets for help like they didn't know he'd been carving up whole villages, and he begged for permission to prove it with evidence. Outside, he laid out the royal crayfish's shell for them to see. Everyone stared at him like he was a problem, and he thought they'd be thrilled, but their reaction was weird. He then blurts out that he's heard the queen's armor has a strange color, and he questions the captain of the knights, asking if it's really true. Zainov threw out an apology and admitted he couldn't answer, because he'd never even laid eyes on the royal Raviov. The Baron snapped back, saying the captain had claimed destroying that nest was impossible. Zainab grimly agreed. The Order's forces wouldn't be enough for this mission. The hero stared in disbelief like, how is that even possible? Cicely then teased the kid, calling him a total trickster for dyeing the armor a new color, only for the boy to deny it, swear he hadn't painted a thing, and insist the Order of Knights would pull it off. Xena flicked his forehead and warned him the nest swarms with over 1,000 warrior ants. So if they somehow wipe them out, the dark tunnels will swallow them whole. This job demands endless sacrifice, and even seasoned adventurers won't touch it. The captain had never heard of anyone clearing a nest like that and living to tell the tale, and made it clear their only mission was to wipe out the orcs and goblins' village. So Tissel snapped, "All right, Alan, what's next?" And Alan grinned like he'd already crushed every last ant and strolled clean through the maze. The hero shot back, "Yeah, it's true." And as he said it, he knew he'd wiped out that nest for real, because the summoned beings had helped him tear it down, and then he remembered he still had the proof and, yeah, then he fished out 2 stones from his bag and swore he snagged them in the queen ant's lair. And now he's certain this is pure, legendary mithril ore. Ruda Boron snatched up a stone, and Sebas and Zanov just stared at it like, yeah, you're not gonna find something like this that easily. You'll see, the hero thought that now they'd finally believe him. Sisley gasped. Could it really be true that Alana had been cleaned up by Genie's Damyarov? Zenov stared the Baron down and said, I know it sounds crazy, but the boy might actually handle them. The Baron snapped back, Allah, we'll settle this elsewhere. Then Esposha Granville grinned and warned he could get thrown into a rank B monster, and a Sisley Lubnula too. Zenov leaned in and ordered Alan to point out the ant nest on the map, and Alan quickly jabbed at the exact spot. Zenov stepped up to the Baron and blurted that they'd uncovered the 5th mine, and that they'd send knights there right away. He even offered a full map of the nest. The Baron stared him down and declared with absolute certainty that every doubt was finally gone. He told him, you did great. This outburst won't get you punished. And the hero practically breathed a sigh of relief. Then the Baron kept going, praising him for finding Ruda, before declaring Allah the one who uncovered the new mine. This grants the kid a straight 30% claim to dig for ore, so the hero can't stop thinking about that mining right. So yeah, if you're wondering who really cashes in on all that mined mithril, His Majesty grabs the lion's share, and once the costs and taxes are sliced off, what's left is counted as the right to mine ores, meaning 70% goes to the landowner, and the other 30% is left as gold. The hero went wide-eyed as Sebas said nobody can know what you'll earn, then urged the boy to wait. So he nodded along, secretly thinking this could be insanely profitable, and he pushed forward with a massive step toward success. In October, the heroes hit 12 years old, and Granville kicked off something huge. They finally started mining mithril again, after a full 100 years of silence, and next year they'd move into the caves of Hallan to begin the work. He wiped out every ant with 0 trouble, and right now he feels completely safe with money worries nowhere in sight. Yet something just doesn't feel right. No, he didn't want an easy escape. He craved a real challenge. And now it's time, because a brand new trial is about to show up. Rickle bursts in and tells Alun the messenger is here again at the estate. Alun's eyes narrow like, so this is back on with the Baron. He grabs Rickle, storms outside, and the guests gasp, because Alun and Rickle haven't seen each other in ages. Vic and Cornell stood beside the envoy clutching a box, and the Granville family envoy sat down at the table, just as the Baron leaned in and demanded why they'd come. The envoy said the mithril extraction was going smoothly, and then, without missing a beat, refused to congratulate the Baron at all. He pointed at the grain and told them, for ages that white dragon has been tearing through our lands, and His Majesty is done with this. He wants to end it. Carnal shoved the paper into the Baron's hands, and the Baron stared, jaw-dropping, because it just revealed a power shift tied to the white dragon's back. Ticely Allah's nerves snapped. How were they supposed to split power? The messenger stepped in and said they'd have to share rule and finally end the lands, misery, so he ordered the vice-chancellor to draw up a treaty. He came back and swore Viscount Cornely had already put his name on the papers, only the Baron's signature was still missing. Then he clocked it. The Viscount was sulking, plain as day, because it was all his idea. The Baron said nothing for a moment, then muttered that he was sorry, until he tried to talk about traveling out of the capital. The messenger snapped in, cutting him off mid-sentence. Rage hit the messenger hard. Didn't the Baron even believe him? He accused the Baron of getting too proud, then slammed back into action, and the instant mithril extraction picked up again, declared they were leaving. Icont nodded along, and the two of them vanished from the scene. A dead silence slammed into the room. Then the Baron smacked Adonia's table hard and snapped that His Majesty couldn't possibly be weighing something this ridiculous. He demanded the butler check whether the knight's order had marched to the ridge of the White Dragon, and Sebas didn't hesitate. He praised the Baron's glory and said they'd be back in 2 days. The Baron said he'd sit tight for the orders to come back, then rush straight for the capital, and Cecile immediately asked his father if he should tell young Thomas in the Lord's chamber. He nodded and told his daughter, "Don't you worry." Then he swore it, no one was getting their possessions taken from them. A little later in the kitchen, a maid polishes the cutlery and mutters that quitting now won't be that simple, while another maid leans in and says, "Split the dragon from the spine. Then both sides will finally be free from the White Dragon's attacks." And the first nods, shocked, because nobody has any idea when it's going to strike. He figured this plan might actually work, if it didn't drag Viscount Cornwall into it. Because he's as good as a traitor, but if the Baron won't play along, a peaceful life stays out of reach, and he's got no clue what to do next. Then bam, a crash hits and a scream tears through the air. Someone is screaming Lady Cecil at the top of their lungs. A lance tears free and rockets toward you with everything he's got. Upstairs by the wall, a battered servant crosses himself. While Alan freezes in place and spots 3 strangers creeping in to snatch the girls, they bolt, slamming through the window to escape. The boy pulls out his marbles, then flicks one with a sharp strike. The hit lands. Those teeth stop the blow and snarl, calling him a snot. The hero keeps pounding, apologizing to the steel as he goes, and the stranger's ally snaps that they should finish the boy fast. The hero snapped back, feeling unstoppable, and decided it was summon time. He popped magical fruits to refill 1,000 mana, then stared at the boy behind the servant wall and crushed the herb of life into him, restoring 1,000 health points. Alan's summoning book rustled as the stranger asked a cruel question about whether he'd already wet his pants, then screamed to attack. The hero didn't wait for a second command. He kept charging forward and slammed into him again. Shock hit him hard and the hero's skin flashed blue. Then the boy dug deeper, pushing his power even further. At that moment, the maid rushed to the Baron and screamed that they'd been attacked. And the Baron and all the Baronesses instantly panicked, terrified for Sissy's life. Still, one of the strangers snapped that Asia has no time at all. Then he hurled something, boom. An explosion ripped through the air, and when the smoke cleared, it was me. It's poison, so he lunges for his chest, then drops hard onto the floor. While intruders and thieves swarm around them, a command snaps through the chaos. Grab your weapons. There on the 3rd floor, and past that door waits only darkness. Then he snapped his eyes open. There was Cecil. He jerked back, heart hammering, terrified to find out if she was still alive. "Can you still hear me?" The hero snapped his eyes shut. Someone's here, but did they kidnap him? Panic ripped through his thoughts, and he couldn't think straight, not when he realized he wasn't spared. He just wasn't killed yet. If only he could. Up you get, because the summoner can fight even with his eyes shut. Then snaps his fingers, summons the birds, and triggers the exchange. 3 people, this place looked like a kitchen, and then someone shouted. Yalan froze instantly because he'd been caught. The bandana man grabbed Daglic's attention and demanded to know what was happening, then stared at the 2 of them like, "Why are there 2? Until Daglic's notes claimed the dark-skinned one could smack the ball and they could sell him. Before the pitch could finish, Daglic struck back and landed a vicious blow below the belt. He snapped that he'd had enough of the disobedience. If it kept going, they'd meet their end right there. The man clutched his stomach and begged for forgiveness. Then Dagla barked that if the kid caused even one more problem, they were killing him on the spot, and he stormed out. The hero's mind instantly screamed, "So that's who he really is, worse than them." Someone checked on the defeated guy and he nodded that everything was fine. Then they asked why Bost always chased blood. One-Eyed said it was because Dagla was a soldier. A bandana-wearing stranger cut in that he'd only been at war for a year. The hooded man told him to shut up, because without him they wouldn't last. Wall clicked on Zenov, this guy's the knight's captain, and a bandana-wearing acquaintance leaned in and said, "He's been in charge for 10 years. Then the question hit hard, so will Dagla finally bring him down? The hooded man just smirked and tossed out the rumor, Zenov's wiped out whole armies, or is it all just a lie? He didn't give an answer in the bandai, so what if he's a genius 3 times over even after death? He bluntly said only idiots rush into war, and the other guy just laughed like, "Yep, it's exactly right that Dagla slipped out of there." He bolted, then his mind spun in circles. He doesn't fully get what they're saying, but one thing hits clear. There's a war raging somewhere. And right after, the talk turns to nothing but money and shady gambling spots. But 4 enemies? That's way too small. He has to be leading this whole nightmare already, the one who ordered Cecile's kidnapping. Allah's no salvation. He has to move right now. Then he whips his head around and realizes his mithril sword is gone. All he's left with is a drag dagger and 3 iron balls, and with that, he can't even begin to guard Cecile. The hooded man steps back, cracks the door open, and Kitsuna slips inside. First thing, he has to scout where they're hiding. Ushanok spotted her the moment she stepped out and fired off a question. Where'd she come from on the ship? Someone joked it was probably a rich person's parrot, but Ushanok couldn't even get past it. Wait, a ship. Not on a ship out at sea. And the worst part, he'd never heard of any sea near Granville. The guy rockets through the corridors. What an enormous vessel. And then the thought hits him, should he slap some plows onto the harrows? Chappie curled up by the window as the dark, starry night rolled in. Then the ship lurched and shook beneath them. A loudspeaker blasted to life, thanking everyone for choosing the Bahona Company. He swore they'd slipped into the airflow zone and the magical vessel's route would stay the same, though turbulence could hit, while the hero froze in total shock, staring at that magical vessel like, what in the world is going on? They can't escape by air since they're stuck up above the clouds, but if they inch closer to the ground, they'll probably try something, and he forces himself to calm down. All right, I've got to take another sweep around, because the real danger is staying one step ahead of that dog and not getting caught. Chappie shot on, ran into people midair, and then dropped straight into the hall. Yes, the restaurant too. What a massive vessel. The Chappies are swarmed with guests, so tell me, can they actually save them all, or is it already too late? The birds clocked it instantly and started complimenting, like, what a ridiculous laugh, so why on earth is Corny here? Cornel, Chappie dropped into the seat beside him, and they started trading words about Cecile's kidnapping. Fast. Paslinet pressed Cornel, asking if he'd run into problems just because he'd declared the academic faction for Prime Minister. Cornel shook his head and said it wasn't that simple. Alan sat there listening as Cornel laid it out. The academic coalition, the Deputy Minister of Justice writing the joint management contract, and Paslinet adding that the real key was distributing the money exactly like the Prime Minister's decree demanded, though he still didn't know whether the White Tiger had fully stirred. Cornel shot back his thanks for Paslinet's grind, and Paslinet smirked that the niche aristocrats were already ready. Then Cornel admitted it. Watching the Baron's face fall was pure entertainment. Paslinet believed everything would be fine, and he wanted to know if they'd be in trouble if the Baron started making noise. Cornel didn't flinch. Yeah, they might, so that's why they took the Baron's daughter. See, the Baron dotes on her. Right now he's drowning in grief because he just lost his son, so he tells them, "You'll warn us you're not doing anything wrong." And then, if they want to sign that contract, Cornel figures it's perfect proof. Send him her hand. Alan muttered a mental curse at that bastard, and the messenger finished with the dagger. If the Baron storms into their territory to try and rescue her, they'll hit him with a lawsuit for crossing the border. Cornel nodded. No matter what goes wrong, they've still got an ace up their sleeve. He never expected they'd act like that. When the messenger said it'd be easy if they got mithril, he just couldn't tell if he was allowed to use the money for that. The Baron is in a total panic. He has to rescue Cecile fast. She's already waking up, and the one-eyed man clocks it instantly. Her body jerks and she starts to suffer, twitching in terror. Then she spots Fallon and freezes. She thought he was still asleep. The one-eyed man snaps that she's been drugged. He figures she can't use magic, points out they're in Cornel, and tells her not to worry. Then Cecile whips around and moans even louder, and tears start burning in his eyes. One eye popped up and said, "She must have smacked her head. She doesn't understand what's going on." The hero felt trapped, so he had to move. Now the holder was built for communication. It was time to strike, and he unleashed a swarm of creatures. Then a butterfly fluttered in as he commanded it to attack. The frogs froze in shock as that demon monster came lurking in. Mr. Peshoni's Ushanok is gone, wiped out for good. Then the butterfly starts to swarm, but it can't hurt anyone. And when the one-eyed slices it clean in half, it vanishes like it was never there, leaving him stunned. Alona yanks the ropes free, rockets upward, and fights back, while the bandana man sneers that his weapon's right there and Alona can't win. Then the hero snaps a summon into action and orders the bear to smash their advantage. Ushin is left reeling as another monster crawls into view. The one-eyed beast shows up and instantly wipes the floor with him. The one in the bandana still can't believe how they even wound up here. Alan rockets upward, lands a crushing strike, and the man drops hard to the floor. On the floor, he spots the second one, and bit by bit, strength crawls back into him. The one-eyed man is still alive, and confused as he's standing there, so he has to wipe him out before reinforcements show up, even if it means killing him himself. The boy yanked out a dagger, Sisley went totally still, and then he shouted for Braun. Two knights flanked the one-eyed man, standing ready, and then, Boom, he smashed the bear with a single blow. This is no ordinary enemy, it's a brutal fight ahead. So go on, call the next worm by the name Sosa. That fish cranked the whole battlefield's evasion sky-high, and now the enemy set their sights on Cecil. The hero snapped at Krevuk, bite down on your power and take that man down. He couldn't believe this kid could control monsters, and his curiosity exploded as he pushed to voice his assumptions. Alla lunged at him, but he had no time. She swung and still missed. He went straight for the nape. Then Alan realized something terrifying. That guy's endurance was way beyond what the blade needed, so Alan had to dump every ounce of strength into it, hammering in the final blows and bringing him down. His announcements crashed through the loudspeakers. The ship will be in Cornalla in no time. But there's no way, because they're already practically on top of the city. He closed in on Sissy to rip off her handcuffs. Then a voice snapped up behind him right away. Dagla scanned the room and demanded to know if the kid had seen it all. Then he barely finished the question before he got slammed immediately. He shot off the wall in a blur. Dagla vanished so fast the hero barely caught a glimpse before he was already gone in seconds. Dagla blurted out, "What happened?" Not even realizing what the skill really could do, then the truth hit him and he slammed the brakes on his thoughts. This place wasn't safe. The boy had used the herb of life, and Dagla finally understood. A voice he recognized snapped him around. Cornell demanded that Cicely be brought here. Chap didn't just talk. He used his special gift, copying voices on command, even ones he'd heard and knew by name, and Cornell pounced on the opening, waving the spider over like it was time to set its web to work. Dagla demanded to know what it was, and the moment he did, he jolted up and launched off the spot. Dagla let loose a brutal curse. Someone had to stop him fast. The boy shouted for the armor to lock up and form a solid wall. As they bolted up the stairs, the thread was about to snap. Once the armor goes down, there's no time left. Alan lunged for the window. They'd already arrived in the city, they insisted, so the boy swung it open and peered out. This was the landing spot. About 100 meters down, he snapped to Cecil that they'd have to jump. She mumbled, embarrassed but ready. Alan burned through his stamina and promised her it'd be fine if the status was telling the truth. Cecil shook her head anyway. Then he yanked the rope free from the girl, slung her onto his back and leapt. They hit the ground. Cecil tore off the bandage from the artifact, and Alan slammed in the herb of life, straight up healing 1,000 HP and knitting broken bones back together. Cicely pressed the clicker and the boy blurted, "We're heading back to Granville." A magical ship blasts overhead and the hero blurted, "Do you hurt anywhere?" Cecil shook her head, "No." Then she shot back, "Are you the one in pain?" Before pushing, "I want to know about those beasts." The hero yanked her by the shoulder. She starts to speak, but the hero cuts her off, saying they've most likely already launched a pursuit, so they've got to move like right now. He hoists her onto his back and rockets into the air, shouting that he'll sprint with everything he's got. So she grabs on tight. The hero called the owls to him, and they shot straight into enemy territory, while the boy barked orders for the choir to carve out a way out. Then the owls burst apart, scattering in every direction. Chappie is still trapped on that ship, and the hero keeps his eyes locked on the talk between Carnally and Dagla. Iken demands whether the fugitives made it, and Daglo snaps that it's pitch black outside, yet he can't even imagine anyone surviving a plunge from that height. Colonel only adds, "Then go find their bodies." So Carnal has one mission: make sure they don't stay hidden, because if the enemies clock that they're alive, they'll slam more people in. They rush straight to the guard, and Alan flashes Blenbu Granville's name. The guard immediately recognizes him and fires back. "Why are you here without anyone?" The boy answers, steady and fearless, "It's the lady's order." They burst out of there, and Cicely immediately clocked it. This doctor is a total master. Since the airship's heading one way, the White Dragon's Ridge has to be on the other, and he hasn't got a clue where they really landed. But there's a customs post sitting on that ridge between the two territories, and that's the safest shot they've got. But how long would their trek take? Cecil grumbled about the darkness, and he shot back that she had night vision skills, so she had nothing to fear. Right now, the only goal was to get as far away from this city as possible. If they can make it there, they'll finally be safe. At least that's what he swore. He told her to rest for a second, then warned they'd have to keep running like this for ages. When she needed the bathroom, she waved it off and ignored the rest. He pulled out food, pushed it into her hands, and told her to eat. She froze, shocked that he had all of it, then sat down and devoured it. And right after, she looked at Alan and asked, did he know the language of the birds? Alan snapped back that he only understands his summoned creations. And when she pressed him again, Alan turned to the scared Leon and asked what was wrong. She wasn't scared one bit. This girl told him she'd been dealing with his wild antics for 4 whole years. and that she'd finally gotten used to them, and it made the hero grin with approval. Chappie caught sight of Carnal and Dagliha at their landing spot, and you could tell they'd just clocked the kids were still alive. So why were they talking like that? Dagliv bolted, and Chappie instantly lost him. He tore out of the city. Was he chasing them, or did he have the talent to track anyone? Chappie spun to Cecil and demanded they hit pursuit, no delays, no excuses. She snapped, "How do you know?" And he shot back, "Because I see with the eyes of my being." Good. His agility was already upgraded, so now he'd break free, but first he had to crack how Dagliha's skill actually worked. He sprinted alongside Ixzag, and Cecil couldn't help it. "Wait, what are you doing?" Dagla snapped his head toward the same direction. "Wait, is he really tracking him right now?" 1 star for scouting, so why does it look like he's reading people like an open book? And if he's that sharp, can the hero truly erase every trace? The boy sprinted up the tree and tore across the branches, but Doglig lost sight of him, and now he'd never track them again. Cecil demanded, "Are you going to fight?" He snapped back, "No, I ran into him on the ship already and I can't beat him." Then Cecil pressed, "So what are you going to do?" The boy confessed he'd ripped Daglik off their trail, then blurted that they had to scramble to White Dragon Ridge. Right now. And he snapped, "Brono, rise." As he leapt from the tree onto the shields, then launched to the next one like a spring, leaving Sisley staring in shock while he'd already stretched the gap to Daglik by several kilometers so they could finally breathe and slow down. Because they'd have to do this all over again later. And then he landed on the ground. The boy leaned in and told Sissy they'd be sleeping in the forest tonight, right then and there. And since the whole trip would stretch 3 long days, he begged her to rest up and get her strength back. The girl asked if he was going to sleep, and Jira nodded, telling her he'd be out like a light and sending her off with a good night. Then she leaned in and asked what his talent was and why he hadn't mentioned it earlier. He said, "No one will buy it anyway," and she nodded, then immediately crashed into sleep. The hero couldn't shake the thought that if they got caught, it was over for them, and this gut-wrenching deja vu wouldn't let up. Even Dagla had to be running out of chances, right? Maybe he'd already quit and slipped out. Alam would probably be the one to call it, time to move. Because when the girl finally woke up, they took off together, and now the big question hit. Did Dagla think to hunt for tracks on the trees? Dagla moved upward, but he didn't abandon them for miles. He stopped to inspect the campsite, and the kid instantly clocked his ability. Then the man flipped on surveillance and started running tight circles, like he was trapping something in place. He'll keep doing this until he spots a trail. Is that even possible? Dagla froze mid-step, caught the scent, and realized he'd have to erase traces more often. Then, on the morning of the second day after the escape, at the Northern Customs Post, right there on the White Dragon's spine, the guard recognized the Sissel, and Dagla was completely worn out. He flashed the Granville problem to them, and Sissir snapped back that they were already back in safe territory. Then the guard leaned in and told the girl to relax, because they'd get a carriage ready for her. But he refused, snapped that he'd run even farther because it was faster than riding a horse, and the guards just stood there, utterly baffled. Sisley shot me a question about why Iolan admitted he'd lost Dagla. Then he pulled the same tracking skill he used on the ships, because even Alan couldn't spot him with Hawko's eagle eye. So tell me, did he actually notice those birds? Birds, Sissel begged to stay with the guards, but he snapped back that would only put everyone in danger. Because Daggle is the kind who wouldn't think twice about wiping out humans with his own bare hands. Then the girl urged him to ditch her and bolt for his own life, and Alan froze at the audacity of a 12-year-old saying it. "It's okay," he told her. If he sprinted hard enough, Dagla couldn't grab them. Alan swore the same, and when Tessel pressed him about that promise, he admitted he'd promised Mickhane he'd protect her, so they'd come back together. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she thanked the hero. He strutted like he owned the place, but smart is smart. So the boy ordered his birds to climb higher and hunt down the Dogla. On the 3rd day after their escape, morning hit fast. If they don't keep their speed up, they'll be back by tomorrow morning. Then the dice spun, and Alan snapped that they must take the herb of life because there was only 1 day left. Day had just broken when Hogg screamed. Then Alan spotted the Morgars, and his stomach dropped. Could this really be the same one he'd robbed of an eye 3 years ago? Sisley blurted out whether more trouble had struck again, and the boy admitted Mordegarsh was right behind something like that, right now. So the girl's smile vanished into pure worry. The hero snapped that you can't just flee from 2 threats at once, which meant they had to take down Mordegarsh. The girl asked Alan if he could really do it, and he promised he could. Because this is Dagla, it's just an oversized monkey, and Alan won't let Mordegarsh lay a hand on her. Sisel couldn't shake the memory. He killed the Ant Queen, and in his heart he still swore it was true. Crackling trees surround them, There's the enemy right in front of him. 3 long years have passed, and now it's payback. Mordegarsh jabs his finger at Alan. She turns to Cecile and blurts, "Is this Mordegarsh?" Then asks if the hero can beat him, while Cecile hisses for him to stay quiet because silence is the only way to dodge discovery. The girl freezes and goes silent. Before Dagla catches them, the boy has to stop this monster, right now. His plan is simple. Let his huge army do the work. He calls in the Mordegarsh bears to tear it apart and wipes them all out. But the hero can't afford to lose that army, so he summons Brawn. The hero can't help but pray this will finally work out. Cancer tore into the armor but couldn't break through, so it worked, and he barked orders for the bear to rush him and attack. They sank their teeth into him from every direction, and the bears burst through on all sides. Mordegarsh saw Alan's attack coming and slammed a stop to that metal ball mid-flight. But now he's just as terrified of what's next. And even if he manages to win, he's still going to take Alan's eye, because Cecile isn't something he should ever dream of reaching. Mondstadt starts hurling bears into the chaos. The girl keeps her eyes locked on the clash between magical beings, and this is how Alan fights. He's so powerful he can wipe out the orc queens. Mordegarsh is just the deadliest nightmare Barang has, so they'll crush him fast even as he keeps summoning. Beziv, Mordegarsh screamed, sprang at the boys, and completely caught them off guard. The hero shouted for armor, then the enemy shoved him back on the spot. "Are you serious? Mordegarsh seized Allah for us, and now it's terrifying. Will the hero even make it?" Hero Sisley screamed as the boy shouted, "Everything S under control," begging her to stay put. The monster smirked, craving to savor his death inch by inch. Then he squeezed and crushed the boy, and the hero hit back with the herb of life. Then the monster clamped the hero and shoved him into its mouth, starting at his feet, and this time there was no chance to dream up resistance. Alan drove the knife straight into Garshu's eye. The monster screamed. Cecile went pale with horror. Alan was about to steal the eye back for good, until the enemy tried to spit him out with its tongue, but Chet. The second Mordegarsh snatched Allah. He flipped the card and turned the whole game. The monster was already doomed, but he chose to spare him for a moment, and then Alan cast him straight down into hell. The monster barrels in to crush him. No doubt, the status screen doesn't lie. Even if the hero can't see his numbers, Bill Branov is still alive, so his power can't be over 2,000. And yeah, they've already burned through another life herb. The hero planted 100 tons of life grass, knowing a deadly fight with Dagla was coming. Then he swears he'll keep using it until Mordegarsh finally drops his sword and surrenders. The enemy keeps pushing harder, and it hits you with that nostalgic sting. Because in the game, you're chugging potions non-stop just to survive those brutal boss fights. A sharp crack ripped through the air, and the Mordegarsh crashed down onto its back. One Mordegarsh is dead, 82,000 experience points burst in, and after 3 long years, Allah's revenge finally gets served. Cecile sprinted up to him and shouted, "Are you okay?" He nodded and told her he'd gathered a mountain of healing herbs. Then the girl gave birth. She was terrified for him, convinced he'd died, until he shot her an apology for putting her through that fear, and she realized how close he'd come to getting swallowed for good. Then he smirked and told her, "This isn't over." Right then, Cecile's eyes caught Dagla Ham. He screamed, "Nalan, you little brat," because he was smashing him right here, and that means their treacherous race is finally done. Daglok stared at Tusha and muttered, stunned, that he never in a million years thought he'd pull off a win over Mordegarsh. Sisley poked out from behind the boy's shoulder, and right then, after he'd burned through every iron ball on the monster, his dagger was jammed straight into the monster's eye. Lazu, not one summoned beast even paused to stop Dagla Ham. Alan was out of options, no more tricks left, so he begged Cecile to stay behind and swore he'd beat you no matter what. Then Dagla challenged him, asking if Alan was truly such a loyal servant that he'd trade his life for it. From her, because the Rava soul will shun men like him. The little brute swings and smacks the boy aside in a single blow, and the kid rockets off to the side. The hero didn't even clock what hit him. He just got slammed, and his magic finally ran bone dry. Daglog yanked his sword free from the knife, then barked, "Alan, you don't want to call your beasts anymore. Like, come on, that's your gift, right? Or did your magic finally run dry?" Dagla slams the moment with time S up, and right behind him, boom, an explosion rips the air apart. Cecile hurls magic anyway, but the question crashes in her chest. Can she actually save Alan? She knows his power didn't die from the weapon. It's something else, and she has to fix it fast. Then her father's words snap back. Magic is dangerous. Don't use it until you enter the academy. He even begged her to stop. But Cecile lunges to strike the Huraga, only for the fire wool to slip out of her grip, bounce away, and land right near the hero. Dagla slams into her and she goes silent, because in her mind she'd prayed he wouldn't lay a hand on her, not after he was told not to kill. He snarled, and the man snapped his eyes to him, so he demanded to know if it felt awful to watch his precious mistresses get brutalized, then even offered to step in and help her. The boy shot back that he knew the whole story from the ship. He'd bolted from the battlefield instead of finishing his term, and now he survived by kidnapping kids. The hero spat, calling him a degenerate, and Dagla slammed into him, flinging him through the air. He squeezed once more. Then rage hit like a storm, because Daglev swore the hero had zero magical powers, just an endless flood of words pouring out. He slammed his foot onto his face and bragged about how much he'd poured into surveillance, then taunted the hero, asking why he wouldn't save his strength for the trip back. The hero takes yet another kick, and Daggle tells him not to sweat it, because his recovery can mop up a dozen like him. That idiot-s about to spill his whole backstory, because he's probably wasting mana every time he uses an ability, and yep, another late one has finally shown up. Puzzle, there are 3 types of skills. First, Alana learned it from a book a year after she was born, summoning powers forged through synthesis. Second, he trained for it as a kid and mastered it through fencing. And Uellen can't use extra skills like everyone else, because, before his reincarnation, he'd already seen this setup. In normal mode, you're born with class skills plus random extras. In hard mode, you start with class skills and random drops, and in hell mode, you're born with only class skills. Sure, everyone here is sitting at a normal level, packed with bonus abilities, while Uellen only has the summoner's innate gift, the kind of talent you're born with. That's why scouts like Dagla already come with scouting, and that's why Uellen's only extra edge is tracking. The series' hero landed a brutal dagger strike, because the boy's attacks weren't something you could ever block. So this dude swears the kid is stubborn as hell, and that he's got the herb of life. Yeah, he's insanely strong, but his real talent is straight up like a star from hell. And if he's an 8-star summoner, what kind of living beings can he unleash? Dagru snarls that the whole spectacle is disgusting, and that the world needs that vile bastard gone. Then he drives a blade into Alan and demands to know how many more of those salting potions the kid has stashed away. The hero fired off another move and snapped, asking if the other was already wiped out. Because if he couldn't push now, it'd be over before he even got one more second to run. He said the second he struck himself, he basically stamped his own death certificate. Then a bird sliced through the sky above the trees, and Daglov finally clocked it. Then the captain of the knights burst in, a bird perched on his shoulder, and grilled Allah about the Gifly again. The boy answered through the bird that he'd already died 100 times, and somehow he still hadn't run out of his second life. Zenov snapped back that he was in a hurry, and that this kind of chaos wasn't fit for his age or his armor. Right when it hit him, Allah was already scrambling to buy time, because by the time they rolled up to the border post, he understood, too late. So he unleashed the spirit of the birds into the special. He clings to him tight, then immediately starts poking like, "How much could you've been carving with that rapier Daglick? Because that blade is brutally sharp. To beat an enemy like this, you'll use every trick you've got, because it's finally time to finish him off." The man finally stepped back between them, and Dagla demanded, "So you really are Zenov?" The captain nodded, then snapped his eyes to the kids and said, "Leave the rest to me." Zenov fired back that Dagla was deserting, and that he'd gut him again right here with the crew. He yanked his sword free from the knife. Dagla only smirked. "This is your reward for 10 years of flawless service," he said, sneering at the knight commander stuck in some backwater, and somehow he could even smell the rural gentry from all the way over here. Xena demanded what he meant, and Dagla grinned as he admitted he loved stomping noble parasites like Zenov. He fired up science to hunt for a safe place, and Zenov suddenly clocked it. He wasn't just searching, he was scouting. Daglov snapped that he should know what scouts do because he'd been living this war. The hero pictured it. Lurking in the dark, then slamming the enemy with a surprise strike. But was that really how scouts operated? Zen freezes in place, and all you can hear is the chase roaring around him. Dagla the captain tells him, "I get it. You ran from the battlefield, and that's exactly why you're still breathing." Daglok drives his fist into Zenov's chest, snarling that only fools throw themselves away. Then he boasts how they all fought for those cursed nobles and got wiped out, except him. The sight of them disgusts him so hard that even the thought alone turns his stomach. He dares the captain to die with him, then drives a blade straight through the armor on his chest. Zenov didn't even blink. Dagla's eyes widened as he demanded, "What kind of skill is that?" The captain shot back, "Resilience." Then the enemy snapped with fury. He drove his attack through the armor, yet Zenov stayed standing unhurt. Zenov crumpled to his knees and begged, convinced he was the only one who'd been broken, while his comrades threw themselves down so he could keep breathing. At the same time, the enemy raged at the captains for what they'd done. Zenov snatched the ball, grinned sharp with resolve, and declared this war was a game where lives are the price. Then he vowed Dagla wouldn't slip free of his fate. He swings the aura blade and lands the strike boom, and the kids stare in total awe. Zenov slips the sword right into his boot. Then they come charging back to the estate, and right away someone demands, "So where did all these wounds come from?" "Wounds everywhere. Those kids go dead quiet." This is the spot where the 4-day cat and mouse with Scout Dagliham finally snapped shut, with the magical stone of Beranga Mordargarsha Rapira in the mix. And when it counted, the commanding knight Alan carved the moment into a rescue, saving Alan and Cecile. And there he sprawls in the bathtub, soaking in that first real one in this whole world, leaning back like he's an aristocrat living the high life. This is a kidnapping. Somehow Alan survived, but he still had everything to learn. Before he even thinks ahead, he needs to figure out the mess so it never hits like this again. And yeah, first things first, let's find his clothes. The journal barely even showed what Daglok's death taught him. So what gives? In this world, the gods don't want people leveling up by killing each other. Now it's time to storm the Baron's door. He's been waiting on Alan's report for far too long. The Baron listened, then dropped the truth. All this grime was being driven by Vic and Korn. The hero confirmed, no question, that Cornel kicked this off, pushing to seize joint control of the mithril mines, and he even marched in with Gavar alongside a royal envoy. When Lady Granville snapped, "How dare you pull something like this?" The Baron exploded, cursing Cornel, jumping up and slamming his hands on the table, saying that kind of outburst has no place for a noble representative, and that they'd better rush straight to the palace to tell the king himself, though he doubted Cornel would ever pull it off. Even before he can breathe, these Baron's vultures block the door the moment he starts demanding justice, and they'll only shovel more trouble on his head. The Baron clearly gets it, judging by his sharp stare and cool composure. Evil still has to pay, and he offers a plan, so the Baron actually listens. The hero declares, "I'm a born son," then refuses his cut of the fresh mithril mine's profits, before bowing and offering to defend it with everything he's got. But he only bargains for one thing. He demands the defense go all in, pouring every resource it has into one goal, fighting for justice for him, the USSR. The Baron snapped in fury when Alan basically implied he should grease royal officials. The boy insisted the Baron had the upper hand and should use it, until the Baron shot back that if he did, he'd be no different than Viscount Carnal. Alan knows Baron's noble title won't stop him from dirty tricks. If nothing changes, the Viscount gets wiped out and hits back again. And the hero even told him this. His father always had his hands elbow-deep in dirt, whether he was raising a spear or swinging a hoe. Still, Baron fought for his family with everything he had, even while being an unwilling Christian. And now Alan pushes the Baron to fight for his family. No fear, no hesitation, even if it means getting his fancy cuffs stained. Seba seethed with rage because he refused to confront the Baron like that. Who would dare try? The Baron? The gentleman grabbed the butler to stop him, then leaned in and told him he'd punish Alan later for his nerve. He held up his hands and said, "Your father died when I was your age." Then he hit the heart of it. His mother couldn't stand the grief, so she followed him into the dark. Next came the gut punch. His older brother took the estate, but a few years after that, he was gone too. The kids hung on every word. The Baron kept going, saying his brother had taught him nobility like it was the purest thing in the world, right up until it became a mask. And he swore he'd stay on that path for the rest of his life until now, when he finally lived long enough to see the truth. He'd been taught treachery. The Baron snapped that he'd take the offer and throw himself into battle for his family, exactly what an aristocrat swears to do, so the hero couldn't be happier. Cecile strode up to her father, and while the hero kept talking to the Baron about something else, he demanded, before he even left the capital, that the man tell Cecile the noble duty waiting for her. She caught the idea in a heartbeat, and the hero nodded like, "Yeah, he's right." Even Cicely didn't know much either, so the Baron stepped in, agreeing that her teacher would spell it all out to them in the salon. He even thanked him, and then the Baron said he'd get ready to leave, warning everyone to watch everything while he's gone. Just a few days after the Baron vanished, the kids went wide-eyed, because guards suddenly showed up in numbers they never expected. The teacher fired back that safety comes first, and he couldn't hide his relief at her being back safe and sound, until she smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Alun." That lit a fuse in the hero's chest as he snapped, "Why am I the only one who gets the blame? I helped too." Cecily snapped to the teacher that she was done living in constant ignorance, and he told her to spill everything, noble duty, start to finish, while making it clear that nothing they said here was allowed to leak to outside ears, and nobody would even bring it up during the academy exam either. The kids nodded, and the old teacher grinned as he warned, "We've got a long road ahead," then pointed at the parchment. "What's this?" he asked. "A map of the world." The old man praised Udrid's curiosity, saying the biggest continent on it is theirs, right in the middle, and their kingdom is just one small piece among many, while to the north sprawls the colossal empire of Geomud. He then darkened the mood. The Baron's lands don't even show up on the map because the empire is just that huge. Udrid went on, asking if the children had ever heard the empire once invaded the kingdom's land. "So long ago," the teacher said, "that since then all wars have gone quiet, but that's the kingdom's history, the exact one they teach in school. But in this tale, they won't learn a thing about that noble duty. If they want it, they'll have to dive into a totally different story. On a forgotten continent, a demon lord once vanished into the shadows, and no one even knew what kind of monster it was, except the hero. He remembers it like a curse right before the game began. He was pushed to pick a class, and right there in the list was the demon lord. The sage leaned in and said, 'Exactly 112 years ago, I declared myself, then I sent a command straight to every ruler on earth, submit to me.' No one listened, not a single soul. And 62 years later, long after the world forgot he even existed, catastrophe detonated. Monsters snapped into berserk rage, and the Lord's power drove their ranks up a notch. Rank E clawed its way into Rank D, while Rank A mutated into true nightmares. Rank C, the same people and legs that had lived in peace, suddenly became prey the moment that cataclysm hit. And in just 1 year, millions died. Then the sage asked the question that chilled the air. Was all of this really the demon lord's doing? The cataclysm slammed the world shut and kicked off the sentence. That year, swarm after swarm tore across the sea and stormed the central continent. Long forgotten the lord of demons, the 4 northern kingdoms of Pali couldn't figure out where those monsters even came from. Then the teacher kept talking. The kingdom's kids never woke up, and Pali got erased from the map with nobody left alive. That node doesn't need people or praise, it just orders monsters like weapons, and yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. But he didn't stop at the central continent. His hordes poured into 2 neighboring lands too. To the northwest sat the auction continent of the Zemli dwarfs, and they were insanely advanced, using towering war golems to crush every single attack that came their way. Golemov, meanwhile, in the northeast lies Rosenheim, the elven land. The elves cried out for the spirits of Rosin, then slammed into battle, facing demons commanded by their terrifying queen. Sisel stared in shock when the elf and dwarves stepped into reality. She'd always thought they were just fairy tale nonsense. The hero couldn't stop wondering what other secrets this world was hiding. Then the shadow of doom crept closer, and right at the edge of total destruction, every ruler in the world threw their power together, forging an unbreakable alliance across 5 continents. Right away, they started moving people and soldiers instantly, but things barely got better. They shoved untalented folks into battle, betting on sheer numbers to smash the enemy, and all it bought was a brutal massacre. Then the worst hit. The father of their current baron died, and Sisel was left reeling at the sight of her grandfather's fate. After a brutal string of defeats, people finally snapped and built an academy on every continent, where gifted kids trained hard, so they could be sent to the front lines. The front line didn't even have the strength to resist, so a full quarter of the Geomod Empire got wiped into barren ruins, and the teacher had no choice but to fight for their world's survival. He returned, but every comrade he fought beside was gone, and decades crawled by as everyone stopped believing it was even possible to stop the demon lord. Until Lord Elmi, the founding god, refused to abandon the people and planted hope in their hands, and that hope was Hermias, the first hero child ever born in their empire, entering the academy at 12, marching to war at 15, and smashing back to reclaim every land the empire had lost. So for 22 years now, they've kept those conquered lands standing strong, holding the line with unshakable confidence. Sisel couldn't believe his eyes. This was a real living legend, and he still figured they'd just stumble through some run-of-the-mill RPG. But when unconditional, one-of-a-kind talent slammed headfirst into 5-star power, it turned out those gifts could shake the whole world. Udrid then warned that since the kingdom's demon army hadn't marched into their land yet, they had to back the front with everything they had. So a decree went out to stock up new winter supplies for the troops. Well, now wasn't built by luck. It was forged to shield the world from the demon lord, and every supply was packed and shipped straight to the warriors battling at the front lines. The teacher said that was the whole tale of the demon lord, one the kingdom's history books would never dare print. then snapped to Alun and reminded him of his question about the noble duty. The sage answered that it's built on the oldest pact among the friends of the 105 continents. Every gifted noble must do 3 brutal years of mandatory military service, and even the royal family can't wriggle out. Sure, when a hero shows up, the odds get better, but still, half the young men never make it past the battlefield. Tessel stared at the map and demanded why her brother Mikai was marked dead out in those same fields. The teacher nodded and told her it was true, and then added that she'd go too, straight to the Empire's border to serve. Lamb thought losing 50% was way too brutal, and the sage hated having to lay out those threats. Yet the noble's offer still had perks. 3 years in service can land you a solid spot in the kingdom, and once the sage retires, he ends up working inside the royal castle. Then, since he's as much a poppy as Isisel, they pick him as her teacher, and he swears he'll train her with everything he's got until she's ready to enter the academy. She thanked him, and he blurted out his question, right as the sage leaned in to listen. The Lord of Demons was born to wreck the world in its perfect, boring normal. Then 10 years after the hero's birth, Alan finally slammed into hell mode and arrived here like the world had been holding its breath. With the Lord of Demons and his army bearing down, even Lion, the hero from 5 continents, was pulled into the chaos. Because the second Alan stepped in, everything hidden started screaming into the open, and the whole world's balance teetered on the edge. Baron Yabar came barreling back from the capital after a full month away. He told his wife and daughter that everything's finally okay, and that Colonel Dolagnik will be able to do something for them. Then he turned to his wife and said, "Madam, I'll thank my husband for all his hard work." Work was barely underway when an urgent summons slammed him to the Baron, so the boy obeyed at once. Inside that cramped little office, the gentleman tore out an apology, admitting he just wasn't himself. After all, the boy had saved Cecily from Corneli, and like Lord Granville, like a father, gratitude finally surged through him. He shoved the bass onto the table beneath his nose, right next to the bags. Then the Baron tapped one bag and said it held 200 gold coins, the price to hire the murder of the Mordegarsh, while another 200 was the reward for saving the SSI. He clenched the strength in his chest and thanked the Baron, but the gentleman's weird look screamed that he was plotting something. Because then, right out of nowhere, here came a third pouch of gold. The Baron swallowed hard and finally confessed. He'd begged His Majesty to take him off the hook of noble duty. And then he stared at the truth, thinking, am I really trying with all my heart to pull that girl out of hell? And from the Baron's point of view, that question felt like the only good answer. The gentleman said Mac's power has surged too far. There's nothing anyone can do, not even His Majesty. And he added that her gift, especially, is going to smash into the battlefield like a force of nature. Baron stormed into the meeting and demanded one thing, his only request. And even though Alan had kept his talent hidden for all those years, Baron managed for 4 long years to talk himself into believing he was the real deal. The Baron jabbed at the third bag, saying it held 200 gold coins. That was all he could offer, then demanded Alan stick by her side and guard her on the battlefield wherever she went. The boy stared at the bags and counted 600 gold coins, plenty of money, the kind an aristocrat would never waste, because he still can't afford a single bite of meat. First, the gentleman pinned him down as his hunter, but now he's trying to swap him into a bodyguard. The Baron paces in panic, and at last Alan steps in, saying it straight. The boy's got talent for summoning. The church branded him talentless, so Alan kept him hidden out of fear. He gratefully snapped up the chance to escort Cicely. The kid wanted to tweak the deal, so he handed back 400 gold, and the Baron would wipe out every obligation and tax for the whole family. Espoidin shot back, "That's the condition." And the boy confirmed the Baron was throwing Kuriana's family into it too, so Espoidin nodded in agreement. Then he thanked him with a grin and told him, "You're cleared to head to the academy and even war. No worries anymore." The boy demanded one more condition. He slammed the Granville family emblem on the table and snapped that he wouldn't stay trapped as Defense's servant or the Academy's Cecil anymore. He'd live as a plain commoner, and only then would he follow her. Sebas and the Baron let out a breath, but the Baron clearly didn't get why, so Sebas snapped a dagger onto the table. He scooped it up in his hands and said it was such a beautiful little thing, then demanded to know what it was for. The Raven answered, sharp and certain. It was the sign that Alan was officially a welcome guest of Viscount Granville. The hero didn't get what the guests were talking about, so he pressed them. Which Viscount? And the gentleman finally snapped it into place. It was all because of the boy's tip that the Granville family won the hereditary title of Viscount. He looked away, realizing he'd just bought the title, and Sebas said the real deal was this. The gentleman had to hand over every right to pull mithril from the new coronium mine, or justice wouldn't be satisfied. Then Sebas added that, thanks to his push, this fresh-born Veckan had been weaving intrigues like a master. The boy shot him a proud nod, then asked what goy even meant. I can't let it slip. He'd known the moment Allah turned 12 that the boy wanted to be an adventurer. Allah jolted, flinching hard. Ikant admitted it tore at him to send him away like that, but he promised the guests were there to guarantee the Vikontov family would always back Allah. And the dagger, that blade was their proof. Sibasov and Khan dropped their heads as the man declared, I've served faithfully for 4 years, then asked permission to let him be translated as a guest, speaking for all 7 of them. Alan bowed and thanked the Vikont, then Kairna. Invaria. Lit up the moment a bird burst through the air and shoved its way into the window, and Alan's mom greeted Chaichuya as Mura named the little bird Tevi Tivi Chikikairiki, but Mash warned her. That parakeet was a popka, and those birds don't even exist in Kairna. He told us the bird's name is Chappie, yet nobody saw the kid coming. His parents sized him up and declared he'd shot up over the last 4 years, and Alan couldn't miss it. Masha Mura had grown too, while the girl crouched behind her like a shield. Alan froze in disbelief. How could she forget him when he left just after her first birthday? No monster had ever clawed at his heart like his sister did. Mom pulled her son away from the cold and ushered him toward the fire, and Dad ladled out some soup. Alan nodded and took it without a fight. By the firelight, Alam leaned in and asked if their house had shrunk, and the man snapped back that it had only gotten bigger, while Mash smugly bragged that Mr. Two had handed them those pieces of meat. And he tears into the bread, already convinced they've been through this kind of meat once a month. Then Mash chimes in, telling everyone he read Alan's letter himself, and even asks whether they'll let him hook into the wires of Cairn and Drog. Alan told him straight that his father could have read the letter himself. It wasn't complicated at all. But Teresia figured it would drag on forever. She then thanked her son for the monthly money and asked, Is 1 gold coin really too much? With his mouth still packed, Alan shot back that the supply won't last much longer, and his father didn't even bat an eye. He just asked what went down. Alan wiped his hands, swallowed the last bite, and confessed he decided to quit serving the Granvilles because he was ready to apply to the academies. Their parents were stunned. Mir was busy playing with Chapu Kostrem, while Tara and Zai Rodden dug up every last detail about rescuing Sicely Dagger, plus the taxes and duties their family would have to handle. The father demanded how Alan pulled it off in just 4 years, and the boy shoved his hand into his pocket, then said, I can't send money every month, so I leave you 100 gold coins. Coins, boom, everyone freezes because the parents can't believe it. Dad's scratching his head asking where he got that much. Mom's panicking that Allah might need them, but then he steadies her and drops the truth. He sold the ant's armor, and right now he's sitting on 600 coins for the academy. With a jolt, Amash blurts, What kind of ants are these? And the answer hits hard. They're armored ants monsters called Rangosi, living with a nest at the base of the White Dragon's mountains, plus goblin and orc villages nearby. The hero keeps talking, and the parents just stare, because they can't wrap their minds around the fact that this is their son. Mura's shocked right along with them. Every family gathered to see Alan off, and he promised, If I need you, I'll reach out and send you a message. Masha told everyone that when he hits 12, he'll finally join the academy too. His brother shoved him to grow up and stack up experience, while Myra begged to go as well, but Masha shut it down, saying she couldn't because she had no talent. Then she slid a letter to Alun, asking how he was, saying she was doing fine and cheering him on like a true sister, only for Alun to get choked up, regretting he hadn't run home sooner. They clutched each other in a tight hug, and tears instantly burned in the boy's eyes. His dad told him to look after himself, and his mom warned him not to burn out, while Mart Allen is out there sweeping the yard when a disgruntled Cecile stalks up to him. She told him, You ditched me without even talking to me, and now everything's falling apart. But he shot back, I'm doing this so you get your chance until I head to the academy. The girl frowned hard, and he still couldn't figure out why she looked so furious. Earlier that week, Cecil had asked him if he was coming to the academy with her. She even told him he could return to his village once he was done. Yet he insisted he wanted to enroll in the academy. Tettle can't stop asking why they're sending him to the battlefield later. It's pure danger, and Allah's done with her front duties, yet he still agreed. And now he's stuck regretting how wild and sudden it all feels. The girl snaps that he's acting strange again, and Tettle can't even hide his shock. Then, creak, the gates grind open and a carriage barrels toward them. They're already here, Druga and Kyrna sprinting straight toward the boys. Sissel grabs Alan and snaps, "Who's that girl?" Alan smiles and tells her that's Kyrna's sword master. Then he points out, and Druga, he owns the axe. Before Alan can brace himself, Kyrna lunges for him, and Druga clocks him with a brutal punch. Alan instantly feels that familiar dread. Here we go, I'm about to get beaten up again. Kyrna definitely didn't just miss him. She missed him bad after 4 years. Meanwhile, old friends are laughing and catching up like nothing's wrong. Thomas rides up to Cicely and tells her it looks like she's dropped straight into the mess, and the shock hits. 4 years have gone by, yet Alla is still just small fry, according to their friend. Kyrna snaps in fury that he could have hooked up with them the second he arrived in the village. Alan slips in an apology and says, "I didn't mean to throw you off, you've been grinding for exams," then asks, "So, are you ready for the entrance test in 4 days?" Kyrna nods, all confidence, saying that after 4 years of hard training they've gotten tougher than ever. Dragok starts bragging like a storm. He even says he took down a boar with one hand. Cecile's eyes widen, and she leans in, quietly asking her brother what he really thinks about Alan sending everyone in the village into the forest to hunt. Toma doesn't blink and agrees. Only the strongest make it. That lands, and Alan realizes the forest hunt was just Kyrna and Dragok, so he figures fencing will be a breeze for them and turns to the next thing, general knowledge. Kyrna looks away, and Alan catches it instantly. She finally admits it's in the rumors, because Alan is going into the exam with her. He agreed and said they'd made this call 3 months ago, while he'd been grinding as fast as he could to catch up. Kyrna burst into laughter and said, "If you're studying with us, then nothing's scary." Dragot smirked and declared, "I knew all along Alana had talent," and the boy quickly apologized for keeping it from them. Draga leans in and tells Kyrn that Alan didn't nearly end him for nothing. She even admits she lost to Alan herself before she walked away. The hero snapped them into calm, then introduced his kids, Kwanzaa Granville, and revealed the boy had been serving his master for 4 straight years. Cecily practically beamed when she finally met them, curtsied with grace, and said how happy she was, while saying their reputation had already reached her. Thomas stepped forward, introduced himself as her older brother and a second-year student at the university in the House of Lords, and then told them to please make sure his sister was taken care of. Your friend obeyed the master without a second thought. Kyrna chimed in too, took Issel's hand, and flashed a warm smile like, "It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you." And he figured Kyrn didn't care whether they were stuck with aristocrats or just regular folks. Then a viscount stormed in and clocked that they hadn't met yet. He was thrilled to meet Master Yach Kyrna, and he shot his hand out to her. She clasped his palm, called him her equal, and bragged that she'd been summoned to defend him because she was insanely powerful. Meanwhile, Sissel zoned out at Alum, thinking Kyrna's attitude left a lot to be desired. Then Viscount swung his focus to Dragov and told them the Granville family would look after them for 3 days, also ordering him to call the servants anytime they needed anything at all. Kyrna then blared out her respect for Viscount. As they headed onward, the girls stared at how huge the house was, and Droga blurted out an apology for the trouble. Then they dug in. Kyrna, with food still in her mouth, declared the meal was delicious. Tesselia, jittery and half panicking, demanded if it was really the asterisk one she'd been thinking of. And he nodded, no doubt about it, because the master of the ball was Kyrna, the same way she'd always been. He just couldn't believe it. This was the first master of the ball the whole kingdom had seen in years, and somehow Konta wasn't rattled by a thing. Kyrina blurts, "So this academy has a dungeon and monsters to boot. Can I wipe them all out?" Droga grins and says he's chasing his dream of becoming a knight and can't wait to finish his studies. Then Alana Sissel studies the kids and snaps back, "They're still children. Are you really keeping them clueless?" Alana answers, "No, not for long." She tells him to stay patient because they'll get their lessons in time. Once the academy ends, Droga will earn his knighthood, and Kyrina might even rise to marquise. Their noble duty is coming right on the battlefield, together with Sissel leading the charge. Fight begins. This drug is itching to kick things off, but since they're training side by side, Alan pushes for one thing. At least be friends. Kyrna calls the forces in and lines them up. 3 days later, Espada Granville told Cicely to look after herself, and right then Thomas shouted Alan's name. Then he leaned in and demanded he hear Sissel's last wish, getting the kid to help him fight on the battlefield, while also asking if Toma knew about it too. He told me he'd read the Demon Lord's tale in the House of Lords, then warned that every student at the academy would hear the truth soon, so Alan had better keep his mouth shut and tell nobody a thing. Kyrna tried to help Sisley with her luggage, but Sisley shot her down. Vekin clocked how close Alla and the others were and admitted he'd been asking them to watch Sisley too. The boy stared, thinking hard, because the same year a sword master was born next door, and in the house where he served there was another true Mac just a year old. Now it's all coming together. They're headed as one group to the academy to train. And he's convinced there's a fishy scheme lurking somewhere in all this, because it always comes down to whatever people choose to do. He orders Vikant to hand everything over to him, then promises he'll take down Vladok the demon with Isilm. Vikant's confused at first, but then snaps back that he never even asked about any of that. The carriage is waiting, and the guys are charging out for one last goodbye. While Icon pleads with Elnab, begging her not to play the hero, even the servants line up and watch them head off. Rickle begs them, stay close, don't stray, not even a single step away from Our Lady. The carriage lurches into motion, and the adventurer is sent off too, like a final goodbye before the adventure explodes. So the four of them headed straight for the academy, the Imperial Fortress G, out in the north of the central continent. Inside, the guy sat with his back to the entrance, and when the door creaked open, the hero leaned in and spoke to him. He told him that magical ships come from every continent, and the hero made sure he got the message. Subtitle editor, O Galabkina. The guest leaned in and said the King of Spirits was even tossing out a weird prophecy, warning that the hero is humanity's last hope, and that a brand new hope would show up soon. The hero shot out an apology, saying he must have dozed off, then climbed down from one of the coffins, because honestly, he didn't think any real powerhouse would come. He told them, you've got to go see this new hope with your own eyes, because the magical ship was already soaring and he was pressed against the window, firing off. Do you see it? All of it unfolding in the massive academic city of Royal Latesh, built from the ground up to train and prepare gardens for the war against the Lord Demon. Demons, everyone snapped their heads in shock as they finally arrived, and Droga couldn't stop staring, amazed they actually tore through the sky, while Kirana caught it right away. There were tons of other years out there, too. He rockets through the sky, then Tessel leans in, grilling him about the heroes, or whether these are the most magical ships the dwarves can build. He nods and says not only do they craft the ships, they also forge every magical tool this world runs on. And when he mentions the academic city is stacked with money, Tessel realizes why the capital feels so easy to live in. Everyone snapped their heads to one side in shock, and even Alan's guys came closing in. This was a train, so Curran blurted, "What kind of miracle is this?" Cecile asked, and the friend just shrugged, no clue at all. "Isn't it the same device as that magical ship?" Cecile demanded. He stepped up to Casa and demanded academy tickets. The employee casually said, "1 ticket is 1 silver coin." And right then, Cecile snapped, "Future students should ride in free." All the kids on the train gasped. Droga snapped, "The floor's moving." And with the 2 harps here, he couldn't help feeling like they'd been dropped straight into another world. When they finally arrived, Kira's eyes lit up at the sleek, luxurious buildings, and Droga clocked every detail. The place had exactly 5 floors. Now Cecil finally gets why folks call Granville a village. A request went out for all the academy applicants to rush to the gates, and Droga's eyes widened, because there were way too many people gathered here. Karena asked, "So you think we'll all pass the entrance exam?" And he shot back, "Listen, 20,000 show up here every single year. That title sounds like an instant ticket to glory, but she knows. There's still a bunch of equally skilled kids her age, and she can't help wondering who the real monsters are she'll have to fight someday. Alma figured they'd reach the battlefield in 3 years, but first they've got to smash the exam, get into the academy, and crank their levels up to 7, grabbing everything the city has to offer along the way. Now the guys line up, one after another, and the academy finally welcomes them in. A coworker dropped this bomb. Before the exam, they'd run a talent assessment, like a whole extra hurdle. Kyrna snapped, "What's that?" And he told her it was the exact same kind she'd faced at church when she was 5, a ceremony meant to judge what you've got. The drug volunteered first, and the employee told him to plant his hands on the crystal, promising the result would light up on the panel to the left. Then Kyrna jolted with curiosity, dying to know just how powerful he'd become. The ball flared with light, and the results snapped onto the screen. Then the girl grinned and declared he'd been given permission to take the academic exam. That kid looked crushed again. The test spat out the same results as 5 years ago. Alan could tell he was spiraling in disappointment. And here's the kicker. The assessment never shifts with age, no matter how levels change. Then Cecile stepped up. Boom, the crystal flared brighter than ever. She didn't stumble at all. Her talent and stats lined up perfectly. Alan finally understood it. Cecile's intelligence was off the charts. Now Kyrna reached out and touched the Istar eye, and the girl's eyes widened. Master Mekai had welcomed them at the academy. She panicked. She hadn't changed a single bit since she was 5. And right behind her, a bunch of guys were staring, openly admiring her. Now it's Alan's turn. Sissel pushes him forward, telling him to trust his gut because he's got a bad feeling. He grabs the crystals and whoosh, bright light floods the whole area. The results flash into view and the other Kyrnas gasp. Alan is a summoner, and the girl goes wide-eyed at his traits because not everyone is born equal like her. She told him, straight to his face, that he wasn't from any of the local academies. He swore those mystery symbols finally made sense, yet the strange traits never changed from the day they were born, so maybe his letter to the rector would fix everything. The crowd stared, baffled, because that blazing light had no business coming from them. Tessel erupted in rage and demanded he explain what he'd done, and he's right there trying to calm her down. Then he pushes back, saying, "If this isn't the right place, it's not the right place. I'll take Tessel to the battlefield without the academy." The girl just blinked, totally lost at what he meant. Kirana looked even more shocked. She couldn't believe he hadn't passed. Then a stranger's voice cut through the chaos. "What's all this noise about?" The guys spun around, and the rector instantly recognized the girl. And then he clocked her pale skin and those donkey-like ears. Yep, every red flag screaming elf. The hero stared at the scoreboard, stunned. Then insisted he'd sprinted straight for the bright light, only to find every trait marked E. He grabbed the rector's attention and demanded, "Who's the summoner? Do you know anything?" The rector blinked, saying he'd never seen anything like it. The hero answered for him. "It's a boy, every characteristic is E." The rector nodded and confirmed it, right in line with the esteemed Rosin's words, but he still couldn't make sense of it. The rector leaned in and grilled Lord Hermios. Was there even a shred of doubt in him about the assessment results? Hermios, the famed hero everyone calls humanity's last hope, stood right beside the elf rector, who runs the academy on one unstoppable foundation, and somehow he still looks young. The guys are totally lost about what they both left behind. Hermias starts digging into the boys and quickly spots the damage. 570 from his attack, with intelligence and magic around 1630. The hero's convinced Alla's stats are basically on par with a legendary mage. But there's one problem. He's missing the new magic. Hermias was stunned and furious to think that damn stalker just went and did it, letting himself peek at his status without a shred of consent. Who in the world gave him that right? Alan's skill level means nothing against Hermias. The hero bowed his head, apologized for the monolith's failure, and swore he'd take its place today. Then Tessel leaned in and asked if Leland could take the exams. Jerim shot back, "Not exactly, but his traits check out," and told the kid to show his stuff so he could judge whether Leland really belonged in the academy. Sisel tried to stutter about the bear, but Alan snapped, cutting her off. Then demanded who this guy even was and what he thought he could show him, and the hero just couldn't believe everyone didn't already know. He stepped up, said who he was, and declared his talent. Only the dear Kiranas didn't get it at all, and figured he must have been soaking up too many picture books. And he said he'd never seen talent like that. So after Hermio clocked every skill and trait Allah had, the kid begged him to show it off. He promised there'd be no trouble at all, then strode up with the crystal in hand, smiling like he already knew this was his lucky win, ready to show off what it could do. That crystal flared bright, the crowd gasped in pure amazement, and the results blew even Kyrna's numbers out of the water. Then the boy finally declared it. The hero's a melee fighter. Then it hit, our turn finally arrived. A boy called forth the Charosky onto the rhizome, and every single person froze, staring at his palm like it was going to burn them. Kyrna just smiled. He bragged that this was his talent, and Hermias finally got why it was called summoning. Alona can't shake her worry about the skill from Hermias's sled, but when she looks, she finds no magical book and no blessings from the beasts, just silence. And even if he's triple the hero Alona needs, he's clearly not about to reveal himself. He said he'd met the promised one, threw out an apology, and then vanished. Tessel snapped at the boy, asking what kind of behavior that was since the hero deserved respect. The boy just shrugged it off, saying they'd already gotten the judgment they needed, and the friend immediately swore Alan deliberately chose to flunk the test. They stared at the gates as people poured out. Every third one fails, but that still doesn't stop the dream, because they're pushing straight for the front. The guys are headed to the academy, and Curran can't help wondering what's waiting for them now. The academic exam. He realizes the fear wasn't random. This test had nothing to do with her training at all, so she had every reason to be terrified. Yura also clocks that Alan is a strange kid, and she hears the rector's verdict. Hermias isn't any better. The written exam hits you with math, the national language, and the kingdom's history. Same vibe as the college tests Alan took in his old life. And on top of that, it demands you know a monster's habits and weak spots. The guys walked out with a C and a higher, but Alan crushed it and pulled a higher. The teacher greeted them like it had already happened, then promised them uniforms and barked, "Line up." Kirana shot back, "We're academics now," and Tessel immediately demanded, "So where do we live?" He pitched the plan to rent a house and move in together, and every single one of them jumped on board without hesitation. So here's the plan he pitched first. Get a card from the interists because the academy still needs it for admission. Then only after that, they'd go hunt for them at home. The guild and their employee promised to craft their adventure IDs, so they told her to hang tight for a bit. Then she leaned in and asked, "Got any questions?" He asked whether they needed Dierang's magical stones, at least 10,000 each, sold for 1 silver coin apiece, totaling 100 gold, and Kyrna told Drog that the kid kept hauling in stone after stone from their village. The employee took the order and snapped that the guild's cut would be 10 gold, then added, "There's a dungeon in the academic city where you can grab the stuff." Yaska asked if a week was good for the deadline, because over 3 years, Alan would need around 2 million, and that stone wasn't just fuel for magical artifacts, it was gold for summoners too. Alan prayed they'd forgive him if the prices jumped by a few times. Then the guys got their cards and were told to go hunt adventures, and Kyrna even noticed their names were stamped on them. Yaska asked, "Dungeon?" And Alan said yes. The employee urged them to register their group. Alan agreed and asked Cecile to come up with a name, but Cecile just trusted him and told him to pick. He paused for a beat, then blurted out, "Hardcore player." And the guys stared at him like he'd gone wild. Kyrna demanded why it was only one, while Cecile squinted and asked what that even meant. He said it was the only way to make sure nobody suspected a thing. Like a hardcore player, stripped of their inheritance, gambling everything on the line and still pulling off the win. That name hits like a stone in water. Even though Alan's old life wasn't some total nerd fog where all he remembered was the game, in this world he's got a crazy gift. A full 8-star talent that smashes every other hero. And now, whether he likes it or not, he's been forced to step up and become the very best. Only he can smash the demon Lord Vladuk and his horde. And when the employee asked for questions, he shot his hand up and named Karen Zavalu. With Alan already satisfied, she was thrilled too. The boy said he'd caught a few minimums, and Tessel grinned, saying their next stop would be a new home. Uchina then led them to a mansion that fit every requirement to the letter, roomy enough for 20 people, just the right size for an underground takeover. He stared at the court and instantly realized it sat right beside the dungeon station. Then Kyrna spotted it too, and the Archvenium there was gonna cost 10 gold every single month to rent. A month later and he snapped to it, signed the contract right away. The drug stared in shock at this friend's big-time capital. A full 120 gold paid up front for a whole year, and Kiena even reported to Sissel that there was a bath there too. Yeah, first floor, the dining room, and he announces they've found the base and starts telling them he wants to share everything. But Kyron's friend spots him and just freezes. And he said, "Keep eating while you listen." Then Tessel leaned in and warned, "This is only the first taste. 3 years from now, everything's going to go down." After a while, Droga and Kyrna finally got the whole tale about the demon warlord. Then Droga realized the hero in the story was actually some guy from a book. Alan shot back that he and Tessel were ready to storm the demon warlord and smash his minions, but Tessel nearly fell apart from shock. Kyrna stepped in with a fierce, "We'll fight together," and Alan turned to Droga for his take. Droga couldn't ignore the nightmare hanging over them. Half the soldiers were already dropping right on that battlefield, so the choice was on him. And then he hit Alan with the brutal truth. Droga only had 1 star. Still, the boy told him, "If you win, I'll become the guy from the picture. Then we'll have an incredible story," and Alan nodded, agreeing to meet him. Alan's book shot into the air, and boom, scribbled notes about their joined team lit up on it. The guys stared and asked what it was, and Alan only wondered one thing: could they actually *C* it? Turned out they could. So yeah, they were officially members of the same group now. Kyrna leaned in and demanded to know his plan, because Alan wouldn't just march off to fight the demon lord for nothing. He told them the truth. They had 3 more years to grind in the dungeons, craft better gear, and hunt down a healer to keep their whole crew alive. He leaned in and told them he was born with a 1 in 100 curse, so his skills and traits grow 100 times slower than everyone else. And that's why he'd need a mountain of magic stones, plus serious magical power to push through it all. Then he dropped the real bomb. A mana restoration ring would help him massively, and they should hunt for one right here in this city. Droga got curious fast, so that's why Leal had been buying so many magic stones, while Kyrn just stared because he'd suspected exactly this the whole time, watching Leal struggle so hard. And he decided, right then and there, that the years ahead would swallow them all, and he welcomed the guys to hell with a grin. The boys had his back. April's about to kick off first grade for the very first time, and the kids are rushing into class like it's game day. 3,000 applicants got snapped up and split into 100 classes of 30 each, out of roughly 20,000 total. So yeah, this was huge. And when the classes started, Alan suddenly flashed back to his first year of middle school. He introduced himself as Karlov, and from that day on, he locked in as their class supervisor for the next 3 years. Normally, he runs the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital, but this year he got reassigned to their class because they had a sword master. In the classroom, the kids started craning their heads, and whispers snapped through the room. That pink-haired girl was a serf. Tessel clocked that the newcomer wasn't just some stranger. He looked like a walking celebrity, and then it hit. The guild is teaming up with the Union of 5 continents. The teacher straight up pointed out that their classroom is a mix, commoners, regular folk, and even a handful of aristocrats. But the academy doesn't care where you came from or who your ancestors were. From this moment on, titles are dead, respect is all that matters, and everyone's just a student here. Alum leaned toward Tessel and basically insisted they should act like equals, maybe even drop the formalities and use first names. She snapped, dragged him into a chokehold, and demanded how he could dare talk like that, because he's just the son of a serf. Lamb was fighting for survival, so he needed endurance like it was oxygen. Because the teacher told him straight up that he'd have to accept it and start acting a lot friendlier, and the whole class erupted with laughter. They've got 4 classes every single day, 5 days a week, morning hours are the general grind. Then after lunch, the whole crew splits up for talent training. Kyrna dives into swordsmanship, Cecil heads into magic, and Dragov charges into axe mastery. No summoners showed up, so Alan begged to be freed, because that meant he'd get to work as an auditor in all the classes. Then, at last, the long-awaited weekend hit, and the guys went straight for the Class C dungeon, only for Kiriana to realize it was smack in the middle of the city. They're over the moon, but the Sicilians don't catch the same joy. They stride up to the counter and slap their cards down. They let us in, handed us rooms numbered 205 on the 2nd floor, and Sisley swore we'd be headed to the basement. She had no clue what was happening, while he just nodded, saying it looked more like a hotel than anything else. Then 2 guys hauling a load walked past, wished him a dacha, and the men thanked them right back. Drog clocked their mountain of luggage, while Kyrna bragged that Allah had them fully ready for anything. Sissel even said the whole kit cost 150 zlotys. Then she grilled Allah. So what golden vein did you pull from your pocket? The boy just smirked and said he still had about 200 zlotys left. 200, they burst into their room, just stumbling into it like the night was spinning out from under them. When the door slid open, the guys froze, because the room welcomed them with the integrated dungeon manager, C205, which promised to yeet them into a dungeon in a totally different dimension. Kuriana couldn't believe how chatty it was, and Alan just snapped it into place by comparing it to a Rubik's Cube. The system then spelled it out. Each room would fling you into its own separate dungeon, and nobody from other groups gets in. Alan figured it must be its own server, and Cecil just stared like, wait, what? Alan explained that they'd get their own dungeon on a separate server, and nobody would be able to spy on his beasts. So the boy stepped up to the system and blurted out a question, while the girls groaned that Alan was hyping himself up again, and this time it would drag on for at least half an hour. The system demanded, "Did you answer every question?" and pushed them to drag everything it said they couldn't do, so the guys hauled it all into motion. Kyrna caught sight of a massive hallway and ceilings that stretched sky-high, and Droga couldn't help picturing how many guild generations had once hammered this place to life. He begged them to ignore it all and just called on the birds to take off, while Kira snapped at Drog to not sprint too far ahead or he'd get swallowed by the dark. Then Sisley stared in shock at this strange place. No windows, no lights anywhere, yet flames still glowed everywhere. Alona's books lit up on the map, and he pointed ahead like he already saw trouble. There'll be a fork up ahead. Droga smirked at the perfect setup. Alona told them it was only low-rank monsters nearby, so he'd scout the route and wipe them all out. Then he snapped a warning, "Don't touch the treasure chests, traps every time." They listened, and the moment Alan became one of their party, his status and every single detail popped right into their hands. Kyrana swings a massive mithril sword, while the Drogue grips a mithril labrys. Then Cecil clutches an ancient tree, staring at a picture like it's calling to him. Kairana spots the boy again, totally lost in his book, and points straight at the opponent right in front of them. She snatched it in her hands, hurled a blazing fireball, and the enemy went down, straight up defeated. Cicely lands a final slug and gets 8 experience points. She can barely contain her joy after beating a demonic beast for the first time, and she's straight up admiring Cicely's magical skills. Then Alana tells Kirin and Drog they've got powers too, but the guys are totally lost. They leaned over the book and read what their skills were. Kairna's a blade cut, but Droga is pure muscle, just like Alan swore they'd been taught back at the academy. Then he snapped, 2 targets ahead, and the guys hit without hesitation, sweeping them down fast. No mess at all, only magical stones left behind. Alan grabbed the loot and told them it'd be even easier from here since they were already collecting. Cicely felt her power surge, and Alan told her the girl's level had jumped, so her mana was coming back and she was getting stronger by the second. Alan then handed everything over to his companions, and after they finished the first level in Demel, the day finally faded in silence. 10 full hours gone, and next time they'd pick up right where they stopped. Still, Alan could personally push Demel as many times as he wanted. The boy tossed his summoned beasts into the dungeon and sprinted off to his lessons. Because each floor lets you rake in up to 200 magical stones, and the more the guys capture the dungeon, the richer they get. It took them 5 more days to finally reach the very end. Now they're on the 6th floor. Cecilia spotted a boss down on the ground and shrugged that it was just some special monster, while Alan counted the monsters. 1 rank C and 10 million rank D, that's the bottom stretch of Class C, right there on the ground. Cicely snapped back, reminding Alan that she'd already witnessed his power, no need to prove it twice. Alan shot back that Kairna hadn't seen it yet, and the sword master backed him up. Then Alan charged straight for the enemies with everything they had. 35,000 rank D magical stones, an extract from 7,000 magical fruits, an enhancement science set to 6, so it was time to show off the summoned beasts. The boy charged at the enemies, and they snapped to attention. He unleashed a swarm of summoned bears that boxed the foes in tight. She scooped up 1 bear and showered it with praise. Then Droga drew bronze eyes, and the boy couldn't stop wondering, if this thing was summoned, what monster hid under that armor? Alan spotted the reward chest, a steel mill sitting right there. The sword got pulled from underground and scrubbed clean, and when the thief rolled into the city, he couldn't hide his grin. He'd sell at the moment the junk dealer asked. Alan said that 1 gold was for their current expenses. Then Cecile pressed him, asking if it would really cover food while the others started ordering meals. Once everyone ate, Alan leaned in and said the bosses show up once a day, so they'd turn obedience into a daily routine, until Cecile suggested they capture all 3 bosses, and Alan shut that down fast. Yeah, turns out he was right. The kid couldn't stop marveling at the dungeon, loving how perfect it all felt, like it was built just for this. And whoever designed the whole system of other dimensions, that person is pure genius. Meanwhile, Sissy stared in shock, because she should have been exhausted, but she was. She's grinning, satisfaction and pure joy surging as those numbers climb, but her friend can't spot a single difference between the girls anymore. Alan realizes something. S off, yet if everyone else can actually enjoy the ride, then honestly, that's amazing. In May, the teacher snaps the whole class to attention and warns them. In just 3 months during summer break, they'll have to clear a dungeon or face expulsion. The students are left totally stunned. Karlov laid down the rules for the dungeon capture, up to 8 people only, and no one who hasn't studied at the academy, plus no students besides high school seniors. The teacher didn't sugarcoat it. Last year, 20 students died trying, and the moment that sank in, terror hit the group hard. Shouting matches erupted between them, and the heroes dropped into a crouch. Meanwhile, the boy worried this was a brutal job for any kid who didn't even know the demon lord. Then the children swarmed Irina, each one begging her to join their group, while someone else hunted for a swordsman or a spearhead, and another kid bragged they already had an experienced witch on their side. Kairn calls out to the column, and the boy admits he doesn't know every bit of etiquette, but he swears he'll stay polite during recruitment. Alan tells them he'll stack everything into the command, while Tessel just stands there, totally lost. Then Alan reminds everyone about the school club activities like it's all part of the plan. He stepped up and barked that they needed people, especially restoration magic specialists like monks, then dropped the bomb that the 4 of them had already hauled in 2 Class D dungeons. The students practically froze when they heard the sword master had already rounded up a group, and some snapped with frustration. But Alan kept talking, saying they take on a 2-day capture every single week, and at least 1 capture is non-negotiable. He also warned that anything they can't change gets announced ahead of time, and he made one thing crystal clear. The demo is brutal, so they'd better trust what their comrades can do. They're splitting the award evenly, and it's a huge chunk with hardly anyone getting it. So the boys already imagining extra bonuses, incentives, social support, and real chances to grow a career. One person shows up interested, while the rest are stunned. One girl starts crying, and he rushes over, asking what's wrong and telling her she can come to him anytime if she's got troubles. Toppa thanks him, and the kids start piling in with advice and their own stories. Kyrn's convinced he's a total legend. Sissel says nobody wants to join in, and honestly, I'm wondering if any of them are monks. At lunchtime, right in her break, Kyrna piled a six-fold portion of everything, because this was the one thing she never got in her hungry childhood. Just as the guys were about to dig in, a man slid up to them and told Alla, "Sorry, excuse me for interrupting you while you eat." The kid claimed he's in the exact same class as him, and that he's a monk, and then leaned in, asking if they're still hunting for healers for the group. He nodded, then invited him to lunch, but the boy snapped his gaze away and refused, saying he'd rather not eat at noon. Alan was convinced he was more than just a monk, an ascetic too, or maybe there was some other reason driving him. He told them it would feel terrible to eat while the boy was watching, then leaned in and said, "Forget the abstinence, go grab something for yourself." He pressed 2 silver coins into the boy's hands, and you could see it hit him hard. The boy looked crushed. He grabbed some food and slid right in, and Kyrna started handing him plate after plate, snapping that only fools rush their meals. Then the boy shot back his thanks. He stopped dead, demanded how fast the land could turn a profit, then shrugged and said, honestly, that it wouldn't happen overnight, not if he had any say. He said that right when they're pulling in about 40 to 60 silver coins from the dungeon. The boy choked, because for him that was a mountain of money, and begged to join the raid, and the others agreed. Jai introduced himself and asked when it was time to move, and Kyrna lit up the moment she met a new companion. The friend even called himself a bit scrawny, so they piled on extra food for him, and when Jai asked if they were always like this, Alan snapped that he shouldn't mind. Because after all, Jay is a Hilka and Hilkas always love, so Alan was more than satisfied. Jai's first raid, right at C rank, had him feeling cocky, convinced he'd already crushed the enemy's test. Kyrn shot a question at Jay. "Is this your first time leveling up?" But Jay just blinked, insisting he hadn't done anything, and Alan snapped back that comrades fighting side by side against demonic monsters power up together, no matter what. Jay still looked unconvinced as Alan barked for the vanguard to surge forward, the heroes holding the rear while the mages and scholars locked down the middle, and Jay realized, yeah, this is exactly what he expected from the Sword Master's campaign. 2 weeks later, he pushes the climb again, and it measures out at 1-3 C-rank status in the lower net. Alla sent Boss and his henchmen barreling toward Sisley and Kyrna. When Sisley whipped out the fiery copy, it charged straight for the enemy like a blaze with a mission. More Sirenes crashed into the fight and slammed into the enemy with relentless attacks. The Sword Master unleashed a single, blazing swing, and the boss was sliced in half before he could even react. Jay blinked in shock. He'd figured a lone C-rank opponent couldn't possibly stand up to his monsters, but Droga was already hurt. Jaya slammed a disconnection into him, and Droga jerked back in shock before blurting out his thanks. Alan fired a question at him. "So you learned magic at the academy, huh?" Jai nodded and said, "Before I came here, I was healing the wounded for the church, and they paid me 10 silver coins a day." Alan went, "That's a solid gig. Honestly, you earned about the same as a servant from a noble house." Then Kyrna lit up, "See, it's great when you can use what you're good at." Jai added, "It still took me 2 whole months to learn it." But Droga snapped with fury, "You're telling me they won't teach us this until next year." Jai spotted the chest, tore into it, and demanded to know what was inside. Then he grinned and said it was a silver treasure box, packed with riches, and it felt like luck was finally on their side. A break-in hit. Inside, they found a mithril buckler, and Alan sold it for 15 gold coins afterward, while Jai made sure everyone shared it equally. Alan shoved a bag into the boy's hands, 3 gold coins plus a full fifth of all the magical stones, and the moment Jai asked if they could be sold, Alan's grin widened. He was thrilled Jai was finally satisfied, even calling him dude. Then the boy pushed for a permanent spot in their crew, and Alan said yes, happy as hell that Jai finally made up his mind. "The hardcore player's already got you," he announced, "and he'll greet you in hell." Jai just blinked, totally lost on what that name even meant. The comrades burst with joy when Alan's book finally appeared, showing off the new member of their crew, Jai. And even as Alan announced they de-read Jai's traits, the girls and Alan just stared straight at Jai's pages, and Jai's nerves spiked. Alan then pitched a new life. They'd rent a house together as a base and asked Jai to move in with them. Jai snapped back, saying he already had a place to live, then he bolted, "See you tomorrow," before anyone could stop him. Sissel shrugged that of course he was just another kid with no kin and no tribe, and Alan backed it up hard, saying a noble name didn't belong anywhere near his. Then the boy pointed out the obvious, so Jai wasn't forced to march off to war, right? But the truth hit like a wall. It wasn't that simple because they were bleeding healers on the battlefield and they desperately needed one. Boya realized he's always stuck alone at the academy too, like a lone shore. But Kyrna still refuses to give up on being friends with him. Sissel even said Jay finally got the money, so he can at least eat and maybe get back to normal. Because if he doesn't, it's brutal just watching him, and everyone backed her up. June stands in the courtyard at night as Anon yells his head off from inside the house and bolts off into the dark, telling everyone he left the guys with Misha so they'd have someone to play with. The guys trot into the common room in their pajamas, and Diesel snaps, hurls a pillow at her friend and barks for the boy to cover his bare torso. Somehow Anon does it. He gets 60, a T card, and a brand new summoning branch, plus a fresh awakening skill, and now he's itching to figure out what it is. The boy burned through most of his money and magical stones. But man, every bit paid off because after 2 years and 11 months, he finally gets to step into new faces again. And the huge beast has him absolutely thrilled. The tiny flying girl asked, "Did you forget anyone?" And his stomach dropped as he blurted, "You're just a talking doll." She smiled and fired back, "A doll can still talk to you." Alan Zusher met the Teleking, and the girl revealed she had real magic. Then Alan tested it, asking if she could slip through walls like a ghost. She popped her head out of the wall and asked if that's exactly what he meant, and now he's ready to test her new power, calling in Denkum. Same traits, but a fresh awakening track added, and that's the key to the new skill. Alan hit the swarm, and boom, a whole horde of insects flooded the scene. The boy was stunned by the skill and decided to test the awakening in everyone. Then Marika snapped in anger. Next morning, the little one came back, slid into his seat at the table, and sat there with everyone. He introduced Marika to his friends and announced, "She'll be living with us now." Marika looked genuinely thrilled to meet everyone, and Cecile immediately figured it out, so she'll be out somewhere at night. Then Curran stepped right back to Marika again. Sisel shot Alan a look and said he had that totally satisfied face. Like the moment the new dungeon items hit his hands, he'd be bursting to use them. 2 days later, today the guests rolled into the academy and lit a fire under the students' fighting spirit. Master Misha Doberk has thundered into the kingdom of Lotej. Alongside him stand Hermias, the hero of the Empire of Jayamut, and Master Misha Silv from the same empire. Academics sing Doberg's praises, but Alan mutters through clenched teeth about Hermias, because in his eyes, even this so-called local hero is bigger than the hero himself. Kyrna shot to her feet and volunteered to interrogate Doberg, asking him exactly how she could start using those skills. Karlov leaned in and told Doberg, "Next year we'll drill those skills." Then he pointed at the newcomer and said, "That's Sword Master Kyrna," and he reported every detail. And the teachers, honestly, they can't wrap their heads around why she's rushing like her life depends on it. Doberg snapped, asking why she was suddenly talking skills, and Kyrna fired back. She wanted to get stronger, and if Alan could use those skills, then she was going to master them too. Doberg had no clue who Alan even was. Hermias leaned in and told him, "It's the same guy the hero brought up earlier." Then Doberg invited the girl to his place, and she went along without a fight. Then it hit him, he dragged her off to the side. What was the master even scheming? Carl snapped for silence in the hall and told everyone to speak up now, because if anyone wanted answers, Hermias and Sylvia were the ones you'd ask. Dober snatched the sword, told Kyrna to swing for him, and said if she focused hard, she could actually pull off the skill. So Kyrna nodded and took the chance, thinking this was just another routine spar. But Dober had bled on the front lines for around 30 years, which meant this training was hiding something, and the moment she tried her first slash, you could feel she was stepping into his experience. Doberk snapped back. He insisted it wasn't a skill at all, then commanded them to smash him with one, and he shoved the girl aside. She kept pounding and slashing, trying to land the cut for real, yet the academics only cringed and called it a beating like an infant, and then someone finally snapped. Doberk explains nothing to Kyrie. She tore free from the master, then slammed to the floor. Ushana snapped, "Want to stop?" He grinned and said, "Stay a year and you'll learn it." She refused without a blink, swearing she'd keep going. And Ushana just stood there, staring, thinking all he could do was envy Kyrna's iron will, because they can only use their skills, and that's why Kyrna's in a rush. Steel kept screaming till evening. Hermias pitched the idea to Alan to set up a training match too. After an A-tower brawl, he couldn't stop wondering, did Dobrek want to break her down and teach her, or end her for good? Masser finally ordered them to surrender. Kyrina snapped, refusing to budge as the girl struggled to haul herself off the floor. She insisted Alan had been using his skills for ages, and she was just blowing off steam. She said he's chasing a real goal, and if he gets stronger, this path will finally help him reach it. Dober told me to zero in on what matters and blow him away with your skills. The girl shot up from the ground, flung her arm through the air, and went for the brand new technique with everything she had. Skill, this time she nailed it. The whole room froze, and Doberg burst out praising her, swearing he'd never forget this duel. Then Kyrna crumpled, and her friends surged to her side. Alan scooped her up and pressed the herb of life into her hands, while Hermias leaned in and said he could teach him something someday. Doberg shut that down fast, saying it'd be smarter to focus on the girl first, because that would help them more. He slid aside with Kyrna, and Hermio snapped that anything you start at 12 isn't childish. It's downright perverse, and then bragged that he's got some seriously twisted thoughts buzzing in his head. The hero leaned in and asked what the boy wanted most, and the kid just smirked in total silence. Then they waved the guests off. Alam stood there replaying what the hero might say about that dream the moment he could finally trust him fully. The C-rank dungeon, 3rd floor. Today's the day everyone's been craving, and now Alan steps in as his brand new monster. Guys, I'm waiting. They're stuck in suspense. Then he calls forth 5 turkeys, and his friends gawk at how massive the beasts are. Then he hopped onto one of the animals and told them they were coming along, together, on the move. Everyone scrambled onto the birds as Alan barked orders from the cadron to launch. Then the boy hooked up the Kirana, sprinted forward, and caught the opponents on the right. She took the signal, agreed, and decided to test the new one. And skill, then the girl launched into the sky with flying precision. That ball hits like a hurricane's blade from the spirit. Kyrna straight up bragged her left hand could wipe out anyone, but Droga cut in and snapped, "Nope, it's your right." Marika clocked the guys, snatched the magical stone, and tossed it into her inventory. Then Alan thanked her like it mattered. The boy blinked and swore this wasn't cavalry at all. It was some wild ostrich mount, no reins, no saddle, and you didn't even need lessons to ride. On the lower floor, Sissel realized it was still morning, yet they'd already blasted through 2 floors, and she'd taken out the boss without even getting off the bird. Kyrna tightens her arms around her horse while Jay stews in pure bad mood, the kind of mood only a sack of money could fix. But even if you throw cash at him, the boy's still going to run fast. Alan declared it's going to be smooth sailing clearing the Sarango dungeon, then forget all of them forever. He even pitched a celebration plus J's welcome into the team, because that's what normal corporations do, and Kyrna didn't know what a Steve's collar meant. But she backed the idea anyway. Jai refused and snapped that he hadn't shown up for ages, and they were probably panicking already. So Anon guessed Jai's parents lived in the academic city. Then Jai shot that idea down, saying that the moment he entered the academy, his whole family packed up and moved in with him. He admitted he had 0 connections, 0 references, and barely any money. Yet when Gia heard how badly he struggled, she couldn't even stomach the truth, because the girls instantly clocked him as a provider from a house full of hungry mouths. Cicely told Al, "This is exactly the kind of boy we need," and Al said they were hiring someone to work in the house at their base. So he offered to bring Gia's family, and his own too, right to them, claiming they'd have plenty of space and they'd pay his people. Gia couldn't figure out why they were suddenly acting so caring, and he fired back. They were comrades, and when they recruited for their group, he'd get them a proper social package. Jay froze for a second. Then Tessel pitched a better plan. Don't split the dungeon reward into 5, split it into 6. That extra 6th slice would patch up their home and pay for Jai's family, and in exchange, Jay would hand Alan his share of the magical stones. Jay pushed back, "Why Alan?" Kyrna didn't sugarcoat it. He needed a mountain of stones just to level up, and she'd been feeding him everything since he was a kid. Tessel snapped them out of the charity mindset and insisted it was just how they handled business. Jay mulled it over, finally nodded, and the whole group lit up. Then Alan pulled out a map, pointed to where they lived near the station, and said they should bring everyone over, because once they did, they'd throw a proper welcoming family party. Jay agreed on the spot. A little later, the whole G family finally rolled up to the spot, and he hurriedly apologized for the delay. Alam thought they were kids. Where were their parents? One guy told him, "Don't worry, they're just wrapping up training," and then Yavochka got introduced with Nina, Jai's younger sister. Nina bowed, thanked them for the invite, and Alam just froze in silence. Jai jumped in, apologized, and promised he'd explain everything later. Then Alam ushered everyone inside, and they all dropped into seats around the table. Nalchik insisted there was still tons of food, so the guests could dig in at their own pace. And Jay finally realized this place wasn't just big, it was roomy enough to breathe. He told Alan, "Drop the fancy formal stuff, okay? Jay and I are buddies, just like the three of us." The hero grinned, clocked how modest the kid was, and went along. Cecil then threw out, "Maybe it's because we're noble by blood." And Kyron, dude, was completely thrown for a loop. Jay hesitated, then admitted the debt story dragged on, but the truth was he got stripped of his title for good. Ever since, the boy been stuck living with the servants with nowhere else left to go. Sisel slid her sympathy across like it hurt her too, and Jay tried to calm her. He'd grown up with the grind of being a commoner. But Nina didn't have that armor, and the moment she heard, she swore she'd do whatever she could to help him. Kyrna, mouth stuffed, snapped that it didn't matter one bit whether someone was born noble or common, because commoners hadn't just lived tough lately. They'd recently been treated like serfs. Nina blinked in shock, and Jay couldn't even picture Alla being owned by anybody. "She's been hearing this since she was little," a friend told him, and Jay admitted he'd been wondering whether Alla was noble or common right up until now, just to ask Sisel if his guess was wrong. Sisel told him he wasn't mistaken. The servants all stiffened, and she waved it off like it was nothing, insisting she was already used to everything. She flashed a smile and said, "You can't be any different around Kyrna." Then Kyrna burst out laughing. Jai nodded along and admitted it was kind of confusing, before straight up asking where they all came from. Alan shot back that they'd come from some tiny town Jay probably never even heard of, and that was Granville. Jay froze, then sprang up like a firework and blurted that Cecily must be Granville's daughter. The servants snapped that they couldn't just dodge behind their own backs, and Jay's face darkened. Rage burned in his chest. He exploded at them for daring to take care of his family, accusing them of ruining the 7 Cornells. Cecily snapped back, "What does any of this have to do with you?" Jay shot a glare and revealed the truth. He'd been a Cornell for a whole century, his father. Drago demanded answers. "Did you do it?" Alan nodded, saying last year there, Deben a mithril mine disaster. Jay fought back hard, saying Alan wouldn't wriggle out with nothing but talk. He even claimed the royal messenger had warned him, then demanded, "So what exactly did you do to us?" So this royal messenger just rode out, unhurt. He'd never in a million years expected Jai and Cornell's son were really mixed up in it, because Cornell had sworn she had no gifted children. Jai only recalled Cornell's visit to Granville, how her daughter passed the evaluation ceremonies and proved totally untalented, which made Cornell grin like she'd won. But then the twist landed. Cornell had an untalented son, too. After that, Granville swept its old enemy aside and even seized the empty Viscount title. Sisel got it instantly. She stepped up to spill everything, but only if she could talk to Jai alone, and she ordered Jai's companions out of the room. With that, the servants and Jai's sister vanished, leaving the boy alone at the table as he snapped for answers. She gave them. Jai's father had hired the ruthless killer, Dagla, to seize the mithril mines in the Granville territories, and he'd kidnapped her Ilona just to blackmail her into silence. Jay, Kyrna, and Droga froze in shock as Tissel kept talking. She swore she only lived because Alan stepped in. Then her father rushed the whole incident straight to the king. Veckin Corneli and everyone tied to it got thrown into prison. Corneli's title got stripped, his estates got seized, and Tissel finally heard the worst. Lady Corneli was locked up in one of the royal castles. She straight up confirmed that her father played a part in the death of 7 Cornells, and she didn't even flinch. No shame, no regrets. Jay's body got slammed with a fever. Sissel told him, "If you don't believe me, go to the royal capital and dig it out with your own eyes." But she made it crystal clear she didn't owe him proof. The kid still refused to buy it, until now he finally understood what really went down. He asked if she knew his father, and she said she couldn't imagine Cornell as a loving parent. Jay went silent, then snapped. "Before I turned 5, I was taken care of by a servant, and after the valuation ceremony, that same day was the last time I ever saw my parents." The hero snapped, fully alert. Jiv had been pulled away from the 7, shipped off with a handful of servants to another city, and left there until recently, with no fancy aristocrat lessons and only a pathetic little allowance. Then, right after Jai turned 10, they finally sent a teacher. Jai felt his father hadn't forgotten him, but he was also terrified about what it would take to prepare for the academy. That's when it clicked. He was still a Cornell, still tied to their name, until last October when his servant was kicked out and the money that kept him afloat just stopped. Jai got sent back home, and he didn't know what to think, so he threw himself into work at the church, And before long, the ones who'd lost their parents came knocking, like the world kept piling pain onto his shoulders. Soon, a royal messenger arrived with deadly news. The Granville family had arranged the destruction of the Cornell house. But the offer sounded impossible. If Jai fought monsters and carried out his noble duty for 5 years instead of 3, every one of their sins would be wiped clean. His Majesty the King would rebuild the Cornell house with Jai standing at the top as the new lord. And that's the whole story, because even when Jai hated his own talent, destiny never let him breathe easy. He made a vow right there. Even if his family did them wrong, he would still give them a place they could call home, and in those 5 years, he'd rebuild their good name with his own hands. The guys heard every word. Alan's eyes sharpened, because he finally realized Jai wasn't just fighting, he was carrying a noble duty too. Jai didn't understand at first, so Alan told him they were headed to the same war. Same destination, same storm, and Alan pushed the plan they'd fulfill the duty together. Jai snapped back, "I'm a Cornell," while they were Granvilles. Alan grinned and said it didn't matter because Jai needed them and their talents would mesh like a weapon made of different parts, perfectly. After all, this duty wasn't just dangerous, it was brutal, and it was going to demand everything. Sisel swallowed hard and said her brother died 3 months after he marched to the front lines, and every boy's face fell. Alan leaned in and warned that the monster chaos was being fueled by Demon Lord followers who were getting stronger, and he wanted Jai to team up and fight beside him. Jai shot back that he'd use Alan for his own plans, and the boy didn't flinch. He told Jai it was fine to chase his goal with everything he had. Jai snapped that he didn't care about the Demon Lord at all. He only wanted to be a noble again. Kyrna urged them to chase nobility together, while Droga cut in and said it didn't matter who Jai was before the academy, only that he was their friend now. Then Sisel added, with a shaky breath, that she might be the first Granvilla to share a roof with Scornelia. He told him, "Don't bottle it up, don't fight this alone," and welcomed him back with open arms to their company. Ziv wiped his eye and grinned, the guys smiled too, and then he laid a hand on the boy's shoulder. Then the very next day, the servants and Nina showed up, apologized for what they did the day before, and thanked the guys for backing them up. Marika shot out to meet them, smiling as she greeted everyone, and Nina rushed in for a big hug. Right then, they clicked and became friends. Meanwhile, Jai calmly told the nervous servants that this is a Talent Alana. The hero decided they'd somehow make it work together, and he's sure Jay will smile the moment he gets his nobility back. Yet it's all coming from a royal messenger who just used his weakness like a weapon. Now Alan has to dig into the truth. Can the revival of the 7 Carnal really happen? And why does that messenger care so much? Nina demanded to know if they were heading back to the dungeon today, and Jay gently patted her head, promising everything would be okay because he was going with his friends. Subtitle editor Ibikova, proofreader Aigorova. The guys burst out of the house and Alan immediately shot. "So we conquer the Biranga dungeon from now on." Everyone nodded and had his back. Rangabi dungeon, no doubts. At the entrance, the employee blinked at how prickly and wild these kids were, and told them in no uncertain terms to stop being reckless because the traps in there can kill. But that didn't scare them one bit. They flashed their adventure seeker cards, and the whole crowd started whispering in tense, hushed voices. When they got to the people, Drogo spotted it right away. This maze didn't look any different from the others at first glance, and Alan nodded, grim as ever. Then he warned them it would eat far more time because this one has 12 floors and he's betting they can beat it in just a month. The boy pushed the group to move super carefully because traps were everywhere. Then he handed out antidotes one by one and told them, "Drink it now, don't let poison win." The aerial recon crew maps the terrain, then they hit the hot trails. Right after he announces the RAN GB takeover at the demilitarized zone, the guys sprint straight at the enemies. On the 4th floor, Jai's eyes snapped to a treasure chest, and Sissel grabbed him, begging him to hold back before greed blew everything apart. She warned him those chests don't just pop up. It's a trap wearing a monster's skin. Then Alice sent Marika to handle it, and she shot up to the chest like a strike from the skies. As soon as they tried to force the door open, a rank B mimic sprang out. Alans grabbed Marika and ordered her to unleash madness. She slammed it with multiple magical strikes, then told it to drop dead. One mimic got wiped out, and boom, 20,000 experience hits the screen, while the SS drugs can't believe this is even possible. Olmem says it's totally possible. Magic hits harder when your brain's sharp, and he just boosts Marika like crazy. And Marika confirms her spell's cooldown is a full 6 hours. Jaya shrugged it off, saying none of that mattered because they'd scored a reward, and a free spear he swore they could sell for around 50 gold. Then the boy blurted a warning to Drago. A monster was creeping up right behind him. He gripped the weapon with everything he had, slammed the skill through his entire body, and that single hit obliterated the monster, leaving the guys stunned while Drohazov practically exploded with joy. He finally figured out how to trigger it, and now he could use the power too. Then he turned to his friend and shouted congratulations, because hey, better late than never. Draga said, now I finally get it. He was so high on pure euphoria that not a single dungeon could shake him, and he wanted this rush to never end, because it looks like his skill just unlocked even more effects. Right, it's the 7th month of the same year, and the B-rank dungeon won't harvest a single thing. Jai froze when he realized the boss was rank B, same as him, and Kyrna clocked that the big boars backing the boss looked exactly like the ones they'd butchered back in the village, not some scrawny piglets. The bridge is called a *swint****, and it's got a ***granizu all over it. Alan figured he's around 5 meters tall at the withers. Then Roga asked if they could pull the meat out from the ground, while Alan warned the others not to get comfy too soon, because once you check their numbers, the boss won't be able to mess with them at all. When their levels hit 37, he figured summoning blessings from beasts would supercharge a summoner's traits, only for everyone's numbers to come out basically the same. That's exactly what he figured the regular mode would throw at him. So they're about to surge forward and reel in Alan, the level 42 kid. Jo unleashed a high defense technique, boosting every teammate's endurance by a crisp 3%. She kicked things off with the blazing copies, each one screamed toward the opponents, and then he dropped the bomb. The awakening skill only works once. Good day, he barked an order and sent the bears to rip into the enemy, and that devouring skill hits for a brutal 3 times the damage of a normal attack. He shipped the ostrich straight to the boss in a different Kyrna. Then the boy swung with the summer Kyrna's axe skill. He swung his sword hard, each strike carved into the monsters, and then he barked at Karina to hit them next. She obeyed, then blasted the opponent with hit after hit, until finally she lifted her sword high and drove a single, deadly slash through the end of it. With the boss finally down, they racked up 240,000 experience points. Then Droga and Kyrna slammed a fist bump and swore they weren't scared of the battle rank anymore, promising to cut everyone to pieces. Jay immediately popped group healing, blasting a huge wave that restored health for every ally within 10 meters, and it even worked on summoned beasts too. And right then, the boy spotted a silver chest and urged them to grab it and run. They hauled out a brass knuckle forged from Arkhalk, and Alan bragged it's basically as hard as mithril. Then Jay tossed it to the table, asking who wanted to wear it. He swung the idea right into selling it instead, claiming they rake in at least 100 gold. The crew stormed out of the dungeon, and Alan filled Cecil in. He thinks Jay's chasing the family dream, but nope, Jay just has dollar signs for a soul. Cecil snapped back that there are monks who don't hoard but Jai. He's the full-on hoarder, a golden saint. Alan had to admit that their first rank B dungeon run went spectacular. The growth potential is straight-up terrifying. He realized in normal mode they can level up like crazy, but the demon army is still way out of reach. So Alan vows they'll keep pushing everyone's levels higher, and the real kicker is, from a B-rank floor, you can snag around 200 magical stones, and he's pushing to split the summoned beasts into 3 teams and go hunting for loot. If we keep riding this momentum, we'll rake in a massive haul, 34, 760 magical stones and a C-rank score. The treasure chest pays out 425 gold coins, and he's also gunning for 310,000 degradation from the guild. To stop wasting hours bouncing around the city, she had to shell out 50 gold for a carriage, then grab a watch for 50 more to keep track of time in the dungeons. So by the time the 8th month rolled in and every academy shut down for vacation, Kyrna was practically bursting with relief that the exams were finally over. For the trade, the birds swooped all the way to Kyrna, the native village, where the whole family and the towering mountains waited. Kitsa came flying in with a basket and thumped onto the windowsill, guests watching, totally confused, because from the bird they heard Alan's voice, but none of them could figure out how the heck it was coming from there. The boy ran up to Uncle Gerd and just blurted it out. He wasn't hearing things. Alan was speaking through the bird. Turns out it was pop transmission, an insane skill that shoots Alan's voice straight into your brain within a 3-kilometer radius, and it can even beam back any info, like images. Dad and Mom stared in shock at this crazy talent, and Mash pulled a letter from the basket, saying he'd read it again. Then he revealed the twist. There were letters from Droga and Kyrn too, their relatives. Gerda teased the boy that he can't exactly crush letters, then told him to ask Masha later, and everyone lit up because the kids had each other's backs. So when Jurda said Talana has always been wildly outrageous, the bird still sat there, waiting for grain, while Yura snapped that she's got no talent and can't help Alun. But the hero fired back that she can handle helping Mom and the pipe, while he'll have to vanish somewhere again and again, and Yura brightened instantly, swearing she'd step in for him. Rodden told them he'd been named the elder of the brand-new pioneer village, and they'd kick off building it next year, while Alum congratulated his father, and kids laughed and chased each other in the background. He figured his father had shepherded the hunters for a decade, so it felt like the obvious call. Then Jurda stepped in, said he'd join them too, told him not to stress, and ordered him to carry the news to Kirana, and the boy nodded and agreed. He figured his parents were already past 30, so it was time to kick off a brand new village closer to hunting season. Then the boy added, "Since Dad's become this big important guy, I've gotta learn letters now." Granville watched a bird streak to the estate, land on the window, and peck the glass with its beak. Then a boy's voice popped out, apologizing and introducing himself, and the Lord froze because he had zero clue this was coming. He snatched the letter out of the basket, thanked the person, and told them to keep watching Sissel, so the boy nodded and obeyed. He said he wanted to restore Semi-Cornel's honorable name after 5 years of flawless service, and Uchina snapped back. "If His Majesty the King agrees, then it can be done." Yeah, maybe, he admitted he wasn't sure the promise was real, but if Cornella's son is truly a healer, stuff like this can happen. If Jai survives the battlefield and makes it back home, he and his family will get major benefits because plenty of nobles are sending their kids to war. And what they need most is someone with solid, even if average, healing talent. Among serfs and common folk, these people almost never get born, and when they do, they're usually bound tight to the church. They're so rare that the elves even dispatch their healers to the other continent by agreement. The Lord's order was clear: keep the front standing, don't prioritize what their healers personally need. That logic might hold for the elves, but the restorers don't see it that way, so even after a healer completes their duty, they can still get stuck on the battlefield for one reason or another, until death. Lore snapped that Cornel got ripped from his own family the second that talent was spotted, and Icon hit back saying Cornel basically wrote himself off. No love, no care, no real upbringing. Alon blew up, called it an ugly tale, then realized something terrifying. The royal envoy sent Gia to the battlefield because he could, and of course Jay just happened to be there for the healers. Icon nodded, and Alon decided Jay was a real good kid who kept worrying about his family, saving where he could so nobody would go without if disaster struck. Then Alon swore, if the royal envoy was lying to Gia, he'd still hunt down justice. The Lord told him to hand it over, and the boy demanded answers, so Icon explained that the envoy pointed at him as the one responsible for 7 Cornel deaths. Alon understood, thanked the Lord, and said their real fight was still a long way off, so they had time to wait. Later, back at base, Irina stared at the situation, wondering how on earth she could help Gia. Drog decided the royal bailiff was their enemy, but he snapped back and warned them they couldn't prove whether his promise was real or fake. So Cecile pushed for silence and said they should wait until her father checks it out. Jay let out a heavy sigh, thanked everyone, admitted he needed money for his family, and then went all in to conquer that dungeon. Right at the start of autumn, summer vacation was finally over, and the guys finally showed up to take on the underground of rank A. Kyrna asked if there were even lines here, and the acquaintance said, "Not every crew makes it to the ring, only 1 in 10. The employee went wide-eyed at that number, and then realized the group with the sword master standing among them. He told them the kids claim they're monsters too, and that they munch on real monsters for breakfast, so the guy snapped, "Then be careful, okay?" And he said, for them, caution is everything. He figured the real endgame was the monster Ranga sitting below, one the boy hasn't met yet. New experiences, new kills. He clocked Djiam, drifting around like a lost soul lately, but he knows exactly how to snap him out of it. The boy blurted the order to begin, and this maze was something nobody had ever laid eyes on. Alan hurled a squad of scouts out in every direction, but they vanished like smoke, nowhere to be found. Traps slammed shut again and again, leaving 0 breathing room. For 2 brutal nights, the team kept everyone awake, their snoring turning survival into a joke, just to crawl through the first level. At least Kyrnov stayed comfortable, gripping his sword like it was the only thing standing between them and disaster. Good thing in that salon, the ones who don't need sleep can finally kick back and rest easy. No worries, no pressure. Marika barks orders to the summoned king of beings, and as they push forward, monsters of rank start crashing into their path. The hero shouted, "Right ahead, 2 orc kings and a cyclops," and the monsters closed in with stomping, heavy footsteps. Others in Kyrana barreled into the fight, and the Kingorkovs got wiped out. Alam got ordered to kill the Cyclops, and the beast swung its massive arms straight into the road. The drug slammed the boy to the ground, and Gia panicked. Then he blasted his healing skill on his friend without hesitation, and the drug didn't even get a chance to process what just hit it. Ostrich Jai stomped onto the pressure plate, and just like that, all power died instantly. We're done for this spatial trap just snapped on, and it's teleporting to a random spot on the same floor. JHI drops his head and apologizes, and Luna snaps him into calm, telling him, easy. Then the boy orders Kearney to shut that Cyclops down, and she goes to. Alam surged into the attack, stunned. How could this be handled when only these two rank B monsters stood there, with no fruits and no healing potions at all? He flashed back to the other three squads, but it still wasn't enough. They had to be found fast, and medicine had to get delivered. Jay was panicking, so Alam snapped, calling Fame and ordering Marika to carry the seeds of power and the leaf of life and fly straight to those two. The 7 powers would refill mana, and the leaf of life would drag their health back. She did exactly as told and called her sisters. Then, 30 minutes later, they finally tracked those guys down. Guys, through Faye Allen, I saw my beaten comrades ringed by monsters. Marika snapped at her sisters to push their wings harder, faster to Sisla Drogem. Then he shoved Kira to grip the ostriches even tighter on the edge, and the moment the animals took off, everything kicked into overdrive. Alan triggers Friend's Divine Wind. Now he rockets forward at 300 km/h for a full hour as explosions roar in the background. Sissel fires off the flame spear, but Marika tosses her a leaf of life, only for Sissel to refuse and snap that she needs mana. Droga digs deep into her last ounce of strength and slams her opponent down. Alan showed up and demanded to know if they'd left anything for him. Tessel's face lit up with pure delight. Droga said he knew he was already too late the moment all those Fays showed up, and Cicely thanked one. Jay snapped back that he wasn't having it. Alan warned him, "Don't bite on the side," then patted his comrade and shrugged like, "Stuff like this happens." Jay spun to Cicely and shot out an apology, and he admitted they'd all be dead if Alan hadn't held the line. So the comrades moved on, and Alan demanded they'd be smarter about the traps from here on out. At the very end of September, they're finally sprinting all the way to the bottom boss, and the house is totally steady. Everything's fine for now. Right now, Jay's finally bounced back from that crushing failure, thanks to his sisters. At the A-rank dungeon, the very lowest floor, the guys laid eyes on an A-rank monster. The monster's grinning, yeah, the great Voyuka, and Alan thinks it towers at least 10 meters tall. Droga blurts out whether their attack will even reach, and Alan tells her they're lucky their first monster, Oranga, came with insane physical defense. The punches hit hard, sure, but they don't hold a candle to a dragon, so the boy admits that if this were a dragon, they'd have bolted. But this time, they're charging straight at the thing. The guy's power level just shot up to 56, and they're getting bigger right before our eyes. More riders surge past Alan as he clicks his 49th, while others hold their ground. The kid shuffles the cards and triggers skills on his creatures, and the fat buff shoots his agility through the roof for the next 24 hours. Then comes the swap. It tags every target within a 50-meter radius, and his spread run skill scrubs away the critical damage from both physical and magical hits aimed straight at him. Alan rushes up and apologizes to Cicely, then tells everyone that today's first attack will hit exactly by the new plan. He even breaks out the guys for the power explosion technique. But before he can finish, monsters burst in and flutter around like something out of a nightmare. The monsters bore into them, and the creature blazed to life, sending a clear warning. Get ready because its max area damage is coming. Mikad's flipped the switch and his drone unleashed a meteor shower. Boom, blast after blast, tearing the battlefield open. That's his awakened skill. Once it starts, it can't be stopped. It self-destructs on the enemy, and it detonates the moment they're within 5 meters. The result, 10 Orc Kings wiped out in an instant, and the party surged to a massive 200,000 experience points. And he finally admitted that one of them once nearly ended his life. So Jai couldn't stop smiling because the hero crushed all of them. The guys threw each other shocked looks as the drones kept detonating, but the boss took aim anyway. Kuriana shouted, "Move up!" And they sprinted with Drago straight toward the ostriches in Vayuk's direction. The monster took one brutal step, and the guys nearly got crushed to pieces. He launched a brutal combo, swinging and slamming Kyrna until her companions stiffened in fear. Cecile snapped, asking if this was really the plan and if the hero had somehow forgotten the substitution. Then Droga called out, right as the warrior's fist rose over Kyrna, but she stopped it, fist held high, and the ostrich was fine too. "That's just like Mayor Dargashu to me," she said. And he crowned her the Atlas of Yucca. Geo went wild on the spot, while Sissel just glowed with joy. Droga then lunged into the fight, sprinted straight at the monster, closed in on its head, and blasted it with an explosive hit. Now Kyrna snapped into action, fired up the red Psyduck, and swung hard, while Alan leaned towards Sissel and promised they'd join the attack too. The boy called in even more animals, and they all swarmed forward to tear into the enemy. The monster crumpled onto its back, and Voyuk plus the slain hero shot up with 480,000 experience points. Now they're cheering like crazy, and Rog can't help bragging that nothing is cooler than this. Maybe Alam snatched up a stone and bragged about how huge it was, but Jay's eyes snapped to a treasure chest instead, until he realized it was wooden. They traded away the nut and got a halberd in return, and Jay blew up, screaming that they'd been duped. He shot back, saying they finally had enough to arm the dragoons now. Then Sissel backed him up, warning that against monsters like those, even a mithril axe just won't cut it anymore. Draga said his goodbye to Valeria, his old weapon, and Alan muttered that this was the kind of move you only make right before war. So he pushed himself harder, hunting for even more levels and better gear. Then the guys marched up to the system. It congratulated them for crossing the land of Oranga, but warned it wouldn't hand over a confirming certificate. Alan blinked like, "Wait, what certificate?" A strange mark flashed into existence, and she swore it looked exactly like a guild card. Then the system snapped back. "Clear the rank dungeon and you'll unlock the rank C dungeon." The guys just stared, blown away. Kirana blurted out whether monster Rangas would even be there, and Droga leaned in and swore it was probably 100 meters tall. Would the ceilings even survive that? Meanwhile, Jai could only pray the treasure wouldn't be anything like the last one. And just like that, summer vacation vanished. Friend laughs, wild trips to the dungeons, all of it swept away. On October 13th, the holidays finally ended, and a couple classmates slipped back into their seats. Then one kid called out and told him, "Your advice worked. I cleared the way and I even ranked up to C." Right away, another boy pointed out that only 3 were missing from their group, and someone shot back that people were saying they didn't vanish at all. They just backed out, scared stiff. One of the boys spotted that the Allens and the others had already wiped out the underground class. Then the rest grilled him like, "You sure you didn't mix up the alphabet letters?" Everyone started whispering that they really were part of the Swordmaster group, because not every graduate can even survive that class dungeon. Someone clocked that Curran was way too special, but the girl only smiled. Cecile leaned in and asked what the big consultant was planning after lunch. Would he be giving more advice? He shut that down fast and said it was time to train his wind magic because he hadn't touched it in ages. Curran pushed for a childhood-style duel, but he waved it off. His summoned beasts were already stuck working in the dungeon, and it'd be too expensive to swap them out just to test strength. Then Dobrik grabbed Curran and declared, "You're coming with me." The girl protested. Ulnu pulled in a 1-star swordsman and rifle greeted him. Steele threw out a quick apology. The classes kicked off, and he told himself the only thing that mattered was staying away from any flashbacks involving Mikkel. 3 hours later, Kyrna and Dobrik finally stop and gulp in air, their chests still heaving, and Ushina grins like it was never in doubt. Ranga's dungeons didn't break her, and he can tell she's not the only one because Dobrik's holding his own too. Still, Dobrik thinks the teacher crushed him in the fight, and the hero can't help himself. He's already hunting for a battle worthy of him. Carl snapped at Kyrni Alla to sprint to the rectorate at once, insisting he'd called them just 3 hours ago. Then the kids all stared, stunned. Kyrina Kosa stared at Elon and he snapped, "Why are you looking at me like that?" swearing he hadn't done a thing. And then it hit him. This tiny little chemist was the one person he hadn't run into since the entrance exam. The guys headed out with the teacher, and Karlov leaned in and claimed he'd heard they'd gotten a certificate underground. Then he pressed, "So what are you guys doing next?" Alona told them they're going to wipe out the C-rank dungeon before graduation, and Karlov chimed in that there are 4 of these right inside the academic city, so they won't have to go far. Then they'll roll out across the whole kingdom. The hero leaned in and asked how far their favorite teacher had pushed with the students, and Karlov admitted he doesn't even know who the favorites are. But every teacher there is still stuck at rank A, with nobody going past it. He said that for decades, no one had dared to step into Dungeon S, and that Dobrik himself was the last one to do it, and Karlov chimed in that beating Dobrik's record would be legendary. Then he bragged that it'd be a piece of cake. Lunis watched as Karlov led the guys straight to the tower. and Kirana's jaw dropped at its wild, whimsical architecture. The rector welcomed the students with a sharp grin, urging them to outplay the wise, cunning enemy and snatch the key they'd need to get the right answer. The girl blurted out, "Can I ask questions?" and then pointed straight-faced at the hero. "So, are you a real elf, or did someone glue donkey ears on you?" The hero shot her a quick glance. The rector leaned in and said, "Yeah, I get why you're curious. I'm over 1,000 years old, and I've only been running this city and the academy for the last 43. The hero snapped back that it wasn't bugs for him, and that's exactly why he wore that impenetrable face like armor. Back then, he'd sworn the elf must have eaten something awful, and that the building was an ancient relic of elven culture, older than anything else in the whole city. And then the recruit leaned in and said the guys had a mission. He's pushing for them to join the Academy's martial arts tournament in just a week. And while Alan wasn't thrilled, Curran was actually pumped. So the hero snapped, asking why he was just now hearing about it. Karlov snapped back that only second and third-year students get to enter the tournament of 16 fencers, pure, fair steel. No room for magicians or scholars, so they were ready to shut them out entirely, until they decided, after all, to make an exception and back those people with tribute. An elf warned that tall guests from all over the world, and even Lata's royal family, would show up, so Alan immediately pushed, saying the axe's owner had the stronger attack and he'd better step in. The boy then revealed Drogo had wandered through the lands of Ranga and demanded what he did to anger them. But the elf snapped that the axe's owner can't compete because this tournament is only for 2 stars and up. So Alan swallowed his pride, knowing that even with plenty of stars, joining in with his fencing would only drag shame, because 1-star fighters don't battle in blue. The rector told Alan that his participation is recommended and that he can even jump in with his skills, and Alan's mind immediately went. That elf is wicked. He's always plotting and he dreams of showing off his power, but with a life that lasted a whole millennia, curiosity still burns too bright. Then Alan smirked and said, "No, let everyone else step up. I'll stay hidden in the shadows." He refuses to sit around. He says bragging about summons for nothing is just too expensive, because with only his sword skills he'd get smashed in the first round anyway, so what's the point? The hero's basically thinking, if it doesn't level him up, then it's just wasted time. The rector promised that a win would earn them a shot at Dobbergum, and Kyrna nodded without hesitation. Then Alan told her they had to get better gear first, or else he'd register Kyrna himself for the tournament. A day before the tournament, big-name guests stormed the clan hall, and the guys had to prep under their watch. Lord Granville and another guest slid into a seat beside Jai and his sister. The Lord leaned in and said they reminded him of Viscount Carnell, just like that. Jai blinked and shot back, "Really?" Lord Granville, playing it safe, asked the king straight up if the Cornell house could ever rise again, because he'd promised to dig into the Cornelly matter, and now he finally brought back the king's answer. A box landed right in front of Jai, and he demanded, "What is this?" Granville leaned in and said it was the royal privilege, the one meant to restore the Cornell house, wrapped in a deal. 5 years of spotless service on the battlefield, and if he racked up big military wins, that countdown could get cut short. Jai was totally stunned. Then he grinned at Isiliu, and the Lord's eyes flicked to the signatures on him, Granville and Hamilton. Jai didn't have a clue who Hamilton was. The second guest leaned in and introduced himself, riffled Hamilton, then told them he'd come on behalf of his father, Count Hamilton, the closest relative of Grand Velataki Cornelli. Alan whispered that they must be the top dogs in the same dynasty, because the biggest feudal lord usually ignores local chaos, especially out in foreign territory. Rifle couldn't shake the worry, though. Was Alan actually a Skripostan? Fasnik said, they can call it a blessing if they want, but House Gamald takes charge of the Gieri family until they've done their duty out on the battlefield. Gieri and his sister lit up, but the boy demanded, "Why should we be protected like this?" Lord Granville cut in, "Don't be so suspicious. Nobles are the ones who stand behind what they do." Then he shrugged the matter into place. He only did what his duty required, following orders from the one who commanded him. Honor, Gius was all on edge. Granville leaned in and said they needed to hear this, about the royal envoy who'd been in contact with the Cornell family, the same man who showed up right after Gius's fall. None of them spelled out whose orders he followed, but they made one thing clear: he wasn't serving the royal family. No, he was tied to the inherited prince, Dauphin Namble Dalatasha, the reigning king's nephew and the next in line. And lore went even harder. Even the king couldn't touch him without proof of his crimes. The guys dropped into a daze, and Alum couldn't shake the thought that whoever masterminded the kidnapping of Sisley and the trick on Jai might slip away clean. No punishment, no payback. Right. Then the Lord kept talking. After 5 years on the throne, the old king's pain won't last forever, and his majesty will be replaced by the heir prince. He admitted he didn't know what the new ruler would do, or if he'd even live up to the granted privilege. Jai swore he'd do everything a noble man is supposed to. Sisley, meanwhile, shot back that Nene isn't exactly an outstanding brother. Lord Granville finally snapped everyone back to reality and said, "Tomorrow, tournament of 16. Focus now." Rano nodded and agreed. The very next day, the stands explode with bodies and noise. An academy-wide martial arts tournament where these students are about to march straight into the heart of the inferno to face the demon lord. And amid the chaos, Granville jabs a finger and tells Alona she's the prince's heir. He settled in and caught his breath. Then in the arena, Kyrna blasted Capinos, and the crowd erupted in pure joy. Eritor shrugged it off like it wasn't shocking, because first-year Master Misha just ended things by smashing the spear of a third-year student, and walked out the winner. In the stands, Elf leaned toward her friend and said Misha's growing way too fast, and her friend answered that people are whispering Misha already slipped past underground rank, and Sisley told her that from this moment on, there was only Doberk, and she better remember every single thing she'd ever been taught. The announcer roared that a fearless fighter had stepped up, actually daring to square off against Doberg himself, then turned to the crowd like, "Are you ready to watch his incredible fencing and see how he'll strike back for all the trash they've been saying about him as a champion?" Dojerk said she'd fought her way this far, and Kyrna nodded, then added that she's gotten way stronger along the way. Doberg boasted that he hunts monsters, demon killers, demigod destroyers, while Kyrna just stared in total confusion. Uchna dared her to hit him if she could, and he brandished a huge adamantine blade, so Kyrna swore she'd strike him more than once, matching him with her own big walnut sword. The girl exploded from her spot and unleashed her skill. An instant later, a savage whirlwind of air slammed straight into the opponent's ball. She leapt sky-high and slammed down with force fiercer than thunder, then strained upward to keep Kyrna's assault from breaking through. The crowd's freaking out in disbelief, because that girl swore she couldn't possibly answer back. They both rocketed forward with sword slashes, and their blades crashed together with a deafening clash. Ushchina snapped, asking if this was really all she could do, but they shoved her aside and she shot back in protest. Kyrna's comrades panicked. She got slammed down hard, and the impact left her reeling, convinced the blow was brutal. Dober taunts her and presses her on what comes next at the end of summer, but Kirana fires back at the teacher, sassing him so hard it turns into a full-on verbal showdown. Battle erupts, Doberg swings his thunderous sword, and Ren's red fury explodes into a clash of steel and scarlet petals. The girl burst into blood as an explosion ripped through the air. Every friend went rigid. Defeated Kyrna crumpled to her knees and swore she wouldn't collapse, then immediately face-planted onto her back. The announcer slammed the result, Doberg's the winner. Then he told the champion to step out, rest up, and take that win he earned, while Uchina looked at him and begged him to get stronger for his friends and for his people. Just like I figured, someone spotted it, Dobrik's still in ridiculous shape. She tore herself free of Kyrna's grip and screamed for a healer. Her wounds were too severe to be survived. The healer shot into action, sprinted her straight into the infirmary, and shoved a leaf of life into her hands. Kyrna surged up, then her stare sent a wave of terror through every healer in the room. The girl swore she threw herself into the fight with every ounce of strength. Then she broke down crying, insisting that not a single one of her punches ever landed. Alan blurted that the new kids and the gear at Doberg are stronger than anything she's got, and Cecile's temper instantly flared. The hero snapped her out of her spiral, reminding her that just a year ago it felt impossible to imagine she'd grow this powerful, then told her to train until her bones ached and stomp him flat next year. Kirana shot back that she didn't even know who this Dipsija was, but either way, she'd crush him like a bug. Lordgren leans in and watches the guys through the doorway as Cicely wipes Kyrie's face with a handkerchief, telling him they'll start with his nose. Then the clash of armor rings out. The man snapped his hands together and called it a brilliant fight. While the foreign guests cheered the first sword duel between masters in 10 years, he stepped forward and introduced himself as Heir Prince Imbelli, welcomed them with a grin, and said there was plenty they needed to talk about. So what does the Heir Prince really want from Viscount Granville and the main heroes? Granville tipped his hat to His Majesty, saying it would be an honor to earn his audience, and the prince praised him on the spot, then declared he wished every Alliance faction member had Viscount Granville's spine. The prince's knight told Zenovk, "We'll handle the guards." Then he urged the captain to wait outside the Amprin. The prince leaned in and told the Viscount their meetings weren't official, so he demanded the Viscount sit, right then and there. Alan immediately bowed and apologized, calling out to the Viscount before urging him to take the spot the prince pointed at. The prince shot a question. Where did the servant even come from? The knight standing behind him yanked his sword out on instinct, and his majesty flicked a signal, cutting it off, saying it was fine, let the Viscount sit in the exact place. He did as he was told. Alan's stomach twisted. This felt like an unexpected intrusion. He'd figured everything would be fine since the others were protected by the commander, but now the prince was pulling the Viscount into something deeper. Alan couldn't stop wondering, what did the prince really want from him? The prince, meanwhile, said the Viscount was clearly thriving, handling Granville's affairs so well that he'd produced a master swordsman and even expanded the free mines. Then the prince dropped the bomb. Every competitor was wiped out. The lord pressed even harder, asking if the Viscount knew his case had already been carved into history as the incident in Granville. The Viscount refused to talk about the physical destruction. The prince agreed, then said that this insane, never-seen-before move to breathe life back into the Cornell house was exactly why His Majesty signed that reckless document. And finally, the prince got fiery. He fully backed the king because a brutal battlefield was coming, one where the Geomut Empire would send its best fighters. The prince declared that the perfect place for a master swordsman and the son of Cornell was right there, and asked the Viscount if he agreed. He finished with a challenge. There wasn't a better option for their kingdom, even if you searched with a lantern. Alan just stood there in silence, listening. The prince clocked the Viscount from the Alliance faction looking on edge, then leaned in and demanded to know what was haunting him. So yeah, he's got to force himself to rejoice at the king's call. The prince snaps that it's not some faction in their kingdom pushing to cut their frontline forces in half. He's read the whole political battlefield. The Alliance faction backs their ally in war, Guild, King, Granville all in. The Kingdom faction, they're only sending crumbs, just the heir prince, Cornell, and Icon, still silent. Then the prince leans in and asks if he regrets trading his daughter away, but he shrugs it off, saying he isn't worried at all, because of the nun. And he leaned in and told Mr. Viscount it was a golden chance, right up there in the best spot at the front. Then the Viscount shot the boy a quick, sharp look. The prince snapped, "Who are you to butt in?" And Alan shot back, "I lead this group, so yeah, my opinion matters." Then the prince corrected him, "Leader, not sword master." The hero nodded along, and I made it clear. Being in charge isn't always for the strongest fighter. The prince stared at the boy and instantly recognized the very servant everyone said would guard the young lady. And Alan confirmed it with a hard nod, swearing he'd do anything to make it happen. Icon said, "If the king's made his choice, we'll follow it without hesitation." He steals a quiet glance at the hero, and Lon can't stop thinking that the Viscount would thank him for daring to bring his daughter straight into the hottest danger. 3 months later, the skill finally hit level 7, and that leap dumped a massive plus of 1,000 to 2 stats onto every summoned creature. The guys tore through the class's second dungeon, cracked open several treasure chests, and walked out with weapons and armor forged from Rehalka and adamantite, plus rings that boosted their attributes. Now it's the first month of the new year, and today is the day they're taking down the last boss of that dungeon they've been grinding non-stop. Alon finally asks, "What are you even afraid of?" After all, this is their 76th boss. Droga's shocked by how much of a slave his own fear has been. And then, right in front of them, stands the strongest low-level boss of all, the hulking dragon Arang. G clocks it immediately and blurts, "Where are its minions?" Droga claimed he'd already eaten them, and now he's betting they'll pop out of his stomach sooner or later. Cecily pressed Alla for answers, and Alla fired back that, of course, they'd take the challenge. Like this was the exact turning point of his whole passage. Alan ran through his card setup before the battle, then studied every player's moves, declaring he'd strike first, and the dragon would snap back with a blast of fire. So the boy yelled for everyone to brace themselves. Alan also pointed out that Cecil had made it crystal clear. Don't say her spell's name, and now these weren't fake meteors anymore. They were real energy bombs, and the hovering creatures detonated as the dragon's breath tore through the sky. A thunderclap of an explosion roared, dust swirled down, and the dragon slammed into view, then snapped a glance and blinked, stunned that only 5 pathetic human kids were daring to call him out. Kyrna couldn't believe the dragon was speaking their language. Cecil guessed it was some insanely smart auto-translator kicking in. The dragon shook his head, saying it wasn't knowledge, and it wasn't ignorance either. It was just bad luck that they were still so young when they'd meet dragon fire. Alan hurled energy bombs, and the battlefield detonated with roaring explosions. The hero barked an order for the dragon to attack because the battalion wanted flames, but the dragon snapped back that it was ridiculous to be ashamed just for cutting off his speech. Then he grinned and declared it was finally time to teach them proper manners. Alan claimed all that effort was brutal, but absolutely worth it, then Sisley snapped tighter and swore she'd make everyone pay for how Alan's been acting. The hero shot back. That's called collective responsibility, and said the guys had already learned to live with it, because they're just cogs in the machine. Then he pointed at Frenham. Start the run straight to the base. The dragon lashed out with its tail, wham, missing its mark, and he couldn't help but praise Fren. The enemy bared his teeth and snapped at Drog, but Drog juked out of the way. Then the dragon snarled in pain, all grimacing. Kyrena lunged in and swung her sword hard at the enemy, but all it did was leave a shallow scratch. Alun was stunned that her strike didn't land until he realized this guy's physical defense was insanely strong. The dragon barked, "Is this a joke?" And as it opened its mouth, a flash lit up the air. Meanwhile, the hero went tense, shouting that it would ignite in flames and they needed protection. The dragon then blasted out a blazing torrent. Knights burst in. Sisley yanked a call to Lala on the Kyron drag, and both sides clutched their hands shut. And that's how it all crumbled. Knights began to evaporate, killed by an awakened sacrifice skill. Your endurance triples, but you eat the damage for every ally within a 50-meter radius, and the enemy immediately clocked it as a deadly new trick. Your friend couldn't believe it was working. Direct hits weren't landing any damage, and once he tested it for real, he grinned and swore that a second strike would squash it flat like a fly. Then the dragon started building power. Kirana slammed it in the leg and yelled at it to keep fighting. Tessel launched a fire spear, and he warned that the madness could finally kick in. Mariaka snapped that she'd drive the dragon completely insane. Jai stared the enemy down and realized, this time, it wasn't moving like before, it took its sweet time. Even now, the raccoon can't wrap his head around it. He simply refuses to believe what he's seeing, and he's sure the enemy is piling on more power. The hero screamed that he couldn't forge protection in time, yelling for everyone to dart to the corners. Then the dragon blasted fire, and the knights threw themselves in the way, only to start disintegrating right under the flames. The boy's book fluttered open and flipped pages at lightning speed, and Alan snapped to it. Every one of those four had been wiped out with a single, brutal strike by the dragon. After the next rest, he knew the GM would all go down at once. And just when it felt over, that pastor monster glimmered again like it wasn't done terrorizing them. Alan snapped that he couldn't keep up with him, and right before the session, Jai popped up dressed like a knight. So the hero blurted, "Wait, what about Drogo Kyron?" Racken snapped a glance and slashed at the unguarded. Those guys got wiped out in the sweep. Cecile demanded why he'd frozen. The boy fired off healing as the dust finally settled. Then Drago declared Fran was dead, and Racken vowed they'd get revenge. What mattered most was they were still alive. The dragon burst into another savage laugh, then started powering up again. While G fumed over the mess, Droga snapped at Kearney to get up, and Sisley couldn't hold on anymore either. The hero insisted everything was fine. He'd timed the dragon's moves and could chase it, but it was going to be a brutal grind, and Racken snapped, "You sure?" Droga swore they were, so Alan slammed everyone into a tight huddle behind him, yelling at Kurna to tell them what was wrong. She just went silent. Then her aura thickened like dark fog, and the whole team went on full alert. Kurna burst free, and Alan shouted for her to listen, too late. Racken mocked her, asking if she was desperate to die, then lunged in, and flames swallowed him as he struck. Jaya screamed, "Direct hit!" Alan ripped out the herb of life, shoved clover into her hands, and told her to eat it. Yet Kurna still wouldn't stop. Racken stretched his paw again. She sliced through it in a single strike, and the monster screamed like it was dying, while the girl stared ahead with nothing behind her eyes, and the air around her crackled and hissed. Alan knew she'd just flipped the extra Navak on, and then she shattered reality with a limit break. The dragon erupts in a bone-rattling roar. Kyrn is getting slammed with one brutal hit after another. Sissel's magic surged the moment she said it. Kyrna doesn't fight, she dances. Trogov recalled that when she was 5, she pulled off the exact same kind of thing too. Alum nodded and told her that was her emergency skill, then asked why everyone was acting like they'd just seen a miracle. But even he caught himself off guard and tore into the book. He couldn't wrap his head around where she stole that 3,000 buff from, and then what was this regeneration? 1% of her health snapping back every single second. Hiss, the air around her started to sizzle and the dragon snapped. "So who do you think you are?" He hurled her aside, but Kyrna sprang back and soared toward the enemy. The dragon's power started to rise, and it barked that she should burn to ash. Kyrnov hurled the ball straight into the enemy's stomach. The dragon bellowed, and then fire blasted out of its body like a living volcano. The enemy crashed onto its back and started to crumble into nothing. The book confirmed it. A fat dragon was wiped out, and the fight earned a massive 1,600,000 experience points. There, Tesseliu Jai froze solid, because Droga couldn't tell if the heart was even in the dragon's belly, too. Alam swore this was the toughest boss yet, and the EXP was triple what he'd get anywhere else. He leaned toward Kairana and asked, "Are you still wrecking them?" She grinned and said she'd already slain a dragon, so now, yeah, she'd turned into one. And he had no clue what that sizzle even meant. Jai's jaw dropped when Kairana yanked him into an emergency call, and when the hero told him, "Everyone else got their own except you." Tessel demanded to know how Master Mitch triggered it, and she just stared back. Like it wasn't something she chose at all, it simply happened on its own. Jai's eyes snapped to a chest that had somehow appeared, and he blurted that they had to crack it open before the others got there first. Then shock hit him hard. It was pure gold, and it was still massive. Alan nodded, equally stunned, saying he'd never seen anything like it in his life. Kairana snatched the prize and marveled that such a tiny chest held a tiny ring, and Cecile said size doesn't matter. Maybe this is the exact ring Alan needs. So the hero grabbed it, promised it would be checked, and prayed it would refill his mana, only to get crushed when he realized the ring didn't restore mana at all. It just had regeneration like Kairana's skill. Dragov shrugged that at least it was something, and Jay backed him up. Better yet, if we can unlock a skill that turns our health points straight into mana. While Cecile chimed in that everything made sense since they already wiped out the dragon. Alan shot back that it wasn't them who killed it. Kairana did, then demanded, "So what's happening here?" Kairana answered by asking if, since they'd already finished their first dragon, it was time to hunt the white dragon next. Jay pointed at the sky and asked, "You mean the one that swooped in from Granville?" Dragov then pictured everyone celebrating, while Kairana fantasized about driving a metal blade right between its ribs. And he swore they'd never kill the white dragon, so Cecile snapped, "Fine, what do we set up next in your name?" Alan snapped that they only beat E2 and E2 because Kairana's Extranova finally kicked in. Then he leaned in and demanded, "If we off him right now, will we still hand Jai the possession he's been waiting for?" Sisley shot Jai a quick glance, and the shock hit him hard. Alan declared that these lands now belong to the royal domain, but it's worthless ground nobody's going to bother clinging to. He demanded what would happen if mithril mining kicked off again there, and the boy snapped back that once those lands were handed to Jai, the miners would make the white dragon understand who runs the house. Guaranteed top-to-bottom profit. And Cecile could only stare in horror at how ruthlessly Alan planned everything, while Jai's mind raced that his father had picked the wrong enemy. The boy then warned them not to gamble on luck, and that threat was the reason the crew stayed locked underground through the whole spring break. They're still crawling. Yeah, 3 months have gone by, and the guys are stuck clearing their third orange dungeon, while the monster they just wiped out crashes down in the snow. Kairana shouted that her level had jumped, then immediately broke down, raging that landing in fourth meant her whole life was basically over, because that sudden power boost ended up crushing her dreams instead. The hero stared in disbelief. How is this even possible when they're just 13? Curran and the others already hit the max level, and Droga was panicking, asking what happens if they can't level up. How do they ever escape this swamp? Alan cut in, saying there's still hope. They can train with extra skills to get stronger, and they can hunt down better ring weapons, though so far they've only scored a golden chest once. Dark dragged the conversation to a screeching stop, his voice turning heavy as he demanded why they couldn't boost the level, like he'd grown used to this wall by now. Kairana snapped back that it wasn't fair, but Dark still clung to hope. Back in his old world, online games sometimes dropped updates that shattered the max level limit, and it felt impossible that after all these years, nothing had ever come to this place. If they couldn't get stronger, they'd have to figure out how to trigger those updates themselves, and curiosity lit up the room. Then it hit them. The hero Doberg was already level 60. 2 whole years still stretched out before the guys marched to the battlefield, and Alana realized she had no choice. She had to crack the secret to making their whole group even stronger. April slams the brakes on school holidays, and 2,600 second-year students of the academy get ready as Carl gathers everyone, telling them this year they'll stick with the same crew, until 3 spots open up, so he demands the newcomers get welcomed. The unknown students step up to the teacher, and the whole class goes wide-eyed at the surprise arrivals. Kairana leans in, taps the hero on the shoulder, and blurts, "Of course, it's those slime ears again." Karlov pulled Tishina aside during class and announced that the 3 of them had all crash-landed from different continents, then demanded the newcomers introduce themselves. So the girl stepped forward as Sophia Luna, revealed she'd come from the kingdom of Elf Frozenheim, and begged everyone to just call her Sophia, while the guy followed with, "I'm formal," explaining he was the personal bodyguard of Princess Sophia, the true heir to the throne. The whole class was stunned. Some couldn't believe the real princess stood right there, and others fixated on how deathly pale she looked. Then another girl chimed in that she'd never seen an elf before, and a classmate shot back that it was a paradox since their rector was an elf too. Now everyone's gossiping like crazy. The princess and Alan locked eyes. Then Sophie's face snapped into a new mood as she stared him down, while Cecilia bristled at the sight, and Alan's thoughts raced as he figured she must have never seen anyone with dark hair before. Rage hit him, and he muttered that if she wanted a fight, then let her roll. Still, he twisted their ears anyway, even though the girl's bodyguard didn't look even close to 13. Right then, another newcomer shot up and asked to join them, and she grinned. "I came from the land of gnomes in the Balk Empire. My name's Merle." She even added she was 13 too, just like the rest, and lit up with joy as she met them. The girls in the class kept getting better and better, and it hit him hard. He wanted his daughter to become just like them. Carl snapped his head toward Alan and told him his group had the fewest people, only 5 total. So Alan must be the least swamped, right? The teacher then ordered Alan to handle the newcomers, and the boy just didn't get it. Sakia was the one pushing him to understand. Alan said he wouldn't spill everything at lunch, because adding 3 more, whether it's 5 or 8, wouldn't change a thing for the boys trying to gain experience. But would those extra 3 actually know the demon lords, the dining halls, and whether every student there is active? Meeting him felt great. He introduced himself, then pointed to the people at the table and called them his closest crew. And when he said he hits the dungeons every single day, it was clear everyone already knew. They all know. He straight up asks if they still want to roll with them, and Sophia jumps in. She says she already wiped out the C-rank dungeons in the academic city of Rosenheim, so they've got nothing to fear, and her gift is spirit magic. Then her bodyguard steps forward. He's an archer, and he's sure his talent will be a game changer for their group. A rare talent just died, and the one who held it was the general of the demonic stone. Alan couldn't believe it, swearing he'd never even heard of something like that. He blamed it on racial traits, then Cecile cut in and said, "No, this is about battle spirits, so the spirit wizard's power must be that talent." And she even claimed it's basically the same as Alan's. Sophia stepped up and demanded the truth, and he flashed a grin, held out his open palms, and told her it was personal, because he still wasn't ready to spill everything. Merle really wants in, but his own situation holds him back. Still, she's ready to throw everything she's got into helping everyone as much as she can. The girl declared that in just 2 years, she has to become as strong as she possibly can, and Yuzahi is chasing the exact same dream. And then it hit him, those lords weren't clueless at all. Kyrna declared that if they stuck together, they'd grow unstoppable, and she rolled out an open invite to hardcore gamers to join their team. The hero swore they were chasing the exact same goal. So the newcomers finally slid in with the guys, and it hit me. Alona and Sophie aren't just hanging around together. There's something deeper tying them, because they both make their moves at lightning speed. The girls gawked at how massive the house was, and Luna blurted out with a loud, ringing voice. The boy blurted that he was rarely seen this casual, then pointed at him and called him the rector, who immediately sank into worries about young Sophia. He admitted he was royal, but from an older, far-off branch of the family, and begged Alan, the leader, to step up and care, saying if Alan did, he'd win respect not just from him, but from all Rosenheim too. Alan swore he'd do everything he could. 4 days later, every resident of the house crowded around the table. The Cornell family members sighed as they eyed the newcomers, while the team members practically beamed. Merle stared at the food with hungry eyes and asked if it was all actually edible, and Alan was relieved he'd rented the mansion. Like he somehow knew the number of people would balloon so catastrophically. He demanded everyone sit down and blasted that the Academy's rules rule even here. No lords, no commoners. Formal bristled, Sophia shot back, asking if they'd even heard what Alum said, then snapped them to quit wasting time. Cecile added that Alum had to be with the princesses, and the boy finally ordered, "Eat, now, before it turns cold." Kyrna shot back with a mouthful that she'd been chewing for ages, and the elves snapped into prayer with clasped hands. Alam watched them and went, "Wait, you're praying to a thorny believer?" He asked, "Is this for the king of spirits?" Sophia nodded and said, "Yep, this is the prayer for the one who feeds our spiritual strength." Then she broke it down fast. Spirits are beings that, from the human view, can grow into gods. The pyramid starts with the god of spirits, climbs to the king of spirits, and sinks all the way down to the spirits themselves. They're praying to Razan, the king of spirits, to drive them to the end and reach the level of the god of spirits. Cecile leaned in and asked Merle if she prayed. She shook her head and said, "No." because de Grack insists he doesn't need their prayers. Alan demanded to know who it was, and they said the dungeon's master, its ruler, because the dwarves worship him. They're buying it. Alan blurts out his thoughts on the Rubik's Cube, straight from the dungeon. Merler rumbled that Digrock cooked up all kinds of devices, and the gnomes slapped them into magical tools. And now Cecile can't picture her life without them. Then Sophia snapped who Veritalin even believes in, and the boy just shrugged, saying he'd bet on nobody. Jai snapped that they're cursed, godless people, then swore they still worship Almersha, the one behind all goddess creation. And she said it's her who hands out healing magic, even soothing the tormented souls inside the church, leaving Kyrna completely stunned. Then Droga pushed hard, asking if they were really planning to drag in new faces in the Ran GB dungeon, and how they were supposed to handle the fact that they'd sprinted way past everyone. Imyo eraluje ye smi eriels yoste ye em. Chitelo ye bayate apel kilo erieli de alinje eralinga. Avesolefi ye te uteje ye pe erikelian uela. Escalor ye yeve es ye get o. Yeru yembo de yenem te o el yeri kilovete yago este yeri. Kelier yena je ye f yerur kilanu ela izea yave ela. Chatelba yezapero bel yem pero kratqui deotete yeda and je yesche yoraze. Kalote yeri esa ke yeru te yeru emige elazami. El ominote yezel. Ver yem ye any and avesta ke yera zagovel yerun yete. Yemenuja and odelbe te yeri. Da nje eranga yerva anu te yeri ke uelu. Ino enavete o ero kratqui za kelo depeo te yemare engel veyeruem. Emoje note oje yeze alamake anu te yeri esya. Sisley demanded to know where they were ever going to find the time for all of this. Time, Alan dodged the question, claiming it came from the camel, then ordered a temporary split. They'd hit the underground in 2 teams, but what would the guys following his plan think when they heard that? With more guys in the mix, they split into 2 groups, one bigger, one smaller. While Arango, Sissel, Jay, and Kyrna tackled the Dungeon Conqueror's crew, and the rest got stuck on level B. Alan's been riding with Drogo for half a year ever since they crawled out of Ben's dungeon. But now they've got to break free from the standing threat. Merle's plan actually clicked, since the summons were enough to cover both light squad teams, so the backup crew came from the flying squad, the core security crew, and even Lady Cecildia Granville's special guards. After the transfer, the students fully went hardcore, added each other as friends, and boom, their stats popped up where Merle finally learned Alan's talent. Sophia realized she could track her power through sheer numbers. Drog gawked when the elf revealed she was 48. 67 years old, Sophia laughed and said elves live forever. And then Alan summoned ostriches like it was official business, declaring he'd accept their harms with full ostrichery. Sophia leaned in and told Allah he'd got the most incredible, wonderful talent. Allah froze in shock, then snapped out of it and thanked her. Everyone scrambled onto the ostriches, and he declared that their new strategy was go time. Then the whole crew backed him without hesitation. Alan barked at Merle to stay hidden, then reassured him that everything was totally fine just the way it was. The girl snapped to attention and swore she wouldn't. Sophia begged the spirit for healing, and a surge of luminous waves slammed into Myro. She said it all with purpose. Then Alan's jaw dropped because it wasn't just any power at work, it was the magic of spirits, healing magic that also came with true aid. Sophia said the magic of spirits is the best for healing and support spells, but she admitted she's still not on the monk or the mage's level, because she's just a 1-star spirit wizard. He yanked the bowstring tight. This archer has 1 star, and then the elf unleashed the strong bow skill, launching an arrow straight at the enemy. Sakai said, if the guys need backup, they can count on me. Drogo swore he'd lean on them, and Miral backed him up. Then the girl broke down, crying and apologizing for being useless, while Allah told her not to fret because she couldn't drag her golem into this place. Merle, the 3-star general of the demonic stone, summons a golem and commands it with ruthless magic. So rare it's a 1 in 10 million gift. She declares that with her golem, she'll crush anyone, even a dragon, and Droga is left staring in shock while Sophia can't help but light up with excitement. Sophia tells Merle the Balk Empire is the strongest military force, and that one day she'll teach the demon lords how to bargain on their own ground. The princess then lays her hand on Sophia's back, and Alan shuts it down hard. Taking that precious golem to other countries is still a no-go. Sophia spun to Alan and admitted they didn't have amazing powers, but it was still an honor for her to fight on the same battlefield. Then Alan snapped back that the country itself decides who gets sent where. He snapped, what's with all this constant praise? And the boy shoved a box into his hands, asking if he was some kind of big deal or something. Sophia gasped and blurted that Allah was the new hope, the one the spirit king in the Great Rose had promised. Then the princess tore open the box and revealed the sandwich. The boy leaned in and demanded, "So what did you think was going to happen?" Sophia said he usually just sleeps and stays silent, but about 10 years ago he started murmuring in a fog. How a dark-haired boy would be born on the small side of the central continent, and how he'd carry the traits of there. Sophia just called it the worst, and Alan shrugged it off, saying the king was only talking in his sleep, until Sophia snapped back, "No, it's a prophecy." She told him that her husband, hair black as night, would shatter the clouds that swallowed the light, never drag the world into darkness again, and that peace would stretch on forever. Then she said, "That's what the King of Spirits promised." She swore that every word she's heard will come to life, and she swears she'll watch that future with her own eyes. Droga pounded her words out, Miral went rigid, and Langes kept crunching on a sandwich. Miral thought it was game over, convinced that prophecy was nothing but hot air, like they hadn't already seen how this would all end. Alam remembers this the moment he steps into the academy. The prophet already had a connection with the Reptor and the hero, so they let him in without a single headache. Turns out he owes Spetch big time for talking it out. The boy told them to bolt through the dungeons of Ran GB and wipe them from their minds forever, and the princess nodded. Then Droga leaned in and asked, "Is it time to call Alan the Chosen One?" In mid-April, somewhere deep in the Granville estate, Rodden waved and asked about Summer, until the girl stepped forward and introduced herself, and Rodden nearly freaked out. She called herself Marika, Alan's personal fairy, and straight up said she'd come to help them with everything. Before a single bird even landed on his head, it greeted him like the freakiest warning sign in the world. Masha froze when she got close to the boar and blurted that it was even bigger than the ones they usually hunt. And when the girl asked if they could eat it, everyone snapped back that comrades don't eat it. Rodden then spotted a log strapped across the animals' backs and demanded to know what kind of luggage that was. Alan said it was a whole mess of junk, weapons, and tools, and that he, Kyrna, and Droga had bought it all for them. Even then, Rodden couldn't believe Lady Sissel had paid for it too. Geld snatched the weapon and blurted that his Kyrna loved her father more than anything, while Rodden grabbed the spear and demanded why it was so red. Was it rust? And he christened his village with a name he swore meant ore, but when the births came around, his tongue betrayed him. He couldn't say it right. Guild snatched up another copy and declared it was mithril, and the whole crowd erupted in joy. Alan blurted that the blue boar hunt was starting, then snapped that their old gear was useless, so why even show up? Rodden shot the boy a grateful whisper, but his face twisted with dread over the price of all this, and the hero waved it off. Don't stress. Better to be clutching Smithrilm than watching inflation gnaw through every golden pea, because if they pull in 2,000 gold a month, they'll stop worrying about counting money. The boy blurted out that he'd already stacked a gold stash of 1020. Then a boar yanked up a whole tree like it was nothing, and a girl watched nearby. Alan turned to Marika and told her it was time to feed the other villagers, then ordered the girl to bring down one of his fatter wild boars, and she obeyed. At the end of July by the Alona world calendar, Sophia snapped, "Step back," because she's about to fire up the X-ray nav. She unleashed her skill, and a colossal spirit materialized out of thin air, straight onto the ground, smashing into existence as a stone creature. The thing that claimed to be the spirit of the earth, Noachi, stepped forward and promised, "I'll give the princess my power, but only because the king signed the contract." Then Noachi snapped his fingers, and a chest rose up right in front of them. The stones exploded forward the moment the spirit shouted, "Shrapnel," slamming into the church like thunder. They smashed straight toward the goal, then the enemy finally crumpled and Droga's eyes went wide in shock. Wait, this is a real catapult. And the extra power summoning a massive spirit kicks in with a wild twist. One of the great spirits of fire, earth, water, or wind can suddenly manifest at random. It boosts the whole group's strength and hits the enemy too. The odds of landing each power are tied to how strong the caster's magic is. So when Sophia asked why she succeeded this time, she didn't hesitate. She said it was because she'd gotten stronger. Subtitle editor T. Gorlova. Drog swore that stripping uses skills so brutal they can't be ignored, and the princess nodded. Formula had them too. Merle immediately demanded his own golem, and Alan grasped every bit of it. Then Formula grinned, and said he'd only unleash that skill if the princess was in real danger. Sisley J and Kyrna even have an extra outsider too, so Droga is not letting that slide. He demands an extranaut of his own and goes to Alan to ask what white crows even mean, and Alan shuts him down hard. He says he has zero chance, because he's already won. Right at the start of summer vacation, Aluna from Cyrene was yanked back, called to the reactor again. The hero braced for the elf to push him back into that tournament, until the rector cut in, saying he wanted them to meet someone today, so the hero turned to Anicaps and greeted her. Kirana realized the man in the picture was the hero himself, and when he saw Hermia was still breathing, pure shock hit him. The hero caught himself still being as polite as ever, then asked everyone to just call him Jeremy, the way all his friends did, only for Alan's to shoot back. I don't even remember when our friendship started. Alan couldn't help wondering why the hero had shown up here, but it didn't bother him for long. Then the rector announced he wanted to recommend both Karina and Alan for the martial arts tournament, and Karina agreed right away, leaving Alan thinking Karina alone would be plenty for their team. The rector demanded why he'd refused, and the boy snapped back that he didn't need to prove himself or race anyone. He already had a packed schedule. Then the rector pressed, asking if Allah had heard Sophia of the Moons talk about the prophecy from the King of Spirits. The boy said no. The elf doesn't fully get what prophecy really means, but he swears he can stop Demon Lord Alam and save the world. So he tells them they're in the same sinking boat, and they have to uncover the summoner's power no matter what it costs. Kyrna's eyes widen in shock. Alam, meanwhile, thinks the elf just flipped the whole game plan, and at 100 he lays every card on the table. Talon's already shifted his plan. He refuses to poke the bear and trigger that rage. He argues that even if the prophecy is true, wouldn't it be pure madness to keep quiet about something so important, himself? After all, walls have ears. Alan figured that keeping quiet was the same as chopping the danger before it ever grew, and he wasn't even talking about how the tournament would give him zero benefit. The rector knew the hero always puts profit first. Meanwhile, Hermia is down by the river, scratching at something she can't ignore. Right then, the ring shoots off his finger and clatters down in front of the guys. He blurts it out. His charm was wrecking him, while Kyrna clocked it instantly. This ring heals. Because yeah, this is the same ring the boy had been hunting for the whole time, yet he swore he wasn't after anything and begged everyone to shut up. The hero's heart nearly detonated. He could have totally missed the ring of the King of Spirits, the one Hermias handed him for saving the elven army. He locked eyes with the rectors and with a chill in his gut, started thinking about the King of Spirits. Hermios spun toward the boy and said they were just roaming the dungeons, then asked straight up if he was hunting for something in there, before casually offering, I can point you in the right direction. The hero gave you a grateful nod and told you, I've only got one thing missing, advisors like you. Turns out this ring is one of a kind. No dungeon drops it anywhere. And when Alan demanded to know where that info came from, the hero just shrugged and said it was a secret. Hermios said Alan won't tell him a thing and demanded to know why, so he shrugged, told the boy not to stare, and finally caved, saying Alan's so kind he'd spill everything. It's just that the master's underground and a mess around here, so he has no reason to build a ring. Then the hero pressed him, asked it straight, and promised Alan he could trust him. But if they found some weapon, it'd be over easy, no dungeon needed. Still, right then, the hero snapped and told them to stop. Swore the Degrag would have tied him up in envy if he knew he was talking like this, so he hunted for the guys and found them all hanging out in the guild, anyone who felt like it. And then asked them why they'd want to stop the guild. Hermias reckoned there were 8 hardcore gamers, and warned that some might never crawl back out of the C-rank underground. He turned to the boy and pushed a brutal question. Would he trade his own safety for them? The elf shot a look at Alan, but the boy just went silent. Kyrna barked his name, and Alan finally thanked Hermias for the priceless info, then demanded to know what the hero was really planning. Hermias leaned in and said Mr. Rector had made him an offer. Since Master Meket Dauberg is tied up fighting someone this year, he's set to win. And if he beats that opponent, he'd hand over a ring, Alan's hero treasure. Kirana shot back that this was costume jewelry she'd gotten as a reward. Alan blurted out an apology and begged to test the ring, just in case. And Hermia nodded right away, so the boy slipped it on and watched the mana refill like clockwork. 1% every second, or 60% each minute, and now Alan's already eyeing it for himself. The hero leaned in and asked if he had any idea how much magical power he really had. Because the man who sees everything had already dug up way more than he needed. And still, the hero only paused long enough to thank Hermes for letting go of his foreplay for a moment before admitting the ring looked painfully real. Hermione asked if that was enough to get him to join the tournament, and Alan shot back that to win a ring like that, you either beat a hero or you bargain with the sleeping King of Spirits. So tell me, what choice is left? In his mind, the answer was screamingly clear. He absolutely can't stand the sleepers. Then it hits. Alan is set to join them, and the rector lets out a heavy sigh. Kyrna didn't even know what a preamp was at first until it clicked, and she kept pushing. Alan then fired off questions like gloves or brass knuckles, ring or tatami, and can we add more gear? Hermio just told her to prepare whatever Alan wanted, but he started thinking about endless healing and muttered that the hero brought that fate on himself. Then Hermio snapped that they only had 2 months left, and if it were him, he'd already have a full plan locked in. Kyrana shot back that she already had 10. Alan finally ordered the hero to be ready to part with his ring in 2 months. Alan mentally commanded the hero, "Don't cry, especially not in front of my charm and not after you humiliated me before the Levski cavalry and those high guests from abroad." Then, in the mansion, he told everyone how he and Karina got enrolled in this tournament, even though he swore he never wanted to, until the hero convinced him. Drago smirked and said that by hero, Alan must have meant that hope of humanity trapped in the picture. Cicely just sighed like, of course he always ends up in something. Sophia nodded and called it the perfect chance to prove how strong their leader really is. Alan tried not to disappoint her, but he took the whole thing on only because he was desperate to get the magical ring. Jay fired the question, does Alan even have a plan to take down the greatest warrior on their side of the barricades? Yeah, he's got one, but executing it is going to take everything they've got. For the next 2 months, he's going full lone wolf, no one at his side. Everyone stared in shock, and Kyrna froze in a stunned daze. Alan blurted that he'd have to borrow Catch from Sola, because his summons couldn't wait, and he desperately needed a new summoning level. Cecile snapped back that a summoner can't do it without magical stones, so where was Alan going to get them? And when the truth hit, it was even worse. You can't farm them in the Academy City's dungeons, and the local guild won't sell them either. So Alan decided to tear through every city in Latashi's kingdom, snatch up every magical stone he could find, hit every guild in town, and even hunt down prices. And there's more, Merle loved how all of this was being set up. No time to waste, the team needed to hit Agreta's 5th dungeon next. He told them to chill, promised his summoned beasts would keep them safe, and made it clear. He's going to charge into the E's dungeons fully loaded. Sisseler stepped in and said the city only has 4 A-rank dungeons, and they'd already cleared them, so the newcomers had better get ready for the trip. As for the princess, this dungeon will be her very first. Kyrna leaned in and reminded Alun he still had to claim this dungeon, so she demanded to know what he planned to do. Alun shot back that he'd squeeze out the time, grab it, and even capture Solo. Then he flipped the question on her. So what's the real problem? Kyrna can't afford to slack off. She's got to stay sharp, because those extra skills are going to be a game changer in the tournament. It said you had to crush the hero. No excuses, no mercy. Drog snapped if they'd forgotten something, then warned that the hero wouldn't take on both of them. Alan boasts that he never forgets a thing, but before he can prove it, he's got to smash through a tiny obstacle first. She said she's hearing it through a tiny snag, and that she's already itching to take on Alan, way more than she ever wanted to fight the hero. The hero waved the guys off, but once that drink was done, they'd never cross paths again. 2 months later, Alan spent this whole time hoarding magical stones, raking in 28,000 gold coins from dungeons, then dumping every last coin on 1,000,000 E and D rank stones, plus 10 C rank stones, because yeah, those cost a fortune. He even nudged the market and expects people to forgive him, and right when the vacation's about to end, his summoning skill finally leaps to level 7. Now he can summon B-rank monsters, so yeah, that scares even him. It's October, he just turned 14, and he rockets out to meet his friends. They've been apart for ages, and when Alan finally shows up, it hits like relief and excitement all at once. Mirals asked, and the 5th underworld swept past Leal, so the boy flashed the card and said, yeah, no problem, while Jay looked like he wanted answers too, even if Leal wasn't quite the kid he used to be. Sophia peppered him with one question. How did he take down the A-rank demon boss all by himself? And how strong had he gotten? Meanwhile, the guys were stuck waiting for the tournament on the Academy's brand new special course, and rumors said this was tied to the old Overlord Demon too. The stuff history classes in this kingdom never dare to mention. The monsters, the Demon Lord, and that endless clash where good keeps getting shoved against evil. 4 kids from their class are about to step up and carry out their noble duty. 3 of them are hereditary nobles, and Kyrna, well, it's Kyrna. After graduation, their friends, hangers-on, and everyone close to them will have to choose for themselves whether they'll follow. And sure, some won't. Some will trade this war for life as adventurers and knights. But honestly, humans can't help it. They'll think they're doing it to help their comrades. And so the proof is right there. They really do get OGGG results, and the bones on the battlefield stay white, no matter how hard the world's big shots try to crush talented kids in that kingdom. Yeah, And the academy even runs a special course for these mortals, because they've got no noble duties to hide behind. And he figured this is how Mikkel must have wanted it, never left alone, not with his friends by his side. After that bombshell, the school tournament got a shrug from everyone. Karlov announced that Curran and Alan would represent their class, and that he didn't expect much faith from their own classmates. Then he dropped the real kicker. The hero would step in and fight the winner himself. A few days later, the stands are packed to the brim. Hereditary prince planted on his throne, ruling the arena. Metallic iron rods clanged across the arena, shaking everyone to the core. The boy swung in one last time and landed the final strike. The announcer declared our victory for Allah, and the whole arena seemed to shake with it. The crowd stared as he crushed the third year, something even Avo, the class sword master, had beaten before. Then everyone realized Alan hadn't even drawn his weapon in ages. G swore he'd never seen anyone pull off a move like that, while Sophia just smirked because it's exactly what she expected from Mr. Allen. And Droga couldn't help noting how Alan did it all with stone-cold indifference. The boy can't stop wondering, did Alan get anything that could help him become a real hero? The hero said Alan's hiding his trump cards up his sleeve, and the rector backed him up, claiming the kid wants to keep his skills locked away and never show a thing. Hermia snapped the skill on to check the stats, then sighed that he was bored and swore it wouldn't happen anytime soon, until the announcer cut in and declared both fighters were at full strength, calling the final at once. Then the voice boomed the name of the last tournament's winner, Master Chaki Ren, and he wrecked everyone's expectations with pure, unstoppable points. Everyone's like, that black moose, can he really be that strong? And someone else shrugs, I don't know, but the ball master won last year. The announcer kept going, bam. Alan the summoner, the tournament's dark horse, was stepping in against him. Then the voice roared that the fighter was no stranger, a comrade from a crew that had already made adventurers and big shots sit up and stare after clearing 5 dungeons of the Orange, and the crowd erupted in pure shock. Kyrna, Alona snapped that he'd better pull her big beast out already because he couldn't wait to lay eyes on it. So why not smash it straight into her? The boy suddenly got hit with nostalgia, realizing it had been 8 whole years since their last night's match. Kyrna drew a line in the sand. No matter what he brought, she wouldn't lose. The guys shot glances at each other, and Kyrna didn't hesitate. She launched into action with her flying sword. The hero shattered the attack, but it still felt brutal. Kyrna snapped that she'd never get the chance to summon the beasts. She tried to trigger an emergency teleport since the limit was far off, but nothing happened, and rage hit her like a wave. Allah told her to add more skills to her arsenal, and it ended up hurting her more than helping her. Curran unleashed one hard hit after another. The crowd instantly realized the sword master on the battlefield. Allah's fencing score is a 3, but Arena comes in swinging with a 9. Yet the boy realizes she may be great with the sword because he's got more attack power and way more agility. Steel clashes fill the air. Kyrna insists she's stronger now, and while Allah thinks he's really pushing himself, she's the one having fun. The viewer gasped at how the boy stood his ground against the master of the ball. Then everyone started asking, what's this calling? And who are we supposed to call? The fight rages on. Kyrna screams, where's the beast, Allah? And demands he show himself, swearing she'll slice it into pieces. Allah shoots back that he has zero doubt, and then Kyrna goes for the cut. Meanwhile, Allah is staring hard at the book like it holds the truth. Kyrna snapped that it was already too late to read them. She grabbed the red flower and swung her blade. Jay shouted that the hit landed dead in his face, and the whole room stiffened in panic while Merle reminded them that this move was the key to breaking the monster Farang. Kyrna freezes in shock while Alan just stands there in silence. Kyrna steps toward him and he snaps that it's not all. Then he shoves the end of the ball right to her throat. Kyrna locks eyes with him and he snaps, don't count me out, this game isn't over. The girl nods, drops her gaze, and blurts out, I'm done, I give up. The crowd exploded into a deafening roar, and the announcer slapped the mic down to name the winner of the Academy Allah tournament for the summoner. Fans in the stands couldn't believe it. The sword master actually got beaten, and now everyone's itching to see just what the summoner's capable of. Sisek shot a question, did everyone see it? While Drago demanded, can we stop that strike using the skill of a beast everyone recognizes? And Lun sheathed his sword and knife. Sisel demanded to know who he'd called, and Jay finally admitted he'd spotted someone right when Kyrana's strike landed, leaving Sisel utterly stunned. Kirana stormed out of the arena and pumped Alan's shoulder, but he shrugged it off and said the fight was solid, then warned her not to sink into depression, because Dober had actually agreed to face the silver medalist after all. He even asked if she wanted to pay him back for last year's debt, and Kirana nodded without hesitation. Alan leaned in and said that if the spies weren't feeding lies, he was level 62, and he had the exact same adamantite sword. He wasn't sure if that meant good news or trouble, but Kirana was too blunt to read between the lines. He told her attacks were easy to spot, and that her extra skill would decide the whole fight. Kirana just sighed, and Alan demanded to know why she was upset again. She snapped back that Dober hadn't leveled up in ages, and that she was hurting because she wouldn't be able to get stronger, and Alan agreed. He nodded, then slammed his forehead to hers and swore she didn't have to stress. They didn't need some forced plan. He told her to treat it like one more wall they had to smash through. From far off, the guys spotted the older ones, and as he stared the hero down, he promised, "I'll show you what a real peak looks like." Hermias shot back that standing in for the spoiled kids was, too, a responsibility that fell on the older generation. The announcer blasts an announcement across the academic city. "Citizens, get ready for a special duel." Master Misha Doberk steps up to face the current tournament's finalist, the unstoppable Kirana, and the crowd erupts as both fighters take their places. The old serf kingdoms of Lataj rise again, clad in legendary Odamontite swords and armor, while Tessel's heart pounds for Kyrna, wondering if she can actually win, as everyone else holds their breath and watches Irina with burning anxiety. Granville insists no student has ever pulled off a special match, and the moons are so warped it feels unreal. The boy swore he even handed her his ring to boost her speed, and before the fight, Dojerg blasted out a wild speech. He's the defender of the wronged, the tribe killer who devours with flames. Then he dared Kyrn to rush at him and prove what she'd earned on that run. The girl shakes, and Alan's warning slams back into her head. Because the boy told her Doberg won't pull out emergency techniques when he thinks his opponent is just some student, and Kyrn realizes this is her one shot. She tries to ignite that limit-breaking power, but it refuses to work. And Lamb caught the truth. Things were getting ugly fast. Kyrna snapped away toward the enemy, raising her Gram sword, and then 3 sharp sounds ripped through the air. Crack, she slammed the man's ball back, and the instant he replied, both sides started swinging, and a full-on brawl erupted. He can't wrap his head around how Doberg is moving that fast if there's something they don't know. Then Doberg clocks that Kirana's gotten stronger, but shuts it down. It still isn't enough. The girl shoved it away, then sprang up and crushed the grass of life against her side to slam back 1,000 health points, right as the guys started panicking, because Alum could tell Doberg was getting ready to read her every move, and things were about to get ugly. Think metal rings snap tight as Karina pants hard, and when Doberg drives in with a winter-style shove, the girl slams out a curse at him. Doberg spinning in confusion. Are they already done, or is this about to turn into a disaster? Does he bark for her to rise or watch her crumble on the battlefield? Kyrna coughs and a sharp buzzing cuts through the air. Then Doberg's face lights up as the crowd's cheers roar louder, and she fires off an emergency spell. No hesitation, Doberg lunges, Kyrna surges forward, and she drives a brutal strike into him, blasting him backward as he skids across the ground. He's stunned when her emergency call blasts through. They're egging you on to smear Kirana across the enemy. Droga's got her friends back too. Hermio studies the girl's readouts, and his gut twists when he sees them. Because she's not just boosting her stats, she's healing herself too. Dobrka whips his body to deflect every hit, but he can't seem to grasp the one force his body won't survive. Kirana lands the final blow. He gets yanked to the ground, then rolls away like he's trying to escape mid-fall. The crowd goes dead silent as they finally realize Doberk has hit the ground. Sophia prays her friend has won, but Alan spots the losers muttering under their breath, while Doberg's fear of losing crawls up his spine. He swears it isn't real, yet he can't afford a single mistake, not when there's still time. Ushina grabs his sword, and the air around him turns heavy. Doberg lunges up. Then Alan realizes he's suddenly in the line of fire too, praying Kyrna's skill holds long enough for her to pull this off. The girl rockets toward the weapons on display, and even when her opponent raises his sword, she doesn't hesitate. He hurls the blade high over his head. Then the breaking swords come crashing down in a brutal attack. A bell shrieks, Kyrna's blade starts cracking over V. The girl goes rigid and Hermio yanks her close, slamming her behind him as a shield with his sword. Dauber's sword collides with the hero's, wham. A blinding flash erupts, and Alla and Kyrna just stare, frozen in sheer shock. The hero corners the man and demands to know what he's doing, and what he's planning to use to kill the students, but Dober can't give a single answer. Hermias can't believe he let science swallow him whole. If it doesn't look like Doberg, then he admits it. He got wrecked in battle against a girl. He fumbled the ball and crumpled to his knees before her, and Kira snapped, "What's wrong with you?" Doberg flat out declared she'd won clean, and the girl froze in shock. The man snapped out a quick apology, clocked what was happening, and handed the girl his. Hermias grabbed Dabergasserin and stormed off, leaving Kyrna staring in total confusion. The announcer straight up said Doberg admitted defeat, so the judges stamped Kyrna as the winner, points and all. One of the spectators can't figure out why Doberg didn't win, but his friend insists the 13-year-old still crushed him in a big way. Everyone in the crowd expected way more, and the whole place is buzzing. The girl rushed back to her friends. JC Sill got praised, yet she was still crushed. She tried again and still didn't pull it off. Alan blamed the duel for not ending right, but he wasn't worried. Her focus and sense wouldn't break that easily. Then Hermias and Alan stepped into the arena, and Hermias clocked it immediately. Alan was hovering over his girlfriend like something was wrong. The boy nodded, thanked Hermias for defending her so fiercely, and somehow nobody even realized what just happened. He admitted he still couldn't see it, told everyone not to worry about Doberg, and admitted he doesn't know how to back down. Then his mind raced to one thing: why Doberg suddenly looked wrecked after using that emergency skill. Right then, the announcer blared to the academic city that the hero was here. Golden weapons, golden armor, humanity's last hope. Hermias flashed a wave at the crowd, and the fans erupted into cheers like it was pure lightning. So Alan just figured this golden boy hype was normal here, until he remembered the real truth. In this world, the hero is something bigger than legend. When the Demon Lord's armies started spilling out, the Savior Luli mission didn't just answer the call. At 15, he marched straight to the front lines. And even now, at 24, he's still there, which is why everyone calls him the savior of humanity. Hermias shut his eyes, and Alan realized the hero was getting Deferambo's attention. Then his anger sharpened fast, because he wanted to wipe that smug smile right off his face. Yanking the ring off his finger, Muritzie's boy and the hero tell him, "Stop sulking, this tourney is here to glorify Alan too." But he snaps back that he doesn't need any of that. The hero grins and says you can't run from Alan's glory, and he'll get used to it. Then the boy snarls that he hates useless motions, so if Hermia drops out right now and hands over the ring, he won't have to suffer, and the hero laughs, mocking it as a funny joke, because sure, he doesn't know how many pointless moves Alan has already made. But Alan's going to throw a few more, since he's convinced he can't be defeated. And Alan also thinks that once you hit max level, every move after that feels pointless, while he's certain his own moves aren't pointless at all. The hero snorts, and Alan's friends start to sweat. Hermias is totally fascinating, and he presses for us to show those exact movements. He braced himself, exploded off the floor, cracking the stone, and shot toward his opponent, who could only stare in shock at that insane speed. Their swords slammed together with a brutal clang, a shockwave tore through the night, and the moonlit sky caught every deadly flash of the hero's strike. Then the stands erupted in screams, and some folks swore that if you don't handle the boys with gentleness, you might end up killing them. Alan instantly sensed Hermes' hellfire power, even without a single skill being used, and the moment it hit, the boy's sword buckled with a tremor, metal groaning in the silence. For the hero, it's downright hilarious. He scans the boy's stats and goes, "Same as the fight with Karina, so why can he still stand his ground?" There's no new skill, yet the kill count is insane, and Hermias can't stop wondering what it all means. Alla just stares back, clueless. Then it clicks. The boy realizes the hero's assessment I can't show the buffs he's gotten from the monsters, so he files that info away. Hermias stormed up to Alan and told him, "Don't cry." But the boy fought through his pain so hard that Hermias immediately noticed. Yet he didn't even need to use a single skill. He urges him to ask himself, what brutal hell is waiting just beyond the next step? The crowd can't wrap their heads around this beating. Like, did they seriously forget the sword master would have crushed the hero in a straight duel? To the heroes, both fighters matched each other blade for blade on Hermio's side, until he grinned and yanked a trump card out of his sleeve. "Bring me the Daroder." The hero stiffened, and boom. A colossal dragon tore into the arena. It swung its head wide and clamped its jaws straight over the hero's hand, snapping like thunder. Alla lunged in and struck him down. Subtitle editor O Golubkina. The blow landed, and Vico Hermias froze, stunned out of his skin. The boy grunted and demanded to know how Hermias pulled it off. And in that instant, everyone realized what a summoner is really capable of. The spectators stared in shock at the creature, while the dragon practically purred, thrilled to finally sink its teeth into a hero. People are screaming everywhere at the dragon. Pure terror has them shaking because the monster is everywhere. The hero grips his side and jokes, "Guess I'm wounded." Then he feels it. Whatever pain hit him is gone, but the real question claws back. How many more beatdowns like this can he take? Hermias couldn't help but notice. Summoners always seem surrounded by friends everywhere they go. The dragon closed in on the boy and roared that his master's enemies would get zero mercy, and right then Curran finally understood what kind of beast Alan really was, while Sophia felt it too, knowing he'd pulled out a surprise for them. Jay whispered that throwing the hero into a dragon was Alan's sneaky little jab, and Cecil snapped that only he had the nerve to joke right then. The announcer blared for everyone to calm down, too late. The crowd went pale, and the knights rushed in front of the heir to the throne with shields raised. Then the announcer fired back an explanation from the Academy's respected reactor, saying exactly this was a summoner's skill. And he hasn't spotted it yet, so he's begging the hero to step up and prove his skills. He proved it, strikes hit the target. After he fought back and held his ground, the hero turned and praised him, then commanded Darador to unleash the awakened new groups. His friend obeyed on the spot and started gathering the mine. Power slammed into Hermione, and she shuddered like it was burning straight through her bones. A flash of flame tore through the air, pure rage hit the heroes, and the guy threw his hands up to shield himself as the crowd went rigid with shock. Hermias burst out of the flames and let out a sharp whistle. Astonishment hit him like a thunderclap in midair. Allah hung there above them. He coughed hard, while the boy swore the hero could fly, and the stand seemed to glow with magic. Hermias took Hill for himself, and with that comes Mage with illusion, so now Alan can finally check his status. In normal mode, the hero runs on 6 skills, which means there are still plenty of tricks up his sleeve to shock the opponent. Hermio leans in, squints harder, and still can't figure out why he can't read the status of the summoned beings at all. He's certain about Allah, but she's unreachable, because he moves so fast he might as well be faster than a dragon's breath. Alan chuckled under his breath, clocking that Hermio was in a pretty wild situation right now. The boy flipped a barrage of cards, and the creature spun the heroes into a deadly ring. I barked orders to crank the overheating processor skill, and boom after boom tore through the air until the crowd spiraled into pure panic. Palem tensed up, and Sissy Luigi followed suit. Right then, the girl spoke up, saying Alan had picked the perfect spot to do it just like this. With the hero, a blinding flash ripped through the clouds of smoke. Then the haze vanished, and the hero staggered, coughing hard like it hurt to breathe. He felt it like a fire starter for action, and urged everyone to say it again. Salmon once again smashed Hermias, and the moment he sensed it was about to repeat, the creatures detonated like bombs. The crowd begged for someone to stop this monster, convinced he was about to slaughter the heroes. The announcer tried to steady the academic city's panic, but his voice got cut off mid-sentence, leaving him totally stunned. Alan's class watches in dead silence as the boy flips the book and nods. Yeah, this is truly impressive. He's using high-speed summoning. Before, calling a fresh creature from the newest branch took about 10 seconds each time, but now one summon, or even multiple shots with a brand new skill, hits almost instantly. Just imagine what that means for his body, and the state it has to be in to pull it off. And in the blink of an eye, all 70 cards get rewritten, and then slammed onto the field so fast your opponent can't even clock it. All you need is to keep those magical crystals from running dry, but Alan's just that good, pure G-Regime privilege, and then, poof, the smoke clears. The hero finally steps out, and Alan slams him with no escape, soaring down from above and crashing onto the boy, because Alan knew he'd already forced the decision. Hermes darts forward with a blow, and Allah instantly scrambles to his side. He shouts for Caroline, yet the hero can't even figure out what kind of monster she is. Out of nowhere, Caroline materializes behind the heroes. Then he unleashes his buzz, skill 9 straight times, snapping his jaws like a trap as he tries to catch Hermias. The audience gasped in terror again, as they faced the towering monster head-on. The hero battled the Lord of Demons' army like a storm, swinging for Carola, then froze when he saw no blood at all. The creature crumbled into nothing, and Alun roared for revenge, ordering Raydori to pay for his sister, Karim. The Nerokan blasted out fire, and Hermio curled up tight as the heat swallowed the air. He rocketed up to Callan and slammed him with a brutal blow. Then he called Caria back again, only for the creature to tear into the hero with a savage 9-fold bite. Hermio lunged in, slammed a heel to kick himself back up, and Alum crushed a life herb into the moment. Now the hero finally saw what the summoners could do, and it left him totally lost for words. He snapped the boy to surrender, warning him that if he didn't, death would come, because he couldn't hold back any longer. His sword flared to life in raging fire, and the rector and Alan's friends stared in tight, breathless fear. Alan tells the squad that the heroes will let them joke around. The kid chose his 6th skill, attack, and couldn't wait for the hero to get close so he could learn how to beat him. Hermias snapped on the swordmaster and struck first, while Alan sent Darador and Caroline charging ahead, only for the hero to swat them down once each. Then Alan stepped up and Hermias pleaded, "Don't you dare die." What? He nodded in his head and demanded a full-power strike. Then the boy snapped a high-speed summon, and a massive shield slammed into place in front of him. The hero never saw it coming. The hit slammed straight into him, and when the dust cleared, his shield was spiderwebbed with cracks, yet it still held, shocking even the attacker. He praised the knight for holding his ground and using the mirror. Then the couple slammed in with a brutal double hit that crashed like thunder, blasting the hero backward and sending stones skittering across the arena floor. Alla's friends are either on the shore or still breathing when Hermias slams down on his back and declares that only a hero can beat a hero, or his own reflected strike. That mirror skill boosts endurance twice over and throws the damage right back at the attacker. The things don't even kick in after defeat, and Alan swears it was an adventure in the way the traits work. Yet Zertsova pulled it off, and the boy clapped him on the back, then he healed the creature using life grass. He stared at the lying hero, jaw tight, wondering if the whole act would keep going or finally collapse, while Hermias just sat there, eyes forward, and the boy watched him like it was life or death. The guys were rattled by how long they'd been forced to wait. The boy blurted out, "Are you giving up?" And in his head, he braced for Hermias to shut him down, only for Hermias to tell him he'd bounce back any attack right at the source. The hero snapped upright, pretending the fear was unbearable, and that's when he stood up to heal, because the King of Spirits was right. Hermias wants it to be real, but Alan can't read what he's thinking. Then he talks about humanity still having hope. So what the heck does Hermias mean by all of that? And that's how the story slams shut. 5 brand new episodes, each hitting about 30 minutes, are already live on my Boost, so if you enjoyed the summary, then go check out my TV. My channel got hit with copyright bans, and a bunch of my videos are blocked, so here's the list of titles you can still watch. You can watch it right now, right this second. If you're curious, then yeah, it's for everyone. Every link you need is right in the pinned comment. To everyone who's here right now, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You see it right there on the screen.